Section 0, Introduction of A Theory of Monads, Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Owlivia. A Theory of Monads, Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity by Herbert Wildon Carr. Introduction. The Modern Scientific Revolution. We are accustomed to distinguish between science and philosophy. The main ground of the distinction is that experience, when we study it systematically, presents to us two distinct aspects, one subjective and the other objective. Science deals with nature, the objective aspect of the world, when it confronts the mind as external existence. Philosophy deals with mind, the subjective aspect which experience presents, when we have regard to the fact that external existence itself is primarily and fundamentally apprehended as idea. The two aspects of reality, the aspect of existence, which it presents to science, the aspect of idea, which it presents to philosophy, are not reciprocally exclusive and cannot exist harmoniously in independence, for each in its very definition is universal in the absolute meaning of the term, and each, therefore, is inclusive of the other. Hence the initial difficulty of the problem of their relation, a problem which, since the development and triumphant advance of scientific knowledge in the 19th century, has come, more and more, to be the main and crucial problem of philosophy. Every relation implies an identity underlying the manifest difference in the terms. But in the case of the two aspects which reality presents to our mind, the scientific and the philosophic, there seems no possibility of reconciling the difference in an identity. We seem, in fact, to have not a relation, but two alternatives, the adoption of either, philosophy or science, involving the rejection of the other. For, so far as science is knowledge, it must fall within the knowing which philosophy regards as experience. But insofar as science presupposes the existence of its object, its reality must assume a form which is inaccessible to philosophy, and philosophy itself, to be justified as science, must fall within existence and cease to be philosophy. And this gives rise to a curious dilemma. The one horn is that reality, or existence, supposed independent of knowledge, is in its independence not merely unknown, but by its definition unknowable. And to be unknowable and to be non-existent are, so far as our thinking is concerned, one and the same. The other horn is that the essence of science is discovery, and if there be no existence completely independent of the knowledge of it, there is nothing to discover. Science has never been seriously troubled with this dilemma. Indeed, the very fact that philosophy has been so largely engrossed with it has always been to science the reproach of philosophy, marking it as an abstract, speculative, jejune, logistic inquiry, remote from the concrete, practical, urgent interests of human life. For itself, science simply sweeps the difficulty aside, cuts the Gordian knot by the simple rough-and-ready device of assuming the existence of the object it is required to presuppose, assuming, that is, the entire independence of the object in its existence of the act by which it is known. But having done so, science cannot stop. The need for a theory of knowledge is imperative, because knowledge itself is fact. It is obliged, therefore, to go on and assume that knowing is not anything, that it is no more than the simple de facto relation of togetherness, in which one thing, a mind, in consequence of a peculiar quality it possesses, can, without affecting in any way the thing which confronts it, contemplate that thing, and thereby know it without its knowing contributing anything to the constitution of the thing known. In this way, science has come to adopt as its method the study of the material universe in complete abstraction from the conditions of knowledge, and has set before itself as its ideal the attainment of a systematic body of truth about the universe, devoid altogether of any taint of subjectivity or relativity. Science has certainly seemed to be justified by success. Indeed, it is difficult even to imagine that its great advance in modern times could have been achieved had it chosen any other method. That it should be untrammeled by irrelevance was the condition of development. It is by narrowing inquiry, by concentrating observation, by excluding larger issues, by dividing and subdividing, that it has conquered. But there is a limit, and the very advance of science by its own method and on its own chosen conditions has brought it face to face with the philosophical problem it set out by ignoring. It finds itself, after a century of continuous triumphant progress, arrested, not by the clamor of philosophers, but by the empirical discoveries of its own researchers, and forced to revise its apparently workable hypothesis that knowing is not anything. If science is discovery, it must at least be of some consequence to know who or what it is that discovers, and what are the conditions of discovery. A revolution once started has a way of gathering momentum and goes on completing itself, and today, science, from its old attitude of regarding knowing as not anything, is fast coming to regard it as everything. The revolution has come with dramatic suddenness, but, like all revolutions, it has been long preparing. Its fall of the Bastille was the verification of Einstein's calculation of the shift of the stars, observed during the total eclipse of May 29, 1919. This proved that the path of the light rays is curved in a gravitational field, and rendered meaningless the hypothesis of homoloidal space. But though the revolution has been sudden, the scientific world was ripe for it. For many years and in many directions, the old bedrock materialism, on which science had hitherto builded, was seen to be cracking and crumbling. Along several lines, the sciences have been steadily converging on the necessity of a complete revision of their fundamental principle. First, there stands the doctrine of Berkeley. More and more as science has advanced, it has become obvious to scientific thinkers that this doctrine cannot be ignored, but must be reckoned with. It is easy enough to make a definite and clear distinction between the concepts of scientific reality and the percepts of sensible experience. But is it not evident that these percepts of the senses are the immediate objects of knowledge? How then do we pass from these subjective, sensible qualities to the objective concepts of the scientific reality? What is the relation between the one and the other? When we have systematically worked out our concept of the scientific reality with its unsensed mathematical properties, can we say that it is full reality, and that the colors, sounds, tastes, smells, feelings, which make up our experience of reality, are not anything, a shadow world of mere illusion? We must admit that they are something. But if they are something, must they not be everything? This problem of the status of sensations and their exact position in the scheme of physical reality has particularly engaged the physicists. They, by their truly magnificent generalizations, enable us to form images of physical reality which represent a universe absolutely indifferent to consciousness. A world, for example, in which light, electricity, magnetism, and the rest are independent completely of the color, sound, feeling by which they are known, and which would be what they are even were there no consciousness, and therefore no sensible quality to be experienced. But then these sensations and the sensible qualities of which they are the experience are de facto existence. What place and what role is to be assigned to them in physical theory? One character of them is that of being subjective responses to objective stimuli. But that does not prevent them being objective in the full scientific meaning, as they could not be accommodated in the general materialistic or naturalistic conceptions of physics. It was supposed that they could be sidetracked, and for this purpose the physicists had recourse to the philosophers. Sensations, and, generally, the sensible qualities which they imply, were declared to be epiphenomena, a euphonious way of saying they are nothing. Or they were recognized as existent facts, but declared to belong to an independent and parallel series having no relations of interaction with the physical series. This makeshift theory could not work, but it seemed to serve a purpose, and at least to enable science to guard the pure objectivity of its subject matter. It broke down completely when science recognized the failure of all attempts to determine the movement of a system by observations within the system. This brought out with sudden clearness that the activity of the observer is an essential determinant factor of the nature of the physical fact itself. The principle of relativity is the abandonment of the attempt in science to disassociate act and fact. A second line along which science, following its own method and holding fast to its distinctively objective principle, has found its own progress bring it into conflict with its own principle, is in the scientific concept of life. The biological sciences arose under a kind of rational protest against the superstitious idea that life is a mystery, the tree of life planted by God in Eden, something linking us with the supernatural and the divine, which it is impious to investigate scientifically. The rapid success of biology seemed at first to be wholly due to the application of mechanistic concepts of physics. So much so that a few years ago all biologists believed we might be on the point of demonstrating the complete success of the scientific method by the synthetic production of living matter in a chemical laboratory. The outstanding feature of the scientific attainment of the 19th century is the Darwinian theory of evolution by natural selection, that is, by a selection conceived purely naturalistically as a survival of the fittest, but without any relapse into finalistic and teleological categories, hateful to the scientific spirit. The progress of biological science, following its own line of investigation, has suggested and brought increasing certainty to the suggestion that the intellect is itself a product of evolution. The study of instinctive action and of purposive action generally tends increasingly to confirm it. But if intellect is a product of evolution, the whole mechanistic concept of the nature and origin of life is absurd, and the principle which science has adopted must clearly be revised. We have only to state it to see the self-contradiction. How can the intellect, a mode of apprehending reality, be itself an evolution of something which only exists as an abstraction of that mode of apprehending, which is the intellect? If intellect is an evolution of life, then the concept of the life which can evolve intellect as a particular mode of apprehending reality must be the concept of a more concrete activity than that of any abstract mechanical movement which the intellect can present to itself by analyzing its apprehended content. And yet further, if the intellect be a product of the evolution of life, it is not absolute, but relative to the activity of the life which has evolved it. How, then, in such case, can science exclude the subjective aspect of the knowing and build on the objective presentation as an absolute? Clearly, the biological sciences necessitate a reconsideration of the scientific principle. A third line is that of the criticism of the foundation of the mathematical sciences. If not more important than the other lines, it has certainly been more decisive. It has led to the formulation of the general principle of relativity, and this has involved a complete revolution in our notions of the structure of the universe and necessitated the entire reformation of our concepts of space, time, and matter. Skepticism in regard to the postulates of the mathematical sciences has been, until quite recent times, purely theoretical, never seeming even to threaten to justify itself in any practical application. Indeed, it has seemed eminently the occupation of highly speculative minds, detached completely from any practical interests, or else the attraction of writers of romance, attempting to rationalize the creations of a fertile imagination. Those, for example, who in the past have speculated on the possibility of a fourth dimension of space, or of a reversal of the order of temporal succession, have been moved to it either by their interest in theories of personal survival or purely spiritual existence, and their satisfaction in the result of such speculations has been due rather to comfort in the suggestion of possibilities than to attainment in the discovery, or hope of discovery, of fact. But meanwhile, a steady progress of purely scientific investigation has led to a new cosmogony and a new theogony based on a new metaphysic of physical reality. Let us indicate briefly the lines of this development. First, we may notice the entirely modern research which has led to the mathematical theory of continuity. Mathematics is the typical exact science, conceived by us as essentially true without depending in any manner on subjective opinion. Yet at its very basis, it is challenged to justify its affirmation of the reality of the continuum on which its propositions depend, and in regard to which alone its propositions have meaning and are true. What is the relation between the physical continuum, which is based on our perceptions of reality, and the mathematical continuum, of which there are no perceptions, but which we construct conceptually from the implications of sensible perception? In its origin, the mathematical continuum is the attempt to rationalize a common contradictory experience. A certain sense given, particular A, a shade of color, a musical note, a feeling of push or resistance, is indistinguishable from a numerically different particular B, and B, in like manner, is indistinguishable from C, yet A is distinguishable from C. For example, a shade of green in a color scale may be indistinguishable by perception from the shade below and the shade above, while yet the difference of these two is clearly perceptible. To harmonize this discrepancy and reconcile it with the logical principle of contradiction, we suppose that behind the physical continuum which we perceive, there is a real or mathematical continuum, of which the physical continuum is only an imperfect apprehension. And we seem to find abundant proof of this in experience itself, in the instruments devised to increase the discerning powers of the sense organs. It is the triumph of modern mathematics to have shown the mode in which the mind constructs this continuum. It consists not of atoms or electrons or ether, but of points, lines, planes, and it has become conceptual space, the subject matter of the science of geometry. The infinite divisibility of the mathematical continuum, which has been from ancient times the fruitful origin of antinomies of reason, is shown in the modern theory to be involved in the construction of a concept. More striking still has been the result of the criticism of the postulates of geometry. From ancient times, Euclid's postulate of parallelism has seemed to invite demonstration, and at the same time to defeat all attempts to demonstrate it. It is impossible to state that postulate in terms which carry the conviction of self-evidence. Today we have in the non-Euclidean geometries the definite demonstration that it is indemonstrable. No contradictory results whatever follow from rejecting the postulate or from postulating the direct opposite of it. The result of this has been a complete reversal of the status once assigned to Euclidean geometry. From seeming to be the only possible science of space, the space system of the Euclidean geometry is now a limit. In the theory of relativity, it is the geometry of a point instant infinitely remote from gravitational fields, that is, the geometry of a space system when the distance from a gravitational center is infinite. In other words, Euclid's elements are not dethroned or rejected as untrue, but applicable in their absolute character, and this alone is the concern of mathematics, in an ideal region. What the criticism of the mathematical postulates has changed profoundly, therefore, is not our science of geometry, but our concept of the space which is the subject matter of that science. Instead of absolute space, arrived at by what we have hitherto regarded as a kind of instinctive reasoning, and then set up as a necessary concept of the framework of nature, we have now an infinite series of space systems, with the ideal space of the Euclidean geometry as a limit. And even these space systems are not concrete reality. They are abstractions whenever they are taken apart from the time dimension. For concrete nature is not matter, but movement, and concrete mind is not contemplation, but activity. It is no longer true, if it once seemed to be true, that the mathematical, physical, and natural sciences depend on the realistic hypothesis in philosophy. The assumption of material existence as a presupposition of the activity of mind in knowing and acting, even as a purely methodological postulate, is unworkable in science. This is the meaning of the new Copernican revolution in science, which is named the principle of relativity. Knowledge is the expression of the deep-seated need of the mind for unity. The intellect is an unceasing activity of judgment. Whatever the intellect apprehends, it relates, and it apprehends by relating. The mode of its activity is externalization. Its objective, therefore, appears always as the multiplicity rather than as the unity of its object, and the unification implied in the systemic order it imposes seems an external unification, something to which objects submit in virtue of their own intrinsic nature. But the only unity which can effectively satisfy is a unity which includes the subject of knowledge. Science based on a dualistic assumption is foredoomed to failure directly it attempts to rationalize its attainment. As a matter of fact, the history of philosophy shows us that the invariable result of such an initial assumption is that ceaseless attempts follow to reduce one of the two terms to nullity. This is the meaning of the controversy between realism and idealism, each strong in its affirmation of what the other denies. The keynote of modern idealism and its strength is the affirmation that reality is concrete. It rejects the abstract only insofar as it is set up as concrete in its abstractness. It rejects the presupposition of an object independent in its existence of the subject for which it is object, not on the ground of logical inconsistency, not on the basis of a metaphysical ontology which identifies essa and percipi, but purely on the ground of its abstractness. Idealism rejects equally the presupposition of a subject independent in its existence of the object, God independent of nature, minds independent of things. In this there is no conflict with physical science, because for science the subject of knowledge is a pure abstraction. Science hitherto, in claiming concreteness for its object, has imagined a pure object free from all subjectivity. Modern science is now coming into line with modern philosophy in the recognition that actual experience alone is concrete. This is what is meant by the idealistic interpretation of the principle of relativity, not that scientific reality has no other basis than the ideas in the minds of subjects of experience, but that it is based on an objectivity which derives its whole meaning from the concrete experience of the subject. Science no longer asks us to assume that there are abstract things in themselves contemplated by pure intelligences. A very striking analogy to the modern scientific revolution is presented to us in the development of the Cartesian philosophy of the 17th century. That philosophy began with a distinction of two substances, thought and extension, the one corresponding to what we think of as pure contemplative intellect, the other to the independent object of contemplation, nature. This philosophy arose when physics was differentiating itself from mathematics, following Galileo, and relying more and more on the experimental method. The philosophy of Descartes seemed to provide the very mechanistic basis of which science stood in need, the conception of a purely independent objective universe whose inmost constitution could be mechanistically explained. As a philosophy, however, we see it striving throughout its development, and continually failing, and finally completely failing, to discover any intelligible principle on which to establish the relation between the two substances which is presupposed in the concept of them. The dualism which science seems so imperatively to demand proved unworkable. The way of escape was offered by Leibniz, but it involved a reform of the concept of substance itself. In place of the concept of substance as the substratum of two systems or orders of movement, one inert and mechanical, the other contemplative and volitional, Leibniz formulated the concept of substance as essentially active and dynamic. Reality was constituted, he said, of simple substances, but these were the monads, active subjects of experience, each having the universe mirrored in its acting center. These monads were not conceived as independent minds dotted about in an alien matter, in an independent universe, which they behold in their own manner and make the best of. They were conceived as centers of activity, an activity consisting in the perceptions of which the objective world or nature consists. When we make allowance for the differences in the outlook of the 17th century in science, philosophy, and religion, do we not see that the essence of this reform of the concept of reality is to substitute concrete experience for the independent abstractions, mind and matter? When we turn to the new conception, which is presented to us in the four-dimensional continuum of Minkowski and the finite yet unbounded universe of Einstein, do we not find that the basis of this conception is precisely the same, namely, the rejection of abstractions such as absolute space and time and pure contemplative intellect, and the substitution of actual, concrete experience? To see that this is so, we have only to look behind the brilliant mathematical devices which form the scaffolding of the new scientific structure, and fix our attention on the leading motive and method, and we see at once that the strength and security of its foundation lies in its conception of scientific reality as constituting wholly in individual experience, and not, in any degree or in any respect, on presupposed conditions of experience. Take, for example, the new discovery of the constant velocity of light. The constancy of this calculated velocity depends simply on the experience, not on a presupposition of experience, that we have no more rapid way of communicating than light signals afford. If we had, or should ever come to have, then the constancy of this velocity would cease to be a fact. But this is a minor point and a detail. Let us come to the main conception itself. In the universe, as Minkowski and Einstein require us to conceive it, there is no simultaneity. This does not mean that we have to calculate the simultaneity of events on a new principle. It means that simultaneity, in the old sense, has lost its significance and in fact represents nothing. No two events are simultaneous in any universal meaning. Also, there is no universal system of geometry, nothing which even corresponds to the Euclidean geometry in the old conception. Every point event has its own geometrical system. Instead of Euclidean geometry, we are given the concept of infinite geometrical systems, of which the Euclidean may be a limiting case. Now, when we look behind these facts to the concept of reality on which they rest, we are able to see at once that their whole ground and rationality lie in the conception of scientific reality as constituted wholly of concrete experience. Every point event in this universe whose track forms a world line has to be taken primarily from its own standpoint, according to which it is the center of the universe and its world line the norm of direction, and all other events and world lines are coordinated by it on a principle which maintains its standard. At no point in this universe and under no aspect of it can we dissolve the experience into factors and say, here we have pure nature and here we have pure mind. In what follows, I have endeavored to outline the philosophy of this concept of a scientific reality based on pure concrete experience without presuppositions. End of introduction. Recording by Owlivia.
Chapter 1 of A Theory of Monads. Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Theory of Monads. Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity by Herbert Windowless Carr. Chapter 1 The Windowless Monad. The monads have no windows by which anything can enter or pass out. Leibniz. The world is my idea. This is a truth which holds good for everything that lives and knows. Schopenhauer. Philosophy is science, but not one of the sciences. It is the search for truth, but not for particular truths, nor for truth about particular facts. It is the attempt to know and set forth in systematic order full concrete reality. It is, to speak figuratively, the mind's adventure or voyage of discovery on the ocean of its own existence, an adventure the purpose of which is to discover the full range of its activity, to know itself. There are two ways in which we may regard the mind. We may, and commonly do, regard it as belonging to a class among the classes of things of which the universe is composed, as an existence within the universe. We distinguish mental things from physical things, and we make the mental things the subject of special sciences. For example, we have special sciences of anthropology, sociology, criminology, ethnology, and innumerable others, all of which treat the mind as a definite thing or as the definite quality of definite things. And also we have special sciences, like the physical and mathematical sciences, geometry, astronomy, geology, chemistry, mineralogy, and the like, all of which treat their objects as entirely independent of any relation to the mind. Philosophy is not the science of mind when mind is regarded as a particular kind or class of existent objects. We may also regard the mind in another way. It is, for each conscious experient, the active center of a universe, a center which is not independent of the universe, nor one of the constituents of the universe, but a focal point within it. In this way of regarding mind, our whole universe comes within it, for our mind consists of our knowledge, and our knowledge is the universe, mirrored, as it were, in that active center. When mind is regarded in this way, it is the subject matter of philosophy. If philosophy on its theoretical side is science, on its practical side it is wisdom. When we account a man wise, we mean something more than and something different from what we mean when we say that he is learned or skillful. We mean that however extensive or intensive his special knowledge may be, he is able to grasp or comprehend life in its aspect as a whole. Plato tells us in the Apology that the Delphic oracle had pronounced Socrates the wisest of the Greeks, and that on being informed of the oracle, Socrates wondered what could be the meaning of the god, and in order to discover it questioned all those who professed to have knowledge, but only to meet everywhere with disappointment. He concluded that the oracle spoke truly, but that his wisdom only consisted in his making no pretension to knowledge. This is emblematic of philosophy and philosophers. The search for truth at once attracts us to the possessors of knowledge. We are even overawed at the vast attainments of the human mind in the arts and sciences which minister to the needs, theoretical and practical, of human beings. Yet this knowledge is not wisdom. What the philosopher would possess is comprehension of the human activity itself in its full, concrete, universal meaning. Can we not then define with clearness and precision the special subject matter of philosophy in its full technicality? I think we can. Valuable and necessary as it may be to indicate the general nature of philosophy in literary and figurative form, we always, when we do so, leave behind a feeling of dissatisfaction. Vagueness and shapelessness seem to characterize philosophy, and then we are inclined to draw a sharp contrast between it and science. Scientific knowledge appears precise and systematic and molded on reality. Philosophic knowledge, nebulous and indefinite, with no sure outlines, and concerned only with what is purely ideal. Yet even to the extent to which this is true, it does not necessarily indicate an advantage of science and a disadvantage of philosophy, for we can show that the precision of the mathematical and physical sciences is due to their abstractness and therefore to their poverty when compared with the richness of philosophic truth. In saying this, I do not mean to disparage the sciences. I mean only what Kant pointed out at the end of the Critique of Pure Reason, when he made the comparison between mathematical and philosophical truth. In mathematics, he declared, we make synthetic judgments, which positively extend our knowledge of reality, while in philosophy any such extension of knowledge is impossible. But the apparent defect of philosophy is due to its wealth and not to its poverty. Philosophy is the science of the monad, and the order and arrangement which it studies is the monadic order. Philosophy is monadology. The term was first made familiar in the celebrated work of Leibniz which bears that title. In adopting it, I am not advocating a mere return to Leibniz, either for the formulation of a particular doctrine or for a new point of departure in philosophic theory. I mean that the term expresses, in a way which no other term will, the true technical subject of philosophy and the nature of its special task. We have come, it is true, to associate it with the special form which Leibniz gave it in his system, and more especially with the difficulties he strove to overcome by the hypothesis of the pre-established harmony. I propose to use the term in a sense in which it seems to me no philosopher can reject it, because it indicates the reality or fact of living experience which is the ground of philosophy as a distinct study. What, then, is this fact of living experience? It is the mind of the finite individual, the mind which each of us experiences in himself and recognizes in others. This mind is utterly unlike anything in the physical world, and indescribable by any of the categories under which we classify physical things. In the first place, none of the spatial categories apply to it at all, and in the second place, the temporal categories acquire, when predicated of it, an entirely different signification to what they have when used of physical things. The mind is a monad, and a monad is, in the words of Leibniz, a simple substance, simple meaning that it is without parts. The mind appears to us indeed at times as a stream of consciousness, and this stream seems to break up naturally and artificially into distinct and separate states. But reflection shows us at once that the states are not elements or constituents of the mind, for the whole undivided mind is in any one of the states. There is, it is true, a mental order or arrangement, but it is of a different character altogether from the order or arrangement of physical nature which we study in the mathematical and natural sciences. The mind in its integrity is the subject of philosophic science. At every moment of living experience, and from moment to moment of experience, we are confronted with two orders of arrangements to which we must conform and to which all our actions are adjusted. Each order seems independent in itself, and self-sufficing in its principle, and yet the two orders seem interdependent on one another. The one is atomic, the order of nature. The other is monadic, the order of mind. The two principles, the atomic and the monadic, seem irreconcilable. Moreover, each in its universality seems to exclude the other. Yet, to quote again the words of Leibniz, the monad is a simple substance which enters into compounds. Thus every finite individual is a multiplicity and a unity. Its living activity depends upon the union in the one individual of two principles which are antithetical and divergent. The subject of experience is mind and body. The body relates the subject to an order of nature of which the body is itself a part. The mind encloses the subject in a private universe which has neither inlet nor outlet. Each, mind and body, indicates a system of relations and a principle of order or arrangement to which the individual must conform. Let us turn, however, from these technical and abstract formulations, and see how the seeming paradox is exhibited in plain facts of experience, illustrated in the most ordinary course of our daily life. I enter a railway carriage, in which other passengers are seated. I at once arrange myself according to the order which I think of as physical reality. There is a space common to all the objects, and the objects are juxtaposed within it. There is a time common to all events, and the events are in fixed relation of before and after. I and my fellow passengers are physical objects among the other physical objects. We occupy space, and have a definite range of activity, that is, a possibility of free movement within definite spatial and temporal limits. This order is an atomic order. Quite apart from any philosophic or scientific difficulty in regard to the concept of the ultimate nature of an atom, the whole order and arrangement is conceived as that of elements or constituents whose reality and individuality consists in adverse space occupancy. I and my fellow passengers ultimately consist of constituent parts from which it is possible to abstract every quality but one, namely, the occupation of a part of space. This, then, is the atomic order, and to belong to it, or form part of it is, in the common sense and scientific meaning, to exist. But there is another order. Each of my fellow passengers is, like myself, a mind. Each mind is a universe reflected into a center, as though into a mirror, and every center is an individual point of view. Between one mind and another there is absolutely nothing in common, neither space nor time, neither object nor event. To a mind all reality is experience, and to each mind its own experience. All experience is personal experience. Thus I and my fellow passengers each knows only a private space and a private time, and the objects and events which for each of us occupy this space and time are private and incommunicable. I look then at my fellow passengers, and I know that for each of them, as for me, there is a center of attentive interest, and I know that everything which I find it convenient to say is common to all of us, is really for each mind an abstraction of some part or aspect of its own absolutely self-centered system. The order into which, for each mind, every new experience enters is not atomic, but monadic. Everything to which I attend becomes part of my experience, and an organic part of it. It qualifies the whole, and it receives its character from the whole which it qualifies. Let us now compare the two orders in regard to the dynamic principle which underlies them. I and my fellow passengers are so many physical objects of a definite form and structure who occupy space and endure in time. Like all physical objects, we interact, and we interpret this as meaning that we belong to one and the same system of reality. Within this system, every movement is exactly compensated. We are causally related with one another within the system of which we are a constituent part. All this has come to seem very plain and self-evident, that is, to require no logical proof, and we name the principle which holds the parts of the system together in reciprocal relationship causality. It would be impossible, of course, to demonstrate to anyone who should dispute it that there is in fact an exact equivalence between every action and reaction in the system, but it is so fundamentally necessary to our concept of scientific reality that, though theoretically the principle may be doubted, practically it cannot be disbelieved. The causal concept depends upon the atomic concept, for although space is divisible, theoretically to infinity, yet everything which occupies it is determined both in itself and in every part of itself by its external relation to every other part. The atomic order, with its principle of external relations and causal equivalence of action and reaction, is the subject matter of the natural sciences, and their range is practically unlimited. I know, for instance, that my fellow passengers are highly complex structures organized on a common type for the performance of marvelously coordinated actions. To all intents and purposes, the natural sciences open to me a range of inquiry which is infinite, but it is a distinct order of reality based upon a precise concept of a fundamental physical reality common to all subjects of experience, in which each has a definite place in a space order and a definite span in a time order. The atomic order means therefore that I recognize a common world in which I and my fellows, and every infinitesimal part of me and of them, have their inalienable right to be. Let us now consider the monadic order. The common world which exists for our bodies does not exist for our minds. Our mind is an inner which has no outer, and this is equivalent to saying that for the mind, inner and outer have no meaning. They are really distinctions which belong to the atomic order of the body. In intimate union with each of the conglomerations of atoms I call other people, which jostles against the conglomerations of atoms I call myself, there is an invisible, intangible, impenetrable reality, not common to all of us, but absolutely private to each of us. The elements or constituents of this world are thoughts, feelings, sensations, desires, images, notions, recollections, purposes, intentions. But these are not atomic elements. When my body dissolves, its constituents remain. They are only disassociated. When my mind dissolves, there are no constituents which exist dissociated. The mind is individual and absolutely indivisible. The phenomena of dissociated personality, for example, is altogether different in its principle from the common fact of material dissolution. The mind of a finite individual is a monad, and in using this term to denote it, we mean to indicate that the categories we employ in the physical and biological sciences are inadequate. They are inadequate because they are fashioned to deal with compounds and analyze their components. The mind is not compound but simple, and only exists in its integrity. This is our reason for holding that philosophy is science of the monad. This twofold order of reality, atomic and monadic, is not only met with in the familiar case of the relation of mind and body, it is present throughout the whole range of human knowledge. Whatever in the universe we can come to regard as a subject of experience is a monad. I may illustrate my meaning if I adapt to modern scientific concepts an old world parable. The kingdom of heaven, it was said, is like to a grain of mustard seed, which a man took and sowed in his field, which indeed is the least of all seeds, but when it is grown, it is the greatest among herbs, and becometh a tree, so that the birds of the air come and lodge in the branches thereof. The sort of miracle of natural processes which appealed to the spiritual teacher, and gave him his parable, is precisely the mystery which baffles the scientific systemizer. The small mustard seed is a constellation of molecules and atoms which obeys the atomic order of the physical world. Its analysis, chemical, physical, electromagnetical, offers no difficulties, neither, save for obvious practical difficulties, does its synthesis. So far as it belongs to the atomic order, its nature is transparent. But then there is something else, something which makes the mustard seed no part whatever of the atomic order, something indescribable as anything, something which not merely defies scientific analysis and scientific synthesis, but in respect of which scientific analysis and scientific synthesis are meaningless and absurd. We can analyze and synthesize a constellation of molecules, but we cannot analyze and synthesize a past experience, or a present activity, or a prospective end or purpose. These belong to the monadic order. It would, of course, be merely figurative to speak of the mind of a mustard seed, but when we consider the mustard seed in the unity, simplicity, and indivisibility of its individuality, holding in its present activity its past and expressing itself from its own standpoint as a finite living individual center, the mustard seed is a monad. The monad is not, therefore, the concept of an exalted order of existence, transcending or hovering above a lower mundane order. It is in reality when we view it from its own individual standpoint. Anything, however lowly and however limited the range of its activity, which we apprehend as being itself the subject of individual experience, a subject owing its predicates, not a substance displayed with its attributes to the contemplation of another, is a monad. When we view the world in this aspect of it, we see what Leibniz meant when he said, "The monads are the true atoms of nature." We can view the universe as consisting of monads and of nothing else. We cannot conceive a universe consisting of atoms and nothing else. A monad is a true unity, a unity which makes a many one. An atom is a unit, not a unity. It is one of many. Leibniz gives us a striking illustration, as remarkable for its scientific anticipation as for its philosophic insight. In the smallest particle of matter there is a world of creatures, living beings, intelliges, souls. Each portion of matter may be conceived as like a garden full of plants and like a pond full of fishes. But each branch of every plant, each member of every animal, each drop of its liquid parts is also some such garden or pond. And though the earth and the air which are between the plants of the garden, or the water which is between the fish of the pond, be neither plant nor fish, yet they also contain plants and fish, but mostly so minute as to be imperceptible to us. Thus there is nothing fallow, nothing sterile, nothing dead in the universe, no chaos, no confusion save in appearance, somewhat as it might appear to be a pond at a distance, in which one would see a confused movement, and, as it were, a swarm of fish in the pond, without separately distinguishing the fish themselves. The moment we attain this standpoint, philosophy acquires a special meaning, and a whole range of new problems comes to view. These concern the nature of the monad, the plurality of the monads, and their relation to one another. Also a whole set of problems will arise in connection with the relation of the monadic order to the atomic order, problems of perception, of intuition, of intellection, of volition, of action, problems of intercourse, of social order, of the individual and the trans-individual. These problems will arise in their order. Let us first, then, give attention to what is essential in the concept of the monad itself. I have given some instances of the kind of existence denoted by the term monad, and also of the mode of being on which the monadic order depends. My mind, and the minds of my fellows, are monads. Any center of living activity, such as a seed or a cell of my body, may be viewed as a monad. And in general, anything whatever which can be, and in so far as it is, considered from its own subjective standpoint as a subject of experience, is a monad. I will now, still keeping these particular instances in mind, try and set forth the essential and distinguishing character of the monad. It is expressed in the negative qualification, windowless. We owe this picturesque expression also to Leibniz. The monads have no windows by which anything can enter or pass out. This has proved a great stumbling block to the acceptance of the doctrine of the monad. It introduces a paradox into the concept itself. There is intercourse between mind and mind. Minds are monads. If then there be no inlet or outlet through which influences pass, how is intercourse possible? Many philosophers, confronted with this difficulty and anxious to retain the concept of the monad, have declared that the monads have windows, that they interact after the manner of physical things, with the difference only that they belong to a higher order. If we suppose the monads to have windows, then indeed the difficulty of the problem of interaction disappears. But with it disappears also the essential character of the monad. The monad is no longer a monad. It is transmuted into its opposite, the atom. To say that the monad has windows is as though one should say that the circle has angles. It has been held, indeed, that the circle is constituted of infinitesimal straight lines. Such a concept of the constitution of a circle would be to me the exact parallel of the concept of interacting monads. But is it not the negation alike of the geometrical and of the metaphysical concept? I propose then to examine this qualification windowless, not as a question of theory, but as a question of fact. Let me try and first explain what precisely is meant by this negative character and indicate its particular application in the instances of monads which I have given. Let me return, then, to the illustration of my fellow passengers in the railway carriage. They are minds, and minds are monads. I can communicate with them, and they with me. For such communication we are dependent on physical signs, facial expressions, gestures, bodily movement, and above all, spoken words. We are also dependent on special adaptations of our bodily organisms, sense organs and their neural connections. All these means and instruments of communication belong to the atomic order, but they seem to intervene between mind and to serve as an independent medium for the interchange of thoughts, wishes, desires, actions, which belong to the monadic order. There is intersubjective intercourse, and it is effected apparently by something common to the communicating minds, which at the same time is external to each. How is this conceivable unless we suppose the monads have windows? When, however, we conceive the mind and its intercourse in this way, we are not conceiving the mind as a monad at all. There are not monads and atoms existing side by side in a spatial universe. There is a monadic order and there is an atomic order. Each order is universal, and the presence of one is the absence of the other. When we describe intercourse as an influence propagated from mind to mind through the medium of the physical world, we are not conceiving these minds as monads, subjects of experience, but as substances, essentially atomic, notwithstanding their negative qualification of being inextended. We are, in fact, conceiving the mind very much as Descartes conceived it when he supposed it to be seated in the pineal gland. We regard it, from its furniture of images and concepts, as existing apart from and externally related to an extended world in space through which it communicates influences to other minds by creating and propagating disturbances in an atomic environment. In the monadic concept, the means and instruments are not external to the monad, and the communicating monads, though completely independent, are not spatially juxtaposed. Here, then, we touch the great difficulty in the monadic concept. The monad is a concept unlike all our ordinary concepts, because, while these are based on a spatial schematism, space being the basis of the concept of externality, the monad is the concept of a reality more fundamental than space and externality. The first essential inquiry, therefore, is, why must we conceive mind as a monad? What is the necessity compelling us to this intellectual effort? Why may we not rest satisfied with the ordinary view that mind is a particular kind of existent thing? The answer is that the ordinary view of the mind, however serviceable and convenient in practical life, is theoretically contradictory and leads to actual absurdity. This will appear if we direct our attention to the problem of language. In the Academy of Laputa, described in Gulliver's Travels, there was a department assigned to the projectors of speculative learning. One of these was a professor who had contrived an ingenious machine by means of which the most ignorant person at a reasonable charge and with little bodily labor may write books in philosophy, poetry, politics, law, mathematics, and theology, without the least assistance from genius and study. The professor's pupils were engaged in breaking up printed sentences into their component words, rearranging the words by means of the professor's invention, and composing treaties by selecting the new combinations when they were found to have meaning. Obvious as the absurdity is, it is worth while to take the pains to discover the nature of the illusion on which the whimsical plausibility of the story rests. It will be found to be identical with an absurdity which we never suspect but which is inherent in the common opinion of the nature of intercourse by means of language or speech. The learned professor of Laputa might have defended the notion, to which he gave practical effect in his machine, by an argument of unquestionable cogency. It is an undeniable fact that words combined into sentences convey meanings. When, then, words are combined, meanings are created. Consequently, a mechanical device for combining words will be a simple and economical way of creating meanings. Meanings once created, it will only remain to select, classify, and preserve them in treaties. The answer seems so easy that even to tender it appears to argue a lack of the sense of humor. It is enough, we should say, to point out that words are a conventional device to express meanings. Unless there are first of all meanings, words, which are only means of expression, are, if spoken, void and empty noise; if written, visual marks and traces, not signs. It seems, therefore, that meanings must exist prior to and independently of the words which express them, and so we might suppose that the illusion on which the absurdity rests consists in treating words as still expressing meanings when they are divorced from their meanings. It seems to us indeed that two entirely distinct and separate entities join together in speech. First, internal unexpressed intuitions, and second, external physically produced sounds. Speech seems to be an artificial combination and external relation of two things, completely independent of one another in their existence. One of these is a mental thing or meaning. The other is a physical thing, the definite sound wave or combination of sound waves which we name a word. Yet reflection reveals the curious and generally unnoticed fact that when we divorce a word from its meaning, it ceases to be a word. And when we divorce a meaning from its expression, the meaning disappears without a trace. There is no unexpressed intuition, and there is no word existing in its own right. The absurdity of the professor's invention rests, therefore, on the universally accepted but false opinion that intercourse is effected by the union of a wordless meaning and a meaningless word. This twofold illusion is deep-seated in ordinary thinking and very persistent. We think and act and generally conduct our whole practical life on the assumption that our intuitions, our inner thoughts, and our feelings exist in their own right and entirely independently of any means which we may find of expressing them. The means ofttimes seem absent altogether, and always, even when available, more or less inadequate. On the other hand, this means of expression, whether it be plastic material or, like spoken language, the propagation of controlled vibratory movements in a fluid medium, is always, as a physical existence, independent of the psychical use made of it. The illusion, therefore, if it be an illusion, is founded on what appears to be the very fact of existence. What are words? They are parts of speech, spoken and heard, or if written, visual marks which serve as conventional signs of uttered words. There is an 18th century story which relates that on a voyage in the Arctic Circle, the ship sailed into a region of cold so intense that the words of the crew froze as they were uttered and remained suspended, unable to reach the ears until set free later on by a sudden thaw, when they were heard altogether. The gramophone has robbed this tale of much of its original delight of extravagance. Actual words with all the characteristic inflections of the speaker are now stored in records and can be produced at will by purely mechanical devices. There are, in practical working, applications of this device of marvelous ingenuity. There is, for example, a telephonic apparatus which will give warning to the mariner approaching a dangerous coast by actually calling out in uttered words the nature of the danger and the way to avoid it. We cannot help, therefore, treating words as definite things, existing in their own right, which we, by means of our organization of sound production and sound reception, use as the means of communicating our ideas. For the deaf and dumb, spoken words have no existence, not because the words are non-existent, but because the means of apprehending them are wanting, just as for the blind there is the lack of means of apprehending light and color. For the normal organization, therefore, there are words without and intuitions within, and all that is necessary is agreement on a convention which will attach a particular intuition to a particular sound. If, however, we consider what a word is when we abstract from its meaning, we see at once that whatever form of existence we leave to it, it has ceased in any sense to be a word. The whole of the definition, the fixity, the objectivity, which bestows on a sound the individuality of a word, is due to meaning, and nothing else. Speech consists in producing, by means of the larynx and its accompanying muscular mechanisms, sound waves within a certain range of frequency and amplitude, and imposing on these a form and definition which the receptive organ, the ear, can select and distinguish. Production and reception are strictly relative, but the relation is not external. Neither medium nor waves propagated in the medium possess in themselves the forms which words assume. There is no identity or fixity in a word which is due to physical structure. If again we consider what a meaning is without words or some other form of expression, we shall find that we fail altogether to give either form or content to the notion of it. We often speak of thoughts too deep for words. We are accustomed to think that we feel what we cannot express, and generally we suppose our mind to consist of a wealth of intuition out of all proportion to its means of expression. Does it accord with fact? The very act of reflecting on the intuition is itself an expression. There are no doubt infinite degrees of clearness or of confusedness in the expression, wide differences in the power or efficiency of the expression to be communicable to another mind, but no introspection will bring to light an intuition save and in so far as it is expression. We find, in fact, when we analyze the descriptive account of intercourse which we accept as self-evident, that we are really taking for granted several notions inconsistent with one another, and putting them together regardless of their incompatibility. Our ordinary notion of the relation of the mind to the object of knowledge, and of the relation of one mind to another mind, is in fact absurd. The absurdity is disguised in practical life because it is convenient, and convenience is more important than logical consistency. So when the absurdity is exposed, as for example in the story of the Laputan's professor's machine, we are amused but not arrested. We find it difficult to suppose the humorist is in earnest. In philosophy, however, logical consistency is the criterion of truth. Let us first, however, indicate the incompatibility of the notions. We suppose that there are two different kinds of world, an inner world of mind and an outer world of nature, and their relation to one another seems to be of the following order. Minds are separated from one another, and also united to one another, by the outer world of nature. This outer world is a system of external relations, and minds seem, in the first place, to be in definite external relation to it, and through it to one another. It is by means of external relations, and not directly mind to mind, that we suppose we communicate with one another. We think the mind is in the world, although it does not occupy any of the space of the world, or interfere with the real stuff which we suppose does occupy that space. The mind is an ideal world of meanings. Nature is a real world of things. It seems to us prima facie absurd to suppose that the mind holds the world of physical reality within itself, or that in any way whatever that outer world can be an essential part of and belong to the inner world. On the other hand, we find it natural to suppose that the spatial world would remain undisturbed in its existence were there no mind. This is our ordinary notion of the two worlds and their relation. Minds are behind, as it were, and in some way attached to, certain definite material structures, and at the same time independent of and distinct from the order to which those material structures belong. When, however, we make our notion of a mind definite and explicit, we see that mind consists of feelings, thoughts, and wishes, held together not by a material bond, but by a continuous memory, and owned by a center of active experience which we call the ego or self. The wealth of a mind consists in intuition and concepts. All its wealth it has originated within itself, and only what it has originated can it possess. We never think that feelings, ideas, desires, pass out of one mind and enter into another, nor that they arise in the mind in any other manner than by a process wholly within the mind itself. 1,000 homely proverbs bear witness to the universal acceptance of this notion. There is no royal road to knowledge. A man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still, and the like. It is true that we always associate a brain with a mind, but also we ordinarily distinguish very clearly between the mind and the brain, even if we believe that they are existentially inseparable. The continuity which makes the constituents of mind a unity is memory, and the mind is the interrelated system of meanings held together by memory. Memory is the substance of personality in the conscious subject of experience. Meanings can be expressed and communicated, but they can only arise within the mind to which they belong and for which they exist. They never pass out nor come in from the outside. This is the fact we are affirming when we say that monads have no windows. The external world, when we make our notion of it explicit, is a system of reality conceived as the direct converse of mind. It has a unity, but its unity is of another kind. It is a system of external relations with no privileged center, and no part of which has an exclusive nature. It is true we image it as an aggregate of particular things, each of which seems to own its qualities, but we come in our ordinary scientific inquiry to regard this image as a mere first appearance of, and approximation to, the true notion. The essential feature in our concept of the physical world is that there is an extended substance, every part of which is open to influences propagated from every other part. Its continuity is not, like the continuity of mind, in its inner nature. It is the notion of space which gives continuity, and space is the notion of externality. The external world is conceived, therefore, as a system of events arising out of the interactions of a material substance in a framework of three-dimensional space and one-dimensional time, a system in which every movement is exactly compensated by a reciprocal movement and every constituent or element is in causal relationship with every other. Our notion of knowledge is that it is a relation between minds and the external world. The relation is that of subject to object. The images and concepts of the mind, its ideal constituents, are supposed to represent the reality of the external world. Knowledge is truth when the ideas of the mind faithfully and adequately represent subjectively for the mind the objective independent external world. We suppose further that the mind can not only express itself in the external world, but can use it as a means of intercourse with other minds. These ordinary notions, the mind, the external world, knowledge, when we examine them critically, are incompatible with one another and inconsistent. The discovery may, and usually does surprise us, but it is no passing illusion. It is clear and manifest whenever we reflect. It requires no dialectic subtlety to discover that if the individual mind be as we suppose, a unity of the ideas which arise within it, and if the external world be as we suppose, an independent existence indifferent in its reality to the ideas of the mind, and if knowledge be as we suppose, the valid and adequate representation of the world in the mind, then either knowledge is an arbitrary and groundless hypothesis, or our notions of mind and world are wrong. There cannot be an agreement between an ideality and a reality if by their very definition a common factor is excluded. There is nothing recondite or abstruse in this dilemma. It is patent to every one who reflects. How then, we may ask, are we able to go through life as we undoubtedly do, with this obvious absurdity barely concealed in our ordinary common-sense notion? The answer I have already indicated in saying that in practical life convenience is of more importance than logical consistency. It is well, however, to observe the device by which this convenience is maintained. The paradox of our common-sense notion is concealed from us by the image with which we portray the whole process of life and mind. The image which seems naturally suggested to us by our general view of the world, and confirmed by common experience, is the image of a mind dwelling within the chamber of the living body as in an abiding place. The body is then pictured as a closed chamber, but a chamber with windows, the windows being the sense organs, through which the mind surveys the world beyond. The theory, when stated in scientific terms, is named animism, and finds illustration and expression in innumerable religious beliefs and practices, and also in philosophical doctrines. With these we are not concerned. Apart from any scientific, philosophical, or religious doctrine, this image of the mind as having an abode, and of the body as being this abode, is fundamental and ineradicable. It accords with the analogies of living experience, and has come to appear as not itself an analogy, but a direct and immediate datum of experience. It is this image, constantly accompanying us in our philosophical effort to express a pure concept, which fills the background whenever we try to present the theory of the monad. The monad is windowless not because it dwells in a dark chamber, but because it is the conception of the subject of experience in its integrity. We can now give precision to the character windowless. It does not imply that the monad suffers from a defect, nor does it denote poverty or deprivation. It is the distinctive feature in a new notion of what reality is, and in a new way of conceiving it. It does not mean that the monads might have windows, like the sense organs of the body, but are unfortunately without them. It means that we are conceiving reality and ideality, existence and knowledge, in a different manner from that of science and common sense. We are compelled by a philosophical necessity to adopt a new way, because, as we have seen, particularly in examining the ordinary idea of the process of intercourse, the notion that the mind is a disinterested contemplator of an independently existing world, looking out upon it from its vantage ground in a living body, fashioning ideas into conformity with reality for the benefit of the body it inhabits, and communicating these ideas to other minds through other bodies, is an impossible and inconsistent notion which leads to absurdity. The monad is the concept of an individual experience as an integral unity in which subject and object are distinct but united in an indissoluble relation. Subject and object are not separate existences held together by an external bond. They are a unity in duality, a duality in unity. Suppress either term, or the relation which binds them, there is no remainder, all is dissolved. To separate the subject of experience from the object of experience, or the object experienced from the subject experiencing, is like dividing the circle into a center and circumference, and supposing that each exists in its own independent right. The monad includes self and not self, mind and nature, in the unity of an individual experience. In each monad there is the one and only center into which the universe is mirrored, and one universe mirrored into its own center. When then we say the monad has no windows, we mean that, so far as the objective world is concerned, the image of the subject looking out of a chamber onto an alien universe is superseded. There are no separate worlds of the subject and the object, and distinctions fall within the monad. Besides the subject-object relation, there is also a subject-subject relation, or rather, if we take the subject-object as included in the monad, there are many subject-objects and a plurality, even an infinity, of monads. How can the monads be related if they have no windows? Without going into the problem of the plurality of monads and of the relations of the monads, it is sufficient for the immediate purpose before us to show that the concept of windows, were we to adopt it, would be of no service, would indeed be without meaning. If we find it difficult to understand how one mind can know another, how two minds can enter into a common life which is then no longer the aggregate of the two lives, but the whole life of each, how individual experience expands in intersubjective intercourse without increase or decrease of actual content, our difficulty is not in the windowless character of the monads. The concept is not spatial. The subjective experience of a nation does not cease to be the experience of the individuals who constitute the nation. There are no windows in the individual out of which his experience can pass to enter on the new national life. When a man devotes his life to his country, in enriching his nation he is not impoverishing himself. This is the meaning of the saying that the monads have no windows. Intercourse between mind and mind seems to us, then, theoretically impossible if the monads, that is the minds, are windowless, and yet practically we know that the monad is windowless by our experience of this very fact in intercourse. The whole concept of moral conduct rests on and illustrates the fact that the monad is windowless. Consider such concepts as humanity, nationality, church, state, tribe, family, the matrimonial and parental relations. These concepts have no meaning save for individual lives. Everyone supposes individuals in relation of intercourse, yet there is no life outside the individual lives, and each concept stands, therefore, for a higher degree of realized individual life. Thus, a nation consists of individual lives, and has no separate existence outside the individual lives of those who constitute it. What is it, then? It is a fuller and higher degree of each individual life. Nothing passes out of the individuals to form a new combination. The individuals each gain a higher degree. So we have the apparent paradox of a man losing his life to save it. The same truth is illustrated in every relation of intersubjective intercourse. The man who loves a woman, the woman who loves a man, lose nothing of their own individuality in loving. This is expressed in the paradox, they twain shall be one flesh. Their union is not interchange, neither receives nor parts with anything which belongs to its full individuality, but in seeming to give all, each gains all. In the perfect union of two loving souls, the two monads remain two windowless monads. To sum up, then, the mind, taken with its experience in its integrity and indivisible unity, is a monad. The monad is a simple substance, but substance conceived as an active subject owning its activities, and not as a substratum of qualities or attributes. The monads are the true atoms of nature. They are not units, but unities. They represent a mental or spiritual order, and are not to be confused with physical atoms, which represent nature as an external order independent of mind. Experience obliges us to regard real existence from two different standpoints, namely, as a system of external relations, and as an all-inclusive activity. To the individual mind, nature appears as a world which it contemplates, and yet perception and action are wholly dependent on and exist only in and for its activity as a subject. Our practical life obliges us to regard the world as an extended sphere of activity, consisting of a common space and a common time, within which common objects are juxtaposed and events are before and after one another. By common is meant that which is one and the same for all contemplators. Space, time, and material are the fundamental data of this world, and its constituent atoms are conceived as forming part of a mechanical system of action and interaction. On the other hand, experience is itself an order, which is pivoted on and revolves around an active subject. The subject is the center from which activity is directed and controlled, and into which the whole universe is reflected. The monad is self-contained and all-inclusive. Yet experience obliges us to recognize that there is a plurality of monads, because there are other minds and infinite possibilities of subjective centers, each of which mirrors the universe. The relation of the monads is not juxtaposition, but harmony or accord. Units, atoms, form aggregates by addition, combination, and disposition. Unities, monads, make the many one. Monads, therefore, enter into compounds, but not by way of addition. The type of the monadic order is seen in the relation of mind to living body. Each organ of the body and each constituent cell of each organ is a monad. The mind which makes the many one is not quantitative. The monads have no windows by which anything can enter or pass out. This negative description gives, in effect, the positive character of the monad, and serves to mark the principle which distinguishes the monadic order from the atomic order. It means that every center of living or conscious activity possesses the unity of a subject of experience, and that every change in the state of such a subject is wholly determined by the subject and self-inclusive. No monad by intercourse with other monads parts with its substance or deprives other monads of their substance. The monad does not dwell within the body and look out on nature through the sense organs as through windows. Neither does it grow by seizing what is without and adding it to what is within, nor yet does it diminish by dispersing activities and actions. There are not monads and atoms. When we view real existence as a monadic order, there are no atoms. When we view it as purely a system of external relations, that is, as atoms, there are no monads. The two orders are not of equal validity. When we view reality as atoms, we are taking an abstract view for a practical end. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Todd.
Chapter 2 of A Theory of Monads, Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Owlivia. A Theory of Monads, Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity by Herbert, Wildon, Carr. Chapter 2. The Monad's Perspective. As the same city regarded from different sides appears as other cities, and is, as it were, multiplied prospectively, so, by the infinite multitude of simple substances, it comes about that there are as many different universes. They are, however, but the perspectives of one only, according to the special point of view of each monad. Leibniz. The monad mirrors the universe, and the universe consists of monads, for there is nothing real but monads. To each monad, therefore, the other monads must present an external, objective aspect. How is this possible? It is not difficult to recognize the facts upon which the monadic theory is based. It is difficult to avoid presenting those facts in a spatial setting, and so completely concealing their true nature. We may easily be convinced of this. Nothing is clearer than that the distinction between our body and our mind, between the things of the body and the ideas of the mind, is a distinction between what is spatial and what is not spatial. Our body is spatial. Our mind is not spatial. Yet whenever we think of a mind possessed of a wider or narrower range of perception, we invariably find that we form the idea by the device of imagining our body to possess larger or smaller spatial proportions. A large mind, in the sense of a wide range of perception, seems necessarily associated with bodily bulk. Thus, when Milton describes Satan after his fall, lying with the rebel angels prone on the lake of fire, his body covers many a rood. Yet it is clear from the definition of the monad as a center of activity into which the universe is mirrored that the body is not that center, but itself a part of the mirrored universe. The body is not the subject for which the universe is object. The body is itself part of the object which exists in and for the subject. The spatial proportions of the universe, and of the body as part of that universe, are the perspective of the monad. This means that if we accept the theory of the monads, it follows necessarily that we cannot regard space as an absolute reality within which the monads are. Space is not the unity or continuity which binds the monads together and makes the many one. Space is the unity which binds together the diversity within the monad, but that is because the monad's activity is centralized and the universe is its perspective. When I look up into the starry sky on a clear night, the immediate object of my visual perception is a firmament bespangled with myriad stars. Science has discovered that those stars are distant suns. An infinite universe of boundless potentiality and illimitable diversity lies beyond my ken, outside the system to which I belong, and the range of activity which makes up my life. Yet every ray of light from however distant a star reveals to me, when I interpret its message, that the world from which it comes is of like nature with my world, subject to the same order, the same natural laws, and in every sense continuous with it. Again, beneath and within the smallest compass which I can distinguish as part of my tangible world, there is a universe of infinite diversity. Science reveals to me that my tangible world is composed of ultimate constituents of a nature which I denote by the term electrical, constituents which form molecules, atoms, electrons, and so forth. The immediate objects of sense which lead me to conceive this world reveal in that world a unity of structure and a uniformity of behavior which show it to be continuous not only with my own world, but with the infinite stellar universe beyond. What is the nature and what the origin of this systematic unity? What is it makes this one many, this many one? What is the principle of interpretation which this unity demands? The monadic theory rejects the view that the unity and diversity of the universe are qualities or characters inherent in an objective reality independent of the mind, presented or given in passive contemplation. If we assume or posit such a reality, and suppose its presentation to the mind, and suppose the mind possessed of the power of discernment, it is still unintelligible how or that such reality could itself reveal to contemplation the character which is implied in saying that in it the many are one, and one many. And we are, in fact, forced, as I shall endeavor to show, when we seek to make such character rational, to introduce a transcendent source of the unity. The monadic activity is self-centered. The monad acts as a seed or germ acts when it is converting its inner potentiality into outward expression and action. A monad does not create or produce from itself the universe, for the monads are the true atoms of nature, and monad does not create monad. There are not monads and universes, but to each monad belongs its universe, which is the universe. The monad determines from within the perspective of its universe, inasmuch as it is a center from which the universe is viewed, and into which the universe is mirrored. In this perspective lies the principle of unity and diversity. Each monad is confined to its own perspective, but the very isolation which is thus affirmed postulates the infinity of monads, for there are infinite perspectives. Every monad exists both in itself and for the other monads. In itself, it is a subject of experience, living its experience with its own perspective. For the other monads, it is part of each monad's universe, within whose perspective it comes, and of which perspective it forms a part. Thus, while every monad is thing in itself, and also thing for another, it is not for another what it is in itself, and it is not in itself what it is for another. It is not easy to see why unity and diversity in nature cannot be directly apprehended as attributes of a reality in which they are inherent, and it is most important to demonstrate this impossibility clearly at the outset. To ordinary common sense, the monadic theory presents a distinct air of paradox. It seems unnecessary and even perverse to common sense to reject an interpretation of nature which is plain and straightforward for one which, whatever fascination it may have for dialecticians, calls for an unusually difficult intellectual effort, and carries us in the reverse direction to that of our ordinary habits of thought. The interpretation of uncritical common sense is that we discover in nature unity and uniformity because they are there to be discovered. It is part of a general, uncritical theory, and as it is not unusual for philosophers to appeal to what they call common sense, it is very important to state the theory with precision. Common sense is the view that things are in their independent existence what they are as we know them. It is not merely the belief or opinion that things exist independently of whether we know them or not. It is the affirmation that things which we know are in their own nature what they are as objects in our knowledge of them. Common sense is not dualistic in the philosophical meaning of the term. It does not distinguish mind as thinking substance from matter as extended substance. It has no theory of knowledge. It simply accepts what is as what may be known, and what is known as being in itself what it is known as being. Many philosophers have claimed for their theories of knowledge and reality that they simply formulate this naive realism of common sense. Berkeley, for example, was insistent that his theory, esse is percipi, expressed the ordinary, unsophisticated man's meaning. We may admit that, so far, Berkeley was right. Yet when he sought to justify the common sense view of the permanence of existing things, the view that our perceptions, which we are actually perceiving, are continuous with identical, objectively existing perceptions which we are not perceiving, and this is common sense, he was driven to posit as the ground of this continuity a transcendent cause. The claim of Berkeley to represent common sense is indeed one of the paradoxes of philosophy. Berkeley's theory is literally what the ordinary man to be consistent must mean, yet it is what the ordinary man never does mean. So that we may quote Boswell's words in the famous story of Dr. Johnson, claiming to have refuted Berkeley's theory by kicking a stone, that though we are satisfied his doctrine is not true, it is impossible to refute it. The reason is that our first reflection on experience, the ordinary reflection which leads to scientific knowledge, brings home to us the evident fact that the particular form nature assumes in immediate apprehension is determined by perspective. Perspective clearly appertains to the mind and depends on its standpoint of observation and is not inherent in the object apprehended. Hence arises the distinction between the object of scientific knowledge and the object of direct sense perception. Science we regard as peculiarly concerned with the task of determining what reality is when divested of every appearance which can be attributed to the observer's perspective. Dialectical disquisitions on what common sense means, or ought to mean, by its affirmation of the real existence of the objective world, have an air of unreality. They never seem to come to close quarters with a real issue. It is both more important and more impressive to examine the notion of reality which serves as a basis of physical science. Just as a space of geometry is not the space of sense experience, so the reality which science treats as actual independent existence is not the reality of sense experience. It is a conceived, not a perceived reality. And if it must be formulated in terms of a potential perception, it is a perception which under no possible conditions could be actual. It is a conceptual reality which experience is held both to postulate and interpret. It is important, therefore, to lay this concept bare, that is, to show what is implied not in any particular theory of the constitution of the external world, but in the general notion, deeply seated in common sense thought, that there is a real world with its own nature, independent of the mind whose object it may be, and that this world, whatever its nature, and however inaccessible to us, is the ground of knowledge and the only criterion of the validity of knowledge. When we examine the notion and follow out its implications, we are likely to be amazed at its inconsistency, and we may even come to feel surprise that we should have somehow come to believe it as a matter of course. The antecedent improbability of its truth makes belief in it seem so extravagant. The world of immediate experience is both diverse and uniform. It is many, and it is one. Its variety is infinite, its order universal, and this many-oneness is the principle which enables science to carry investigations beyond what is given in experience and formulate results which transcend any possibility of verification by actual experience. What sort of world must it be, then, if we assume it to exist in itself and to display the character of many-oneness as its inherent property to the mind which contemplates it? We are to divest the world of any aspect it may present which is due to the perspective of the observer, and form a notion of it as it is in itself and unobserved. The world must consist of matter or stuff in the form of which may be quite indeterminate, but it will be absolutely conditioned in 3 definite respects, namely, 1. Adverse occupancy of space. By adverse is meant that the occupancy is absolute and exclusive. 2. Perduration of time. And 3. Mobility, that is, the power to occupy a new position in space at a new moment in time. Space, time, and mobility are the conditions of existence, but what really exists is the matter or stuff. These real conditions, however, are essentially principles of division and separation. By virtue of them, real existence is many, not one. Space occupancy confers independence. Space is an order of juxtaposition. The very concept of it implies the exclusiveness and therefore the independence of the occupant. Abstracted from the mind and purely in itself, real existence is a many which cannot possess any principle of unity to secure uniformity, for pure space and pure time possess no privileged point or moment such as exists in the experience of an observer. The diversity of the world so considered is absolute, but this is to deny to the concept we have formed the very condition which alone can make it the object of scientific knowledge. On the other hand, unity and uniformity are necessary conditions of mind and mentality from which we have made abstraction. The Greeks accounted for the unity and uniformity of nature by imagining the world populated with nature gods, nymphs, satyrs, river gods, and such like. The Christians rejected this as paganism and believed that the physical universe was brought into existence by the personal creative act of God, but that at present it is to a large extent under the sway of Satan and his subordinate spirits of evil. Both systems of thought are mythological and anthropomorphic, but at least they recognize the fact that the unity of nature can only be conceived in terms of mind. The modern scientific concept of a physical world existing in itself and in abstraction from mind, and yet possessing and capable of revealing unity in its diversity, is a self-contradiction. For the reality of science is absolute in its manifoldness. There can be in the very nature of it no unity. Yet science assumes uniformity and conceives that its reality not only possesses it, but reveals it. The common-sense belief that the ground of our knowledge of the physical universe is the objective existence of that universe in itself, and irrespective of its relation to our mind in knowing it, is not a dualistic doctrine and is not to be identified with dualism as a philosophical theory. Common sense does not set over against the object the independent existence of another kind of existence, the mind. It rather inclines to the view that the mind is nothing substantial, or what is the same thing, that anything may be a mind. It is important, therefore, to point out that a precisely analogous difficulty would confront us were we to take mind abstracted from its object physical nature as possessing independent existence. To suppose that the mind, or subject of knowledge, exists independently of the object of knowledge, that it would be unaffected in its nature and existence if separated from any and every object, could easily be shown to involve the same contradiction as that which we have noted in the common sense belief. Yet common sense does not commit this logical error. The reason is that no practical need compels us to affirm the substantiality of mind. The things of the mind, thoughts, feelings, volitions, seem so unsubstantial that our natural difficulty is to imagine their independent existence, whereas the objects of the physical world are so insistent in their materiality that to regard them as in any way dependent on their relation to the mind seems irrational. When we try to get behind the common sense and scientific belief in order to discover and lay bare the rational need in our nature which this belief satisfies, we find this deep-seated conviction. Whatever we regard as real must, it seems to us, possess an in-itself nature, however much the aspect it presents to an outside observer may belong to that observer's perspective. And it is precisely this need that the monadic theory is designed to satisfy. Monadism is not an attempt to establish for the subjective order of images and ideas a superior reality to that of the objective order of physical objects. In declaring the monads to be the true atoms of nature, that is, to be reals, it is not denying the objectivity of nature, but presenting a theory of it. Every real is thing in itself, yet its objectivity for a subject cannot be that in itselfness. Monadism reconciles being for self and being for another. I will accordingly present the monadic theory in relation to what it rejects and to what it accepts of the common sense notion of reality. It rejects the common sense belief in an absolute space and time as the necessary background or framework of reality. There is no common universe of the monads open to all and private to none. The monads are not circumscribed. They are not like a froth, each bubble in which is bounded and shut in by the circumferences of the others. On the other hand, monadism accepts the common sense belief that whatever is real exists in itself and for itself, and does not depend for its existence on the presence in the consciousness or mind of another. It accepts also the common sense belief that objects of knowledge are things in themselves, but it rejects the common sense belief that objects are in themselves what they are as objects of knowledge, or that knowledge of objects is knowledge of things in themselves, for things in themselves are monads. The most fundamental difference, therefore, is in regard to the concepts of space and time. For monadism, these concepts are not, as they are for common sense, principles of separation of reals. On the contrary, they are principles of unity. They belong to the monad. They are the perspective of its universe. The difference is not whether space and time are real or unreal, and common sense is not the view that they are real as opposed to monadism, for which they are unreal. They are equally real for monadism, but the nature of the reality is conceived as fundamentally different. Space and time belong to the reality of the monad, and are not the reality upon which the monad depends, and from which the monad's reality is derived. The nature of space and time is therefore the problem of the monad's perspective. One of the most important landmarks in the evolution of the philosophical theory is the doctrine of Kant in the Critique of Pure Reason, that space and time are brought by the mind to nature and not given to the mind by nature. But a century before Kant, the problem of space and time had forced itself on the attention of philosophers as a consequence of the advance of purely inductive science. A difficulty arose over the question of the nature of magnitude. In the 17th century, two scientific instruments were invented, the telescope and the microscope. Why mankind had to wait so long for them is difficult to understand, for they were nothing more than practical applications, mathematically deduced, of the observation which must have been familiar even to primitive man, that objects seen through a spherical transparent body, such as a drop of water, are visually magnified. The new instruments brought new and ever wider realms within the range of accurate observation. They were also the occasion of a philosophical discovery of a curious nature and of wide speculative interest, the discovery that great and small have no absolute meaning, that magnitude is not a property or character intrinsic to real existences. I will state briefly the argument as it is given by Malebranche in his Recherche de la Vérité, Book 1, Chapter 6, a remarkable chapter which had a great influence on contemporaries. The argument impressed Berkeley, who has reproduced it in the first dialogue of Hylaeus and Polonius, and who also makes reference to it in Cyrus. Suppose I take a line an inch in length. I know by mathematical proof that it is divisible to infinity, yet a very moderate division brings me to the absolute limit of what I can actually distinguish, a limit below which no fraction exists for me at all. But the inch may represent a mile, and then at once 100,000ths of the inch are appreciable. Again, a mite, by which Malebranche meant any living creature so tiny that it is visible and no more, is for me a minimum visible. Any part of it, its foot, for instance, is less than my minimum visible. Therefore, for me, it can have no foot. But place the mite under the microscope, and my minimum visible is changed. I now view reality not from my standpoint, but as it was from the mite's standpoint. I find that the mite has an organism to some extent the counterpart of mine, and a world which is not the cramped world of my ordinary perspective, but a world in which there are magnitudes which correspond to mine. So I am led to conclude not only that the mite has a foot, but that its foot is of precisely the same order of magnitude as mine. In other words, from my ordinary point of view, the mite has no foot. From my microscopic standpoint, if, as it may, it exactly corresponded with the mite's ordinary standpoint, the mite has a foot as big as mine. This may sound curious in the somewhat quaint example chosen by Malebranche, but the argument is not obscure. When we look at an object through a telescope or through a microscope, we describe the effect as magnification of the object. In the one case, a distant object, in the other, a near one. Yet it is quite clear that the object undergoes no kind of alteration whatsoever. If then we try to correct our statement, we shall probably say that the object is unchanged, but its appearance is magnified. Yet this is not only a contradiction in terms, but also a gross inaccuracy. An appearance cannot be magnified, and the new appearance is not only different in its proportions, but in kind. We may work out a point-to-point correspondence between the two appearances, but this would be in respect of abstract mathematical or logical characters. So far as imagery is concerned, they are completely different. What in fact happens is neither change in the object nor in its appearance, but change in the observer's perspective. The instrument enables me, pro tanto, to view the world as it appears to an observer in another system of reference. Such an argument is generally supposed to be concerned purely with knowledge and not with the reality which we know. It may even be held that the relativity of our knowledge of magnitude implies the absolute reality of that of which our knowledge is relative. For example, we possess no absolute standard by which to measure time, but we do not base on that negative fact a denial of the reality of time. Again, we never see what we believe to be the true size of anything, for its true size would be that which would be seen if no distance intervened between the object and the eye, and in that position nothing could be seen. So it seems to us that the fact we all recognize that our knowledge is mediate and relative requires us also to recognize as a correlative truth that the reality in itself is absolute. This is not the case with the particular problem of magnitude. It is not merely that we do not know or cannot know the true magnitude of any object, it is that magnitude is not a fixed determination of any objects. Suppose two observers, one, A, has telescopic vision and sees the world as we see the heavenly bodies when we look through a telescope. The other, B, has microscopic vision and sees the world as we see ordinarily invisible objects through a microscope. Let us suppose that each is looking at the same object, say the sun. In the perspective of A, it will be a large expanse on which he distinguishes the various markings known to astronomers. In the perspective of B, it will, by reason of its greater distance, be a minute point of light. If it be an identical object for each observer, as we are supposing, then either its actual magnitude is different, or else the space which separates it from B is greater than the space which separates it from A. Either alternative involves the denial of magnitude. Moreover, it is impossible to reduce the spatial difference to appearance. For let us suppose that A and B actually set out to travel together from a common starting point to a common goal. Either the time occupied in the journey, though beginning at the same moment and ending at the same moment, is different for each, immensely longer for B than for A, or else the velocity of their movement is different, immensely greater for A than for B. Either alternative involves the denial of magnitude. Yet again, suppose a light signal from an identical source to arrive simultaneously to each observer. Then if the velocity of light be uniform, the source is in a different point of space for A than for B, or if the point in space be identical for each, then the velocity of light is not uniform, but immensely greater for B than for A. The usual explanation of the phenomenon of telescopic and microscopic vision is that each is a deformation of the normal appearance of a real spatial extension, that it is analogous to astigmatism, or to the distortion of the convex and concave mirrors, or indeed to the ordinary accommodation to perspective. Such explanation will not hold. In these cases, there is complete compensation which can be worked out mathematically. In the case supposed, there is and can be no compensation. The inch of one is the mile of the other. It is not intended to deny that any change which a particular object may undergo when viewed in a new perspective is accompanied by a correspondent change in every other object in the old perspective introduced into the new. Thus, if the mite's foot, in Malebranche's example, appeared the size of my foot, a correspondent change would occur in the magnitude of my own foot brought from the old perspective into the new. It may be argued, therefore, that the ratio between magnitudes is constant throughout all changes in perspective. This is not denied, but it means that the magnified foot would only be the size of the foot if everything were altered in the same ratio. And that means that if the system of reference is changed, and that means that the magnitudes of the new system are identical with those of the old. What is denied is that there exists a standard of absolute magnitude, a standard which would enable us to fix a ratio between perspectives. In my normal perspective, I myself am neither large nor small. I am the norm. And in that perspective, the mite is infinitesimal. In the mite's perspective, the mite itself is neither small nor large. It is its own norm. And if I come into its perspective, I am a gigantic object. There may be perspectives in which both I and the mite are objects, and in these they may preserve the ratio of magnitude they have for me and for the mite. What is denied is that there is behind and beneath both these perspectives an absolute standard of reference, such as the Newtonian space or the ether, a system of reference which determines the ratio of perspectives. The perspective itself is absolute, and the norm of magnitude in all perspectives is constant, not variable. It is this which is essential in the monadic theory. Reality is not an absolute within which monads are and from which their reality is derived. The monads are the reals. The principle I have had in mind as directly contrary to the monadic principle is that known in philosophy as scientific monism. It interprets the many oneness of reality by an absolute which is external to experience, that is, a physical basis independent of experience, but on which experience depends. The philosophical monism, however, which is usually propounded as the most direct contrary of monadism, is a principle of the universal comprehensiveness of experience. This is the idealist theory that the absolute is the one ultimate subject of experience, in relation to which finite individuals are adjectival. The opposition between this philosophical monism and monadism offers a contrast of an altogether different kind from that of scientific monism. There is essential agreement as to the nature of reality, but divergence in the interpretation of its form. Absolutism insists on the one-manyness of reality. Monadism emphasizes the many-oneness. Absolutism affirms that there is one ultimate subject of the logical judgment, that all propositions imply, if they do not adopt, the form reality is such that, and that the absolute itself is a super-individual expressing itself in and through finite centers of experience. It denies that finite individuals are monads, and that taken by themselves they are all-inclusive. It declares, on the contrary, that taken by themselves they bear evidence of their abstraction from the whole. They are torn out, as it were, from the whole to which they belong and manifest their origin in torn edges. At the same time, they exhibit a degree of reality, and it is this that gives them their individuality, so that infinite individuals may approximate to the absolute itself in the degree of their reality. This brief and inadequate presentation of what is essential in absolutism is necessary in order to make clear what is essential in the monadic scheme. In order to present this monadic scheme in the simplest possible form, I will take an illustration which, though it must primarily be a representation in the reader's mind, I want to analyze not as a representation, but as actually occurring experience. According to the theory, the monads are infinite in the positive meaning of the term, but I propose to select two monads and consider them in their separate existence and mutual relations as exhausting reality. My purpose is to make unambiguous the monadic theory of the nature of the multiplicity and unity of reality, and to show the essential respect in which it differs both from scientific and from philosophic monism. In the descriptions of the battlefields in France during the Great War, one of the extraordinary circumstances recorded by many observers was the persistence of bird life continuing its ordinary activity undisturbed, however inconvenienced, while havoc and destruction were being wrought in its environment. It is said that after an artillery duel or barrage of great intensity had ceased, the skylarks could be heard continuing their song, which apparently had been proceeding throughout the terrific noise of the explosions. Let us picture to ourselves, then, a soldier after battle, listening to a skylark's song, and the skylark above the smoke choosing its alighting ground with regard to the soldier in whose movements we may suppose it directly concerned. Let us take these two subjects of experience for our illustration, the soldier and the skylark. Let us suppose the identity of their environment, so far as anything we are accustomed to regard as physical reality is concerned, and let us suppose each to be within the perspective of the other. Let us consider them as two monads or reals, and suppose them to be the whole of reality in the absolute sense in which reality is experience. That is, let us suppress in thought the idea that there are any other subjects of experience. There is no difficulty in doing this, for the supposition involves no diminution of reality. The reality we will call the battle, and we suppose that it exists in the experience of the soldier and in that of the skylark, and that they alone experience it. The battle is not to be thought of as a third thing, but as that which each and both are experiencing. In what sense are these monads two, and in what sense one? And how is their two-ness reconcilable with their oneness? The soldier and the skylark are each within the other's perspective, yet neither is for the other what it is in itself. On the other hand, one and the same monad is both in itself and for another, and the in itself existence is not existentially distant from the for another existence. There is therefore an essential two-ness, which is not an existential two-ness. In what does it consist? The answer is all important. It does not consist in the obvious fact that neither lives the experience of the other. Such a proposition is true, but purely tautological, involved in the bare concept of numerical difference. The true answer is that the two monads are essentially and substantially two, because there is no identity of meaning in the experience of each, neither in the experience in its integrity nor in the minutest element or part of it, on whatever principle it be analyzable. On the objective side, there is no common factor. Let no one accept this statement without challenging it. If there be a common factor, what is it? The experience in each is of battle. As that battle exists for each experient, whether it be conceived as a whole or as an infinite diversity, neither as a whole nor in any aspect of the whole or of its infinite detail can it mean the same to each. Such is the essential pluralism of the monads. In what, then, we now ask, does the essential oneness consist? The answer is that reality is not shared out between the two monads so that part is appropriated by one, part by another. Each monad is within the other's perspective, but in coming into another's perspective, the included monad leaves nothing of itself outside. There is absolutely no transcendence. The soldier's perspective, which the skylark does not possess, is not a detachable part of the soldier as he actually exists in the skylark's perspective. This, then, is the principle of monadic explanation. And if I have succeeded in making it clear in the supposed case of the two monads, it will be seen that it is of universal application. Reality is experience. The subjects of experience are monads. Every monad enjoys its own perspective, not by reason of its spatial exclusiveness of other monads, but by reason of the inclusiveness of the monads in its universe. Finally, when a monad is within the perspective of another monad, the perspective of the included monad is not part of the perspective of the monad in which it is included. There is yet a further point of great importance. It is only for a monad that there are monads. A monad is not in and for itself a monad, that is, one of the monads. Thus we may say the soldier and the skylark are monads, but we must not mean that each apprehends itself as a monad. We apprehend it as a monad when we recognize that in itself it is the subject of experience within its own perspective. The only way in which I can present myself to myself as a monad is by the device of imagining myself as in the perspective of another monad. Thus, monadism gives us a concept of reality in complete contrast with that which is assumed by scientific realism. The universe which comes within the perspective of the monad is real in the most absolute meaning of the term. Its reality does not mean, however, that what is within any perspective is in itself what it is in that perspective, but the direct contrary. What it is in itself is not what it is in the perspective. That alone is real which exists in itself, and knowledge of reality is knowledge that this in itself existence belongs to what in my experience is my perspective. I recognize as real only what is in my perspective and by reason of its belonging to my perspective. But the reality I recognize is that what is for me a perspective has in itself a perspective of its own, in which perspective I may have a place. Whatever cannot be thought of as subject of experience cannot be thought of as real. The philosophical gain of this theory of reality is that it dispenses with the concept of transcendent reality. There is no point in the theory of monads at which it is necessary to bring in the deus ex machina. I say this advisedly because Leibniz's theory of created monads and of a pre-established harmony has probably, more than anything else, done him the disservice of concealing the strength and self-sufficiency of the principle he has the merit of having discovered. Leibniz felt himself under the necessity of reconciling his notion of reality with that of a creator God, and this introduces at once a discrepancy into the whole concept. There is no way conceivable by which a simple substance can perish naturally. For the same reason, there is none by which a simple substance can begin naturally, since it cannot be formed by composition. So we may say then that the monads can begin or end only all at once. That is to say, they can only begin by creation and only end by annihilation. It is clear from this that it is not because without God their reality would be transient that the monads are in need of God. On the contrary, God is required because the monads must not be self-sufficient, as by their concept they are. They must be created, and creation is an event in time. But in the monad, time as well as space is within the universe mirrored. The time order belongs to the monad's perspective. Creation makes time an external condition of the monad, and the monad has no external condition. Leibniz, while endowing the monads with an indestructible nature in their relations to one another, postulates a transcendent God by whose creative act they are brought into existence as a system with a pre-established harmony, and by whose act they might conceivably be annihilated. Annihilated not individually, but as a system. Partial annihilation would break up the system and destroy the harmony. Such an act of God is not wanted to give constancy to the monadic theory. Monadism as a theory is neither atheistic nor theistic for the sufficient reason that its essential principle involves the inconceivability of transcending experience. For the same reason it is not agnostic, affirming a God and declaring him unknowable. Our perspective of the universe is not only from within the universe, but from a center into which it is reflected. We cannot view the universe from outside because we cannot be outside. The monads in our perspective are not the outsides of universes. Monads have no outside. The externality with which one monad endows another in its perspective is derived from that perspective and belongs wholly to it. To create is to bring into existence what does not pre-exist. The monad is creative in its nature because that nature is essential activity. It is possible to create a work of art, as Pygmalion created Galatea when he sculptured her form in stone. It is impossible to create a monad, a living Galatea, for to do that is to create a human nature, which can only mean bringing into existence what pre-exists. It would be to create something, the very essence of which is its past experience. There is, that is to say, a contradiction in the very notion of creating a living thing, for a living thing carries its past in its present activity. How can there be creation of the past? Moreover, the very notion of creation involves the concept of a transcendent creator. Thus, Pygmalion can only create Galatea if he already possesses an idea that he will express in sculptured marble. The whole theological difficulty of the origin of evil, of sin and redemption, arises from the perception that in the very idea of creation is involved pre-existence as idea in the mind of God. We cannot escape the dilemma. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. What meaning can we give to this if we suppose before the creative act inexistence of light, even as intuition in the Creator's mind when called forth by expression in word? It is clear, therefore, that anything we can call creation falls within and is not outside the monad. To create monads is inconceivable. To conceive God as a creator is to conceive God as monad, and it must then be true of God, as of every monad, that he is a living mirror of the universe, and the reality of that universe can only be the infinite monads within his perspective. Only a monad can create because only a monad can have that twofold activity which presents in idea what it will bring into existence. And a monad cannot be created or brought into existence because the present which alone could be created includes the past of which it is the outcome and holds within it potentially the future. To sum up, I have argued that the monadic principle is the only philosophical principle which can do justice to the unity and manifoldness of reality, and which at the same time is under no necessity to sacrifice either character to the other. In interpreting the nature of the real, it eschews the attempt to transcend it. It neither seeks the origin of unity in a transcendent character of the many, nor the origin of the many in a transcendent one. The nature of the reality itself discloses the inconceivability of origin. It is not in appearance, but in itself that reality is both one and many. It is not an agnostic limitation. It is hard to convince ourselves that the mind's attempts to transcend reality are vain. We are indebted to Kant, above all, for having established this philosophic truth. The ideas of reason, objects of a transcendent reality, God, the soul, the world, are not speculative ideas, but regulative ideas and practical postulates. We cannot know them because they are not objects within experience, and we are not subjects outside experience. On the other hand, monism transcends the given in order to affirm a one, superior to, more original, and more real than the many. Scientific monism affirms a transcendent object, absolutism a transcendent subject of experience. Absolutism, therefore, comes very close indeed to monadism, inasmuch as it sees the principle of many oneness in the subject rather than in the object. Both absolutism and monadism recognize that only what acts is, and that only mind or spirit acts. And moreover, in the theory of degrees of reality, it comes very close to the monadic concept. It fails and monadism succeeds just in the fact that the one must, and the other need not, appeal to a transcendent principle. Unity and diversity, the one and the many, can only be interpreted then on the principle that reality is monadic. The ordinary view of common sense, which has formed the concept of scientific reality, is that activity is exercised by the mind upon an independent material given to it. The monadic theory is that mind is self-centered activity developing like a germ or seed by converting inner potentiality into outward expression and action. The monad does not create its universe or produce it out of its own nature, for the monads are the true atoms of nature, and monads cannot create monads. The monad is an acting center into which its universe is mirrored. The perspective of its universe is determined by the monad from within and is self-contained. The monad is confined to its perspective, but in that perspective are the infinite monads. The monads within the monad's perspective are the reality of the monad's universe. The monad is both in itself and for another. In itself, it is subject of experience with its perspective. For another, it belongs to the universe of the monad in whose perspective it is. Monadism means that reality is activity and not a stuff of which activity may be an attribute, quality, or endowment. It denies substance as inert substratum, but affirms substance as active subject of experience. Monads are not a crowd with spatial boundaries. Plurality is not mutual exclusiveness. The monad mirrors the whole universe, and infinite monads are within the universe of the monad. Yet there are not an infinity of universes limiting one another. The monads all enter into and constitute the universe of every monad, but the perspective of one monad forms no part of the universe of another monad. The perspective of the monad is its in itselfness and incommunicable. Monads are things in themselves, for in themselves they are subjects of experience. They know and are unknown, for to become known they would have to enter as objects into the experience of a subject, and insofar as they were objects, they would cease to be subjects. End of Chapter 2. Recorded by Owlivia.
Chapter 3 of A Theory of Monads. Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Theory of Monads. Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity by Herbert Carr. Chapter 3. The Concept of Nature in Physical Science. Henceforward, space and time as independent things must sink to mere shadows, and the only thing which can preserve some sort of subsistence is a kind of union of the two. Minkowski. Monadology seems to follow a direction in the search for truth, the reverse of that which the mind takes in ordinary practical life and in physical science. This would be of little account were it not that in representing the inclusive character of reality, the monad seems to undermine and even destroy the fundamental concept of physical science, the notion of a physical reality independent of any mind and a common object for all minds. All distinctions fall within the monad, and all relations are internal. The ego and the non-ego, the subject of experience, the I or me, and the object of experience, the world or universe, are not brought together in the monad. They are not two existences united somehow in an act of knowing. They are one existence dissociated in the act of knowing. The relation subject-object is a relation of polarity. The existence of each term depends on relation. Subject and object are not, therefore, dual existences, but a dual relation within one existence. In physical science, the objects which we apprehend are common to all minds. This, indeed, is what physical means. The objects of physical science are not tastes, smells, auditory and visual sensations, feelings of pleasure and pain, but the existences which give rise to these subjective experiences. And in physical science, we regard these existences, however changing and unstable their appearances, as independent of their relations to the minds which may apprehend them. If then monadology renders such a fundamental assumption a priori impossible, it would seem to be destructive of physical science in its inception and ground. This is not a problem we can set aside, and it is not a science problem. It is a problem of philosophy. Physical science is in no need of philosophy to justify its existence, or even to stamp its method with the hallmark of validity. It is justified by its success, a success which is complete and unequivocal. The astronomer calculates the movements of the planets and predicts an eclipse. He can foretell the exact incidence of the shadow and define the time interval occupied by any portion of the event and to any required fraction of a second. All the astronomer's activity in calculating is dependent upon the workings of his mind, but the accuracy of his science depends on the absolute sense in which he can eliminate every subjective element from his object. It has come to be accepted universally that the success of science is due to this complete elimination of subjectivity, and that the possibility of such elimination is proof of the fact that there exists a common object which minds possess the power of apprehending. If metaphysical theory undermines or destroys this basis, it must furnish some ground of explanation for the success of science. I propose, therefore, to examine critically the scientific notion of physical reality. The notion itself, whether or not it be necessary as a basis of physical science, is not a physical but a metaphysical concept. John Locke, in the Essay on the Human Understanding, makes frequent use, for purposes of illustration, of the embarrassment of an Indian philosopher who, questioned as to what supported the earth, replied an elephant; asked then on what the elephant stood, replied a tortoise; and when further questioned as to what supported the tortoise, replied something or other he knew not what. Locke argues that the notion of substance as philosophers use it is this kind of explanation. It is an idea of something or other we know not what, which holds together the sensible qualities of a thing and constitutes its thinghood. What impressed Locke was the necessity we are under to postulate something or other and the helplessness we experience in our effort to give this something any characterization. This illustration is more apposite even than Locke suspected if we apply it, not to the philosophical effort to form a notion of substance, but to the scientific effort to frame a positive notion of the stuff which ultimately constitutes physical reality, or nature. The history of physical science is a record of the continual displacement of one notion of the material basis of reality by another, each on its discovery claiming to be absolute, and each in its turn finding that it must seek support outside itself. The Indian of Locke's story was not intended to denote some particular Brahmin, Buddhist, or other sage. Oriental philosophy was little known in Locke's time. The Indian of the 18th century was the ingenuous child of nature, the purely unsophisticated mind. He is Pope's poor Indian of untutored mind, Voltaire's ingénu, and the humor lay in the simplicity and childishness of the imagery. What the story really illustrates is the fact that the human mind, by an apparent logical necessity of thought, continually finds itself compelled to form a notion of some existence other than the actual existence present, to wit, in sense experience as the support and ground of sense experience, and then finds that it cannot give expression to its notion save and except in the imagery of that very sense experience which requires the extraneous support. Thinking is interrogating. The mind asks questions about immediate sense reality, and the very possibility of asking questions supposes a reality which is not sensibly experienced. The essential nature of thinking, it had been said, is the distinction of the that from the what. The that exists as present sense imagery. The mind may accept the that without asking what, but then it does not think. There may be, that is to say, and we commonly suppose there are, grades of mind, in which what we call discursive thought is absent altogether, in which the creature lives entirely in the present without representation of the past or anticipation of the future. We usually picture the animal mind as more or less completely at this grade. Mind is essentially activity, but the activity may consist only in the simple expression of experience in immediate sense imagery, without any conscious reflection or interrogation. But whatever may be the normal condition of mind below the human, and however content at times the human mind may be in the enjoyment of immediate experience, absorbed in a present attention to life, it is human nature to think, and thinking means that the mind sets the image over against itself, and refers it to something not itself. Why it does so, wherein lies the necessity which disrupts immediate experience, we may leave aside for the present, and concern ourselves with the fact. The typical form of discursive thought is the question, "What is that?" The question implies that the immediate reality in the form of sense image is not self-existent, but an appearance whose ground is the reality. This something, as the ground or cause or reason of the existence, gives rise to the notion of physical reality. It is the idea of a reality outside the mind and independent of it, which manifests itself to the mind by a stimulus which compels the mind to infer it. The certain fact, therefore, is that every thinking being does, and must, by the very nature of thought, suppose that there is a physical reality, a reality which is not a thought, but something thought about, something independent of the thinking individual mind, a somewhat which explains the actual that which is experienced. There are two philosophical theories of the nature of this physical reality. One is that it is an existence which the mind discerns by means of its sense experience, and that our experience is experience of the sensible qualities of this existence. According to this view, whatever be the ultimate nature of physical reality, and however inferential our knowledge of that nature, it nevertheless is independent of any act by which we come to know it. And also, ultimately, it is the ground not only of the knowledge of it, but of the mind which knows it. In knowing we discern, or make discovery of, what exists unknown. The other theory is that this physical reality is a notion which is entirely a construction of the mind itself, a very complex construction, the result of a long and elaborate process. It is not a process which originates anew in each individual subject of experience. It has become, through evolution, a human heritage, taking in man the special form of intellect and being the human mode of activity. Setting aside, however, any philosophical theory as to the genesis of the notion of physical reality, let us examine the nature of that notion itself and trace the variation of form which in the history of science it has assumed. We shall see that philosophers have not been more successful than the Indian who imagined first an elephant, then a tortoise, then something or other he knew not what. It is clear that no one living our human life can ignore the obstinate facts which confront and environ that life. Life presents itself to us as a power of using what is the very opposite antithesis of itself, dead, inert matter. We shape and mold this matter to our purposes, but we have no power to bring the least and weakest element of it into existence. It is there. It is indifferent to us, independent of us, and it seems as though life, in itself a strengthless, feeble stream of tendency without support, had, by insinuating and adapting itself, won the means of subjecting this inert mass to its service. It succeeds by what appears an incessant watchfulness and alertness, which, if it fail for a moment, is obliterated for ever by the dead matter. This matter, inert in itself, is swayed by resistless mechanical forces, consisting of the actions and reactions of blind, unintelligent movements. This is the aspect of the world to the human mind, and the first effort of the mind when it reflects and becomes self-conscious is naturally, and of necessity, to form a clear and precise notion of this matter, which seems opposed to life, and at the same time the necessary condition of the activity in which life consists. We find accordingly that historically the first record we have of pure philosophy are the efforts of men who sought to think out precisely the nature of this physical reality. A certain division or grouping of the forms of this physical reality suggested itself, we may suppose naturally, to the first reflecting observation. From very early times this physical reality seemed divided into four distinct elements: earth, air, fire, and water. This classification, which now appears to us primitive and even childish, not only endured through ancient and medieval philosophy, but comes right into the modern period. It is, in a general way, accepted by Descartes in his Principles of Philosophy, and its place in our language shows how rooted it is in our modern thought. We still speak of the elements when we wish to signify what we call in poetic language the untamed forces of nature. Moreover, it was observed that there is a certain opposition in the nature of these forms of matter, so that one form is inconsistent with another, as, for example, fire and water. This notion is familiar to us in our expression, the warring elements. Hence, when men turn their thoughts to the investigation of the nature of this nature, which is opposed to mind, and at the same time the sphere of its activity, and the ground of its existence, two problems presented themselves. The first, what is the primordial stuff of which the elements are forms? And the second, what is and whence is derived the moving force? We may single out four types of theories, each of which has for some time and during definite historical periods held sway, and appeared to offer a satisfactory basis of physical science. They will repay examination and criticism, for each may be said in formulating a principle to have disclosed a problem which has led to the supersession of a theory previously held. The four types of theory I propose to pass in review are 1. The theory elaborated in the ancient philosophy of atoms and the void. 2. The rejection by Descartes of the vacuum or void, and the theory of the vortex to explain movement in a plenum. 3. The theory of absolute space and time and infinite velocity, Newton. 4. The principle of relativity. Every scientific theory of the physical basis of the material universe approximates to one or other of these types. I propose, therefore, to examine them as types, to criticize only what is the essential concept in each, and I shall not attempt to present them in their historical sequence, or with full detail, or to set forth the variety of forms they have assumed. I shall also, of course, completely ignore all criticism based on other than logical grounds. The concept of matter, which is the basis of physical science, is not identical with the concept of substance of philosophy. Matter is the general idea of non-mental, space-occupying stuff. The doctrine that matter is itself the seat of efficient causality is materialism, and this is a philosophical doctrine. It is a curious fact that, notwithstanding the overwhelming importance of the part which the concept of a physical reality plays in practical life, materialism is not a primitive, certainly not a natural and self-evident belief. Animism, the contrary of materialism, is more primitive and more universal. Materialism, in the pure or aesthetic meaning, has always appeared late and not early in metaphysical speculation. It is also not a little curious that its condemnation by the popular judgment is always on moral, never on rational grounds. It has always seemed seductively rational, sometimes distressingly so, but it has also seemed to involve disastrous consequences in religion and ethics. It is in this connection that rationalism is used as a synonym for materialism. Materialism seems to justify the maxim, "Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die." The atomic theory of Democritus was the first form in which materialism took shape. It furnished the metaphysical basis of the Epicurean philosophy. The most beautiful exposition of this philosophy is preserved for us in the great work of the Latin poet-philosopher Lucretius, De Rerum Natura. The stuff of which the objective world or nature consists exist, he tells us, in the form of separate particles, atoms, whose size represents a limit of divisibility. The atoms are eternal and indestructible, identical in content, but diverse in shape, and movable by external compulsion, forming by segregation and dispersion the variety and diversity of the elements. They are encompassed by the void. The void is a negation absolutely necessary to the affirmation of the atom, and deriving from this necessity a positive status. The void is not merely the logical opposite or negation of the atom. It does not signify only the absence of an atom. It is a positive reality. There must be a void as well as an atom in order that there may be an atom. But the void also performed a function of prime importance. It rendered movement possible. For suppose the void abolished, and the atoms everywhere in contact with no free surface, even assuming them still to preserve their atomicity, they would become immovable. An unoccupied place in which to move is a condition of movement. If the space is occupied by atoms, the displacement of the surrounding atoms is a prior condition of the movement of any atom. An atom, before it can move, must displace the atom into whose place it is moving. If, then, there were no vacuum, and atoms formed a plenum, movement would be impossible. Moreover, as all the atoms are movable by external compulsion, and are continually shifting, here condensing and there dispersing, the void, like the atom, is eternal and indestructible. This argument is admirably set forth in the following quotation from Lucretius, Volume 1, 370-383. Illud in haes rebus, ne te derusere vero posit, quod quidam fingut precurare cogor, ceteres quam geres latis nitalibus aniunt, et liquidus appareris vias, qui post loca piscis lunquadunt, quo potus sedentis conflure unde, sic elias quoque res inter se possuant movere, et mutare locum, quam vis sint omnia plena. Se licent, it falsa totum recine receptiumst. Nam quos quamigere poterunt posserere tandem, ni spatium dederent latis. Concedere poro quo poterunt ande, cum paesis ille nequiment. Ad igitur multo privandumdumst, cum poroqueque, et esse admixtum, decundumst rebus ine, unde initum primum capiat res quidque movendi. And herein I am obliged to forestall this point with some rays, let it draw you away from the truth. The waters, they say, make way for the scaly creatures as they pass on, and open liquid paths, because the fish leave room behind them, into which the yielding waters may stream. Thus other things too may move and change place amongst themselves, although the whole sum be full. This, you are to know, has been taken up on grounds wholly false. For on what side, I ask, can the scaly creatures move forward, unless the waters have first made room? Again, on what side can the waters give place, so long as the fish are unable to go on? Therefore, you must either deprive all bodies of motion, or admit that in things there is mixed up the void from which everything gets its first start in moving. The atomic theory, or what is better described as the theory of atoms and the void, held its ground practically unchallenged throughout the ancient and medieval philosophy. It was opposed, but not by disputing the nature of matter, only by challenging its self-sufficiency and causal efficiency. Those who opposed it did not offer criticism of the concept, but denied the externality of matter, holding that it had been created and could be annihilated. It was the presumption of the atomic theory that nature in the form of atoms and the void was a reality which without contradiction could be conceived as eternal and indestructible, and this constituted, certainly for Lucretius, its main attraction. The object of his poem is to deliver mankind from the vain superstitions which torment it by showing that everything in nature can be explained without any necessity of supporting the intervention of the gods. The effective criticism of the theory of atoms and the void is a main part of the philosophy of Descartes. It occupies a considerable portion of the Principles of Philosophy, and in fact furnishes the real ground of Descartes' theory that material substance consists in extension alone. It is impossible to exaggerate the importance of Descartes' criticism of the idea of void, and of its supposed necessary function in supplying a condition of the possibility of movement. The whole subsequent development of physical theory may be said to hinge upon it, yet it is strangely neglected. The once famous vortex theory is now passed over in most of the accounts of Descartes' philosophy, or treated as merely an archaic curiosity. This neglect is perhaps not difficult to explain. It is due to the fact that Descartes is regarded as, before everything else, a speculative philosopher, and physics is regarded as peculiarly the business of the experimentalist. In the development of physical theory, therefore, we pass at once from Galileo and Kepler to Newton, and ignore the careful and elaborate work of Descartes, because it is confined, we suppose, to criticism of concepts and not to observation based on experiment. So far as the historical evolution of theory is concerned, we are quite wrong. Some of the amazement we experienced in regard to the simplicity and directness and magnificent comprehension of the Newtonian system is due to our ignorance of the profundity of the physical speculation of Descartes. Descartes' philosophy, however speculative in the philosophical meaning of the term, that is to say, concerned with concepts as distinct from empirical facts, is in the fullest sense practical. His rejection of the concept of a void or vacuum is not based on the formal logical argument that the vacuum is the idea of nothing and that nothing is a pseudo-idea, for it is impossible that there can be an idea which is not the idea of something. He rejected it because if there be a void, action is impossible. That movement of any kind may be propagated from one body to another separated from it by any instance, some medium united them, is essential. Action at a distance is inconceivable, and also a contradiction of experience. I can only ring a distant bell if I pull the cord attached to it. How is such an action possible if the connecting cord be composed of atoms separated from each other by a void? In every case of an influence passing from one body to another, there is some medium through and by which the influence is conveyed. While, however, Descartes saw clearly that a void, if it existed, would be an impassable barrier, destroying the possibility of action between bodies which it separated, he saw equally clearly the difficulty of movement in a plenum, the difficulty to obviate which the atomists had assumed the void. It was this difficulty which led him to formulate the famous theory of the vortex. The theory is that movement in a plenum cannot consist of the successive displacement of the parts in movement. Such succession could never begin because the condition of the movement of one part is the prior displacement of the part which is to give way to it. Movement in a plenum is therefore only possible if all the particles comprising it move simultaneously, and are so interconnected that they form a complete system. If, for example, we have a system of atoms A, B, C, D, Z, such that the movement of A involves that of B, this again that of C, and so on to Z, and if Z completes the system so that its movement involves that of A, then in this case movement is theoretically possible, but must be simultaneous throughout the series. Not only is a vacuum unnecessary, but it would upset the mechanism. This is the simple scheme of the vortex, and Descartes applied it on a magnificent scale to explain the planetary movements, as well as to account for the mysterious phenomenon of the lodestone. A vortex is not a theory of the origin of movement in a plenum assumed at rest. It is a theory of the nature or constitution of a universe in which movement is actually existent, one of its characteristics. Descartes does not assume that matter existed originally as a compact mass and that movement was somehow imposed on it or set going within it. His argument is of the nature of an a priori. He points out the conditions of the possibility of what is an actuality. The solar system is, in this view, a vortex, and surrounded by other vortices, which are the systems of which the fixed stars are the nuclei. The condensations in sun and planets are not solid concretions poised in vast empty space. They are centers of revolving movement, heavier and denser by reason of their lower velocity compared with the immense velocity of the ethereal elements of which the vast firmament is composed. Light he held to be a very subtle matter, and capable by reason of its subtlety of stupendous velocity. He throws out the curious speculation that it is stuff formed and continuously forming by the friction of the vortices moving against one another. Descartes had no theory of the matter or stuff of the universe. He accepted the old distinction of the four elements, earth, air, fire, and water. What he did endeavor to deduce was the particular form of these elements from the movement of an assumed primordial stuff equally distributed. The substantiality of matter consisted only in extension, or what perhaps we ought rather to call extensity, for it is not geometrical space. The whole point of Descartes' argument is that wherever there is matter there is extensity, not the place where matter may or may not be, but the substance of matter itself. Where there is nothing, there is no extension. Empty space is inconceivable. The notion of it directly contradicts the only idea which makes a mechanical propagated movement possible. Speculative as this argument is, it assumes exceptional importance in the light of our present physical problem, as well as for the part it has played in the historical development of physical theory. The hypothesis of the luminiferous ether is in fact designed to meet the very difficulty which Descartes had insisted on, the inconceivability of action at a distance. Descartes' whole philosophy was in fact called forth and determined in its direction by the great discovery of Copernicus, which had been published some half-century before his birth, and which in his time was revolutionizing the world view and necessitating an entirely new reconstruction of human thought concerning the fundamental nature of our universe. The aperçu move of Galileo is the real starting point of modern philosophy. It is a historical fact that throughout ages mankind has supported itself intellectually on a theory now demonstrably false, which explains the whole Cartesian theory of clear and distinct ideas. Our senses not only are untrustworthy in the matter of truth and error, they are not only liable to deceive us, but the whole point of our practical life is based on the deception, wrought in us by the senses, that the moving is at rest. It is clear, then, that it is not to the senses we can turn for our criterion of truth. They must serve a lower and utilitarian purpose. Truth is not based on psychical certainty, but on principles which are only discerned by an intellect free from the distractions of sense. It was the Copernican discovery, moreover, which set the problem: is movement the vacating of a position? When a material substance moves, does it leave behind a void? Or is movement a change of neighborhood of material substances relatively to one another? In declaring that material substance consists in extension alone, Descartes rejected the notion of a void within which things move and of atoms as indivisible particles occupying an infinitely divisible extension. Material substance is extension, and extension is not distinct from it. It is not a void expanse spread out beneath it. The physical universe is a plenum, and all movement within the plenum is relative change of neighborhood. To be at rest is to be within a system in which the objects retain to one another their relative position, although the system itself may be in movement of translation relatively to other systems. In this way the New World view was rationalized. The earth is at rest, said Descartes, in the same sense in which I am at rest in the cabin of the ship which is transporting me from Calais to Dover. It was therefore the New World view which absorbed the attention of Descartes, and which has made the profound difference between the old philosophy and the new. Descartes' brilliant physical theories, however, suffered complete neglect when the scientific world came under the influence of the great mathematical and physical work initiated by Newton. It seemed that then a new method was found and a new era opened, promising an unlimited extension of the science of nature. Newton discarded all dialectical arguments, and refusing to be turned aside by any problems of a priori possibility, set to work to study minutely the facts as they lay before him, and to measure them. Hypotheses non fingo, he wrote at the close of his Principia. He took for granted that facts are what they purport to be, or rather he never allowed doubt on the question to disturb him. This attitude towards nature has now been adopted as a distinctive basis of the physical sciences. We have indeed to recognize that only by assuming the subject matter of the sciences can we have any sciences, for if we insist on raising the previous question, we cannot begin. Newton, then, described the universe as it presents itself to a human mind contemplating it, and he sought to determine and fix in clear mathematical formula the laws of its phenomena. Space and time and movement were therefore for him accepted facts, not problems. The framework of nature is an absolute space, an even flow of time fixing an absolute succession of events, and movement, the translation of matter occupying a position in space throughout adjoining positions at successive moments in time. Space might be occupied or unoccupied, but could not be annihilated. Time was absolute and unalterable, and movement was capable of an infinite acceleration. The framework of the universe is therefore an infinite and absolute space, and an infinite and absolute time, and consequently an infinite velocity. Movements of translation and propagation, and in fact all physical phenomena which involve movements, were therefore expressible in equations of velocity, of which space and time are constants. What is continually surprising us in the study of nature is the discovery that its actual processes, detected by scientific observation and experiment, are so entirely contrary to what seems the obvious mode of their working. How difficult it is today, now that we have become familiar with the sight of people riding bicycles and able to control perfectly every deviation of the movement, to realize how incredible was the notion of its practicability 50 years ago. With what painful timidity we witnessed its first practical demonstrations. A most curious source of quite a number of illusions in regard to the movements which form part of our daily experience is an apparently natural induction, a false inference, to make which seems part of our human nature. The head which we hold erect is by far the heaviest portion of our bodily organism. We maintain its position by a continual expenditure of muscular activity. But of this expended energy we are entirely unconscious, and because of this unconsciousness we act continually and perform purposive movements under the conviction that our head is the lightest portion of the framework. Were it not for this illusion, and were it not for the difficulty of overcoming the tendencies and habits created by the illusion, the well-known difficulties in acquiring the art of bicycle riding, swimming, skating, even tightrope dancing would be non-existent. It is simple facts like these which show us that common experience is not self-explanatory, and which make scientific experiments appear so paradoxical in their inception, so revolutionary in their effects. The story that a falling apple raised in Newton's mind the question which led to the formulation of the law of gravitation may be apocryphal, but it illustrates the principle. Our nature is in equilibrium between an activity served by consciousness and able to be purposive, and an environment. Mental apprehension of this environment is practical, not theoretical. Familiarity is not identical with, nor a substitute for, scientific knowledge. Take, for example, Newton's first law of motion, the vis inertiae, the force or power in matter to persist in any given state, whether of rest or of motion in a straight line, and to resist any external force impressed upon it to change that state. In its two particulars it is the direct reverse of what common experience appears to us to establish. Yet it is not based on speculation, but on careful observation and experiment. A moving body goes on moving till some force stops it, and a movement set free from a controlling force takes immediately the direction of a straight line. The cricket ball, when it leaves the bowler's hand, goes straight. It has taken no curve in its direction from the swing of the bowler's arm. The stone released from the sling does not follow the circular movement which gives it momentum. It flies off at right angles in a straight line, and is drawn to earth by the curve of the force of the earth's gravity. Newton assumed the framework of nature. The mechanical forces which he observed for the purpose of determining the laws of their action were viewed as free to act within a sphere fixed for them by absolute space and time. By regarding space and time as constant factors of the situation, he was able to determine the laws of motion. The equations which he formulated are adequate for all ordinary velocities, that is, for all movements which are under our control in practical life. It is only in regard to immense velocities which modern science has brought within our view, velocities which approach that of the propagation of light, 10 million miles a minute as compared with the Earth's translation ranging around 5,000 miles a minute, that the equations fail. The difficulty which we meet throughout the whole development of physical theory is concerned with motion. How are we to conceive the ultimate constitution of the matter which seems to be necessary to support the reality which confronts us as nature, so that it shall not be inconsistent with the free movement of the masses, and of elements within the mass? The translation of masses and the continual transformation within the mass by internal change are undoubted facts of experience. How frame an image of a constitution consistent with motion and change, and so render possible the determination of the laws of movement and change? Newton found all the necessary conditions in space and time. Taking these as constant, movement could be expressed in the terms of a ratio between them. As they were infinite, so an infinite acceleration was conceivable. Infinity, so troublesome to common sense and philosophical reflection, did not trouble him. Could anyone doubt that God is infinite? Space and time are the sensorium of God, parts of his infinite nature. The principle of relativity marks a revolution in the concept of the nature of physical reality, which can only be compared in its completeness with that which followed the Copernican discovery in the 16th century. It can be simply stated. The Newtonian measurements took space and time as constants and velocity as variable. The principle of relativity takes velocity as constant and space and time as variable. It seems, and indeed it is, contrary to our ordinary notions, but it is not paradoxical. It is often denied that any metaphysical concept is involved in it, and held to be of purely mathematical importance, a question only of convenience in the method of measuring phenomena. It is becoming increasingly evident, however, that the principle of relativity is based on a real fact as to the nature of physical reality, and therefore that it corrects a false notion and replaces it with a true one. Descartes pointed out that when we push off a boat from the shore, we invariably express the fact by assuming that only the boat moves and that the shore is at rest, whereas it is just as true that the shore moves and the boat is at rest. The movement, in fact, is relative, and may be measured by taking either boat or shore as at rest, and the other as having moved. But the calculation required in one case is infinitely more complicated than it is in the other. It is practical convenience in this case, and not physical fact, which determines our choice. The child's riddle, "Why did Mohammed go to the mountain?" derives its point from our invariable habit of representing physical objects as immobile, and living objects as mobile. A philosopher's answer that the same fact could be equally true, described in terms that the mountain went to Mohammed, as in terms that Mohammed went to the mountain, would seem pure nonsense to the child. Many other modes of judgments which appear to us as invariable are merely conventions. Thus a distant object appears small, and its visual image grows larger as we approach it. The doubt never disturbs us that the change may be in us and not in the image, that in approaching the object we may be shrinking to smaller proportions. Yet the phenomena could be explained just as perfectly in that way. We may suppose that the good genius directing the evolution of our species has settled the matter for us and not left it to choice. There are many interpretations of common experience which are alternative modes of explaining phenomena and which in themselves do not disclose the principle which has guided us in our choice. We look around us at the room in which we are sitting, and we judge that it contains so and so many cubic feet of extension or space, and we think of this space as unalterable. When we translate this into terms of our experience, it simply means that with a certain expenditure of energy, it will occupy us a certain definite time to pass from point to point within it. Suppose that a strange and surprising experience should occur, that we should find our expectation not fulfilled, but that expending our accustomed energy, we had to take as many strides and as long a time to cross the room as to go a mile along a road. We should feel ourselves the subject of a strange illusion. How should we describe it? It is easy to see that we could describe it in either of two ways. We could say that the walls of the room, which we had in our old experience found to be a few feet apart, were now a mile apart. Or we could say that our movements, which previously had seemed rapid, now appeared to be labored and slow. This means that it would be perfectly indifferent, so far as the fact was concerned, whether we took space and time as constant and our velocity as variable, or our velocity as constant and space and time as variable. But we need not go to fanciful experience for our illusion. We can take it from historical fact. In the Great War, an army of millions was transported from America to France in less time than an army of thousands could have been transported from England to France 100 years ago. We can express this fact by saying that we live in a smaller, less spatial, or more contracted world than our forefathers lived in, or that we move more quickly in it. We are not accustomed to take space as variable. To do so seems to go athwart the whole mode of our intellectual behavior. But so far as pure experience is concerned, the fact is the same, and we can express it either way. Is it then purely indifferent which we do? No. We are all now familiar with the famous experiments and astronomical observations which have made it appear certain that space and time are in reality variable, and that it is not merely a question of convenience whether for the purposes of measurement we regard them as being so or not. All our methods of measuring physical phenomena depend in the last resort on light signals. They are practically instantaneous. We know that the propagation of light is not actually instantaneous, it occupies time, but the velocity is immense when compared with the velocities we are familiar with in the movements of matter, and the time interval between the emission and reception of a light signal for any 2 points on Earth is infinitesimal and practically inappreciable. We could never have discovered this velocity by observing purely terrestrial phenomena. We know it because our observation extends far beyond the limits of our planet, and it becomes not only appreciable, but substantial for the immense distances of the fixed stars, and it serves us as a means, our only means, of computing these distances. The actual discovery was made by Romer in 1675 from observations of Jupiter's moons. So far as terrestrial phenomena are concerned, we can measure a distance accurately by transmitting simultaneously a light signal and a sound signal, and recording the time interval which separates their reception. If we had in our experience the cognizance of any force which would propagate a movement with greater velocity than light, it would enable us to appreciate the interval of light transmission, but we have not. Velocity is not self-explanatory. It requires a scheme, for it is a ratio between distances traversed and the time taken. It therefore supposes space and time. The scheme of the physical universe, which our experience of external reality demands, comprises 1. Space of 3 dimensions, 2. Time with one irreversible direction, 3. matter or mobile mass, and 4, energy or transmissible force. There is a vast gap between the velocities of the movements of matter when a mass is transported and the velocities of energy transmitted without translation of mass. It is easy to see, therefore, that if the scheme of an absolute space and time were a true representation of the framework of the reality of the physical universe, if, that is to say, space and time were constant and invariable constituents, and if velocities were capable of infinite acceleration, then strange and disconcerting phenomena would occur when velocities of translation approached and overtook the velocities of transmission. Suppose, for example, that the stellar system of which our solar system is a member were itself moving through space at the velocity of light. It is conceivable, and may actually be so from the viewpoint of some system of reference. What ought the effect to be on us dwelling on a planet revolving round the sun? We depend on our sun for our utilizable energy in heat and light, but we should find ourselves wholly deprived of any supply during the 6 months when the earth would be in advance of the source, for we should be in translation of greater velocity than the emitted light, and during the other 6 months, though the earth would be behind the source, it would be receiving light which could not be reflected. This appears extravagant, but it is always useful to take the limiting case as the example. Are we justified because this conjectured experience is not actual in denying the supposition? Can we, in other words, on the basis of this argument, of what would occur in the circumstances supposed, set limits on the velocity of the movement of translation of our system? There is an alternative, and this is offered to us in the theory of relativity. The alternative interpretation is that the velocity of light is constant, invariable, and independent of the movement of the source, and that space and time are variable. Every movement of translation of the source of light is automatically compensated in a shrinkage or an expansion of the space and time coordinates. Have we any means of deciding between these alternatives? The answer is that it has been possible to devise experiments, and that the result of them is overwhelmingly decisive in favor of the principle of relativity. The historically important experiment which led to the formulation was made by Michelson and Morley in 1886. The Earth, in its annual revolution around the Sun, is carried through space, and we can therefore represent this space as an ether stream flowing past us, and every 6 months the direction of this stream is completely reversed. It is of no consequence what theory of the hypothetical ether we hold. Ether is the name of the medium, space, or something occupying space, through which light is transmitted. An instrument was devised capable of detecting a variation of 1/millionth of the velocity of light. The effect of the ether stream to be measured was at least 100 times greater than this. A beam of light directed on equidistant mirrors, one in the direction of the stream, the other across the stream, was reflected back to the source. The ether stream should have retarded one of the beams, producing an interference fringe, but the expected result was not obtained. The ether stream was shown to be without effect on the observed velocity of light. Presuming the accuracy of the experiment, and this is not questioned, and moreover has had independent confirmation, the result is decisive for theory. It has demonstrated the constancy of the velocity of light to an observer in a moving system, and as the variation due to the ether stream must be accounted for, the only possible conclusion is that space and time of the observer accommodate themselves to the constancy of the velocity. There is no need here to follow out the development of the theory, to describe the work of Einstein in the formulation of the general principle of relativity, which extends to gravitation and to all the laws of nature. The scientific concept of the nature of physical reality is not an absolute existence independent of mind, but a coordinated framework relative to the observer. The significance of the new theory is not in the revolution it has occasioned. So far as physical science is concerned, it is no more disconcerting to treat space and time as variables than it was to treat the Earth as moving when the Copernican discovery showed that the common-sense theory of a geocentric universe was untenable. The two cases are exactly analogous. The adoption of any scientific basis of reality is, to some extent, arbitrary. What drives us to it is not obstinate fact, but convenience. The principle of relativity is adopted because it is more convenient. It is true, indeed, that the new principle extends the range of mathematics. Also, it reconciles some puzzling discrepancies between astronomical calculation and fact, which were not due to error. The true significance of the theory is only seen, however, when the whole historical evolution is taken into account. It is the recognition that it is impossible to coordinate the physical universe without taking into account the observer's standpoint. It marks the introduction into science, and full recognition of a monadic principle. The observer in a system in relative translation in regard to other systems measures his universe from his own standpoint by 3 dimensions of space and the 1 dimension of time. These dimensions are not constant. They vary with the acceleration and direction of the translation of the system, and by their variation velocities are kept constant. This is a new world view. The universe consists of events, and these events are coordinated by the observer so that a constant ratio between space and time is maintained. Space and time vary, therefore, with the system of reference, and ultimately every observer is the unique center of his own system of reference. There is therefore no objective scale by reference to which magnitudes can be assigned an absolute value. Great and small are relative terms. We all recognize the constancy of velocity when we compare the range of activity of a human being with that of other living creatures. Whereas an insect's world is smaller than ours, and a bird's world more extended, we must imagine each creature to coordinate its world on a scale of its own and not on ours. But the world view which science now presents to us enabled us to apply this principle of the constancy of velocity on an infinite scale. Physical science, in fact, presents to our view a universe which is as amazing in its limitations as it is infinite in its vista. At one of these limits, above us, as we say, is the stellar system, and on the other limit, below us, as we say, is the atomic system. These bound for us the scientific horizon, but they are not indefinite limits indicating an obscurity into which the mind can penetrate no further. They are clear, systematic, inclusive concepts which give to our universe the character of an objective, organic, self-repeating design. The planet on which our life has evolved appears to our imagination as the electron of a vastly magnified atom, and the atom is a solar system shrunk to infinitesimal proportions. The principle of relativity shows us that this great and little are not absolute magnitudes. The infinitely great becomes infinitely little when the observer changes his system of reference. Shrunk to the proportions of the atom, the electron of the physicist becomes for the observer a planet revolving in its orbit around a sun, and we have only to imagine a being of Olympian proportions and the necessary range of activity to see Earth and Sun and stars dwindle to atoms. Whatever change the new system may introduce in the quality of experience, the proportions will remain the same. Such is the significance of the constancy of the velocity in the principle of relativity. This brief outline of some of the distinct stages in the evolution of the scientific concept of physical reality is intended to emphasize the impossibility of separating scientific and philosophical development. At one time, the fashionable theory was that science had superseded philosophy. It was declared to mark a new era, a definite progress in human reason, and a new stage in freedom from mental bondage. The old mythological and theological stage had been replaced by a metaphysical stage, and now, in modern inductive science, it was said, a new positive stage had come to supersede the vague and unsatisfactory speculations of philosophy. A mere glance at the historical connections shows how shallow this judgment was. Today, it is impossible to ignore the claims of philosophy, but it is usual to accord it, often grudgingly, a place of subsidiary importance, dealing with subjects altogether distinct from the sciences, and not possessing, like them, a sure basis in physical reality. But history shows us that the supposed clear lines of demarcation are arbitrary and false. Philosophy depends on the world view. Modern science and modern philosophy arose together when the heliocentric discovery altered the world view. At every stage, the speculative or large view of the philosopher has acted and reacted on the analytical and experimental research of the scientific investigator. For a long time indeed, the methods seemed to diverge, but today we are witnessing a remarkable approximation. The approximation is due to the recognition of the monadic principle. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Todd.
Chapter 4 of A Theory of Monads, Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by bletheringape. A Theory of Monads, Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity by Herbert Wildon Carr. Chapter 4. The Concept of Nature and Philosophy. Whose is this image in superscription? St. Matthew. It is as certain as any scientific truth can be that this earth existed ages before there was any conscious life upon it, and that it will continue to exist ages after its condition shall have rendered life impossible in any form of which we have experience. It is true that to present this existence to the imagination, we are dependent on sense imagery. We can only represent it as potential consciousness, but this does not affect our confidence that something has existed, does exist, and will exist, independently of whether any cognitive being has existed, does exist, or will exist to know it. The classical arguments of the idealists leave us cold. We may hold with Spinoza that extension is a mode of the infinite substance, God. We may believe with Fechner that there is a world soul expressing itself in the physical universe. We may find satisfaction in the idea of a spiritual absolute, an ultimate harmony, in which the contradictions and antinomies of temporal existence are reconciled. But the main fact of our conscious being seems to be our relation to an externality which, whether or not it is dependent on spirit, is itself non-spiritual. The aspect of nature as indifferent and hostile to spirit is as prominent a feature of the old world view as it is of the new, and it finds abundant expression in ancient literature, but the new world view has given it new embodiment. The modern scientific concept of physical reality has made practically impossible the direct and easy solution offered by the old world view in the theory of special creation. We may still believe that the words, "In the beginning God created the heavens and the earth," are philosophically true, but we can no longer refer them to a definite temporal event, however far back in time we remove it. We can only smile at the serious mood in which the 17th century philosophers disputed concerning the nature of the creative act. "From the beginning," wrote Leibniz, "God has made each of these two substances, the soul and the body, of such a nature that merely by following its own peculiar laws, received with its being, it nevertheless accords with the other, just as if there were a mutual influence, or as if God always put his hand thereto in addition to his general cooperation. It is quite impossible for us even to conceive the creative act which should bring the world into being, and we no longer seek the answer to our problem by reasoning about its nature or trying to fix its date. And this means that for us the concept of God has changed with the worldview, and as completely. It does not mean that our philosophy is atheistic, for the old atheism is as impossible as the old theism, neither touches the fringe of the great problem which the new worldview has disclosed. With the geocentric universe has gone the idea of the artificer and the analogy between the skillful contriver of a perfect machine and the architect of the universe, but the essential problem survives in a new form. Let us look at that problem. One of the most magnificent expressions of the aspect of nature as a sublime and awful force, indifferent to man, however completely subject to higher spiritual powers, is the book of Job. It begins with a drama in heaven where Satan appears among the sons of God with the sequel of the great fourfold catastrophe which leaves Job desolate. We are told that Job arose and rent his mantle and shaved his head and fell down upon the ground and worshipped. And he said, "Naked came I out of my mother's womb, and naked shall I return thither. The Lord gave, and the Lord hath taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord." In these words, we seem to have the agonized expression of the burden of the human mind contemplating its brief period of individual existence. We come naked into a strange world, are buffeted by a fortune we do not control, make what we can of our life, and finally sink again into the eternal oblivion out of which we arose. The world into which we have come existed before us, will exist when we are gone, is independent of us and indifferent to us. We exercise indeed some brief authority, we experience joys and sorrows, but the world confronts us as an existence in relation to which our life is not. We may possess goods, we may create values, but all these belong to the world. They are external to us, they have no part of our real life. It is an already made world into which we come at our birth, and from it we shall depart at our death, leaving hardly a trace upon it of our activity during our brief sojourn. Such is one aspect of our human life. There is another. There is a sense in which we do not come naked into the world, but bring with us our heritage. This heritage itself has two aspects. It is an endowment and it is a burden. It is an impulse to strive and a vantage ground in the struggle. It is a taskmaster bending us to a circumscribed range, and it is a hostile force crushing and thwarting the free activity of spirit. This aspect of nature is abundantly illustrated in poetry and religious literature. Our birth is but a sleep and a forgetting. The soul that rises with us, our life's star, hath had elsewhere its setting, and cometh from afar, not in entire forgetfulness, and not in utter nakedness, but trailing clouds of glory do we come from God, who is our home. But it is not only clouds of glory which we trail. The whole burden of our human nature is borne along with us as our heritage. All the generations from the beginning, a beginning which can have no absolute meaning for us, are gathered up in the generation of individuals who at this moment by their activity constitute living humanity, and this generation will impart to the succeeding one both the impulse of its present life and the accumulation of its inherited past. It is in the mythical form which it is assumed in Christian doctrine that this aspect has become most familiar to us. It is the concept of original sin, which forms the basis of the scheme of redemption. It is brought out with a peculiar force in the Pauline writings. That which I do, I know not. For not what I would, that do I practice, but what I hate, that I do. For I know that in me, that is, in my flesh, dwelleth no good thing. For to will is present with me, but to do that which is good is not. For the good which I would, I do not, but the evil which I would not, that I practice. Romans 7:15, 18, 19. And the conflict found its explanation in the Christian scheme in the mythical history of the first man Adam and his fall. For as in Adam all die, so also in Christ shall all be made alive. 1 Corinthians 15:22. Thus there arises before the reflecting mind a new and different view of nature. Nature possesses in itself that essential activity which characterizes mind. It is no longer a garden which God has planted, a place prepared, an environment in which life can exercise its activity and consciousness arise. It is now an active force, an opposing force indeed, but at the same time essential to the force it opposes. This aspect of nature is a hostile force, a reality with which the spiritual life is in necessary conflict and also in a necessary relation of dependence, is not a purely subjective aspect. It is not mythology expressing itself in poetry, concealing such truth as it contains in metaphor, concerned only with a contemplative mood. On the contrary, it is as distinctly scientific as the physical theory which resolves all existence into the velocities of electrons. It is the aspect which nature presents to the biologist, for whom reality is history, and present existence a stage in a universal conflict. The struggle for existence has acquired a technical meaning in the evolutionary theory of the origin of species, but in a profound and universal sense, life itself is a struggle. In the very notion of it, there enters the opposition of a structure, dependent on an inert matter, and a function dependent on a developing purpose. There is yet a third aspect of nature which finds expression in poetry and religion. It is even more comprehensive, more significant, and profounder than the other two, for it indicates a concept which embraces and harmonizes them. Nature appears to us as a moment in the developing life of spirit, and therefore as itself spiritual, even in its antithesis to spirit. The conflict and opposition which characterize it are a necessary condition of the activity on which mind, as a concrete life, depends. Nature, therefore, is comprehended within a higher unity, and owes its reality to that inclusion. This aspect is expressed with great beauty in the Johannine writings, and it is the rational ground of the Christian doctrine of the Trinity. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life. In the doctrine of the Trinity, the philosophical principle is barely concealed beneath its mythological expression. The procession of the three persons, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, is not a process in time. It is a figurative representation of the principles which are the condition of time process, and which are not themselves temporal, but eternal. Reality conceived as simple being is indistinguishable from its opposite nothing. For being to manifest itself as being, it must do something. It must act. It must change or become. But the concept of change or becoming is the concept of a difference or otherness, which is identical with the being from which it has proceeded. The concept of activity cannot therefore be expressed except in moments. In the first moment, it is a bare identity. In the second, a polarization or internal opposition, a contrast of positive and negative, of mind and nature. The third moment is the action or deed or event, which is the reunion of the other in the self. The third moment is that of the concrete reality. We owe to Hegel the explicit exposition of this principle in modern philosophy. Whether or not it was suggested to him by the Christian theology, the doctrine of the Trinity is made rational in the light of it. It is easy also to interpret the Christian theory of redemption as further setting forth the principle. Evil is rebellion. It is no other than the self-assertion of the negation in the second moment and the imperfection implied in it. This must be overcome by union with God in the higher concrete reality, the city of God, and this is the work of the Holy Ghost. We, being ourselves individual centers of activity, view nature in the moment of its most complete opposition or estrangement. Hegel, in his zeal and enthusiasm for the philosophical view of nature as a moment in the development of mind, unfortunately took up a hostile attitude toward physical science, and heaped contempt, not unmixed with vituperation, on its votaries and their methods. He proposed a philosophy of nature as a substitute for physical science. In this way, he not only raised opposition, but positively obscured the true greatness of his own concept. He is chiefly responsible for the estrangement between philosophy and physical science, an estrangement particularly marked in the great advance of scientific discovery in the 19th century. It is one thing to protest that the physical sciences are not philosophy, another to deny them their place in the activity of mind. Hegel was dominated by the idea of totality or concreteness. The sciences are dominated by the idea of analysis, and they tend ever to minuter divisions. For the sciences, reality is essentially discrete. Hegel saw the impossibility of attaining reality by a piecemeal method. He held it an absurdity to suppose that the fundamental reality is to be found in the most attenuated abstraction. He failed to see that the strength of science lies in its method, and therefore in the abstractness of its subject matter. Rightly understood, this abstractness is the value of physical science and not a reproach against it. The philosophical science of nature is named cosmology. Its subject matter is identical with the physical reality of the sciences, but its task is not to study it in their manner, nor with their purpose, but to make explicit what is implied in the notion of an external world, and what is its relation to life and experience. This is clear when we compare the criterion of science with that of philosophy. The aim of all physical science is practical, however remote its application may be. We know the nature of anything when we can foretell what its state will be under given conditions. Practical convenience and the needs of action govern us in our selection of material, in our organization and arrangement of the sciences, as well as in our assumptions regarding the scheme or framework of physical reality. Cosmology, on the other hand, critically examines the concept which science assumes or postulates: the uniformity of nature, the unity of the world, the concept of a universe, the reality of space and time, the concept of existence, the relation of reality to ideality. The first view, which is presented to us when we make the universe the object of our thinking, is that of its antithetical nature in relation to the mind, which observes or contemplates it. Nature presents itself to mind as a different realm. Mind has no control over nature insofar as existence is concerned. It may direct its forces, but it can bring nothing into existence. This aspect of nature leads to the view that mind, in its act of knowing, contemplates an alien existence, and that the essence of its activity in knowing is discernment. We cannot in our individual life abstract from this view. Every individual mind, by the act of knowing, experiences itself as subject in relation to an object, which, as known, confronts it as an alien external thing. Also, every individual mind as subject knowing is in a relation of intersubjective intercourse with other minds or subjects through the medium of external objects common to it and to them. We regard nature, therefore, as a world of objects distinct from our mind, and from other minds also. This world confronts us, and is a common world for all minds contemplating it. In practical life, this view admits of no doubt. The very possibility of action consists in taking it. The image of a nature, opposed to mind, is not an arbitrary assumption or postulate which any one deliberately makes. Neither is it a necessary inference we consciously make. It is the basis of action, a necessity of the practical life. When, however, we examine critically the belief it implies, we meet a formidable difficulty. All that is immediate in experience is in relation, and though we may distinguish the relation from the terms, and the terms from one another, we cannot infer from a distinction in knowledge the separate existence of what we have distinguished. We cannot affirm the independent existence of the terms, for in their independence it is impossible to experience them. When I know anything, the object is always object in relation to a subject, and I, in knowing an object, am subject in relation to object known. Neither subject nor object can be known apart from the relation. It is this fact which gives rise to the problem of philosophy concerning the relation of thought to reality. Our ordinary view is then that a reality distinct and separate in its existence from ourselves is present to us for our contemplation, and that we, by virtue of our constitution, are fitted to, and actually do, by sense and understanding, discern its true nature, apprehend it as it is. We think, moreover, that this identical reality is present to all minds alike, and that what difference there may be in apprehension is due to the subjective individual point of view, and in no sense whatever to the reality present. Few indeed would hesitate to accept this view, and many are surprised when it is called in doubt. It seems a paradox to affirm that it is absolutely inconceivable that it can be true, yet this is the view to which philosophical reflection brings us. In order to see this, let us make the hypothesis that it is true. That is, that nature in its existence is what it appears in our knowledge, and that knowledge is a simple relation between two real existences which are present together, one of which being a mind contemplates the other. Let us raise no question as to the a priori possibility of such a relation, but accept it as description of fact, and assume it to be ultimate fact, whether explicable or not. Let us ignore, too, the classical difficulty of all naive realism, the difficulty of accounting for illusion and error. Let us look only at the problem presented by the need of delineating clearly to which of each of the two realities, mind and nature, is to be assigned the existence which knowledge reveals. This leads us to the great cleavage in philosophical theories. Nature is not a chaos, but an order. It is revealed to us as a unity, but this unity is not the unity of an individual experience. On the contrary, nature is not one but many. Its unity is a uniformity. In itself, it seems to consist wholly in external relations, that is, the character or quality of any part, or of any particular component object, taken for convenience of analysis, resolves itself always into the relations in which it stands to the other parts or to other objects. Yet all these relations are founded in and flow from a necessary systematic unity of the whole. Is this unity discerned by the mind in nature, or is it imparted to nature by the cognizing act? According to one view, the mind is passive or receptive so far as the whole content of cognition is concerned. It receives impressions from an independent external world. Its activity consists only in attention and discernment. The unity of nature is an inference we draw from the uniformity which we observe. According to the other view, mind makes nature. It does not receive impressions, but itself impresses sensible experience with intelligible form, molding, fashioning, and so creating things. The unity of nature is the necessary consequence of the mind's activity in framing experience with the categories of the understanding. The two views are historically famous. The one is illustrated in the philosophy of John Locke, the other in that of Immanuel Kant. There is a third alternative presented in M. Bergson's theory of matter and intellect in Creative Evolution, one which, on the assumption of dualism, avoids the impasse of each of the antithetical views. It is that the unity of nature belongs exclusively neither to nature nor to mind, but consists in the mutual adaptation of one to the other. Intellect and matter do not stand to one another in the relation of cause and effect, and the question, which is cause and which effect, therefore does not arise. Both are determined in their form by the life impulse. A condition of action is an original dichotomy of mind and nature, and evolution has created the forms of living action by mutual and progressive evolution of these two factors. This last theory has the great merit that while it recognizes and does not seek to explain away or reduce to unity the imposing fact of duality, while it regards the duality of mind and nature as absolute in fact as well as in theory, in existence as well as in idea, it yet bases that duality on a metaphysical principle and derives it from the unique concept of the vital impulse. The unity is not a state which precedes either temporally or logically the duality. Rather, the unity of mind and nature may be said to consist in their essential and necessary duality. It is not an original unity succeeded by a disruption destructive of the unity. It is an ideal unity without beginning or end. It characterizes the process itself, not a stage of the process. If we accept this view, it is to the concept of living activity we must turn for light on the problem, because there only do we find intellect and matter in an essential combination. Each of us is in himself a center of living activity, and the easiest approach is to direct our study on the self, which is the individual subject of experience. I, who feel and will and think and act, find in myself those two orders of existence, mind and nature, in intimate and indissoluble union. In this union, I cannot confound the two orders. In practical life, I never do, and I cannot dissociate the unity. My mind belongs to a spiritual order, my body to a material order. My body is part of the external world, and while it is separated from the rest of the world within which it is an object by the perfection and completeness of the individuality of its systematic organization, it is yet continuous with the world and owes its efficiency entirely and exclusively to this continuity. My mind is not part of the world in which my body is an object, yet it is completely separate in its individuality as a subject of experience from the other minds who are subjects, and at the same time continuous with them in its intercourse. As a life, a living thing, thinking mind and acting body, myself or ego has a definite period of individual activity, closed by the time limits of its birth and death, completely separate from other lives, yet continuous with all other lives, present, past, and yet to be. It is the outcome of past lives, and is what they have accomplished. It is the potentiality of future lives, and it is continuous even in the present with other lives, for its relations of sex, of family, of community, of humanity are the essence of it. The fact I wish to emphasize is that in the actual individual agent, the two antithetical orders are impossible to confuse, and impossible to dissociate. They cannot be confused, for who can confuse thoughts, feelings, and desires with muscles, nerves, and blood vessels? They cannot be dissociated, for apart from one another, there can be neither meaning nor efficiency. We can only describe the material order in terms of the mental, and we can only exercise agency by the instrumentality of the material. With this fact that every living agent is a unity in duality, and a duality in unity is bound up another fact. Each of the dual orders united in the agent reaches out beyond the individual, so that on each side of his dual nature he is continuous with a reality which transcends his individuality. My body relates me to the physical world in which it is an object. My mind relates me to the spiritual world of which it is a member. Clearly, it is this continuity of the two orders, outside and beyond itself, which causes the world to present itself to me as something in itself, something in no way dependent on my mind. Also, because my efficiency appears to lie wholly in the order to which my body belongs, my mind appears to me as something passive or receptive, wholly dependent on its relation to the order of nature. My activity as a living agent is seen therefore to rest on a twofold nature, or on a nature which combines a twofold order. I have a body which carries out in action what my mind projects in idea. My activity is twofold in its character. It is first theoretical and secondly practical. In my individual experience, neither character exists nor can be thought of as existing independently of the other and for itself. The frequent attempt to present in imagination a disembodied spirit always fails. We find that try how we will to imagine pure spirit, we must borrow imagery from the body. Yet, notwithstanding this defect, the concreteness of the reality of my individual life appears to me as a result of composition, and the two components seem not merely distinguishable, but separable. On the independence of thought and action, my feeling of freedom in the exercise of choice is based. My power to choose is dependent on the presentation of alternative courses, an idea which may be rejected or carried out into action. Since in every particular case of choice, I separate the idea from the action, it seems to me that the whole of my ideas, the complete mental order, may be separate from my actions and therefore from the material order. My whole theoretical activity seems independent of my whole practical activity. But even when this appearance is reconciled, there is another which is more especially responsible for the concept of nature as an independent, alien, and even hostile experience. My body encloses within its skin an object which separates me as spatially distinct from every other object occupying space in the whole extent of the universe. To this separated object, my mind is attached, and its whole efficiency is confined to the activities of this object. Without are other material objects and other bodies to which minds are attached. It appears to me, therefore, that within the spatial limits which mark me out as one among other living creatures, the two natures, the psychical and the physical, are indissolubly united. Yet outside the limits of my spatial organism, those two natures, each continuous with my own nature, are completely separate. A living creature, therefore, has within its individual organism one indivisible nature, but it is twofold because it is linked to two orders of existence which outside that individuality are completely different and entirely separate. It must seem to me, therefore, that my unity is somehow brought about by a union of what are originally separate, spirit and matter, that I am a composite and not a simple being. My theory is that this is wrong, that a living creature is originally one and simple, and that the divergence of the two natures and their apparent separation and independence of one another in the universe is a dichotomy inherent in the nature of living activity. In order to make this clearer, I will repeat the argument in a slightly different form. When I speak of myself, I can distinguish within this self my mind and my body, but it is a purely theoretical distinction, for I cannot even imagine the existence of either without the other. The two are essentially and in every important particular one. When, however, I speak of the world outside myself, the case is exactly reversed, for I not only distinguish two sorts of existence, inert matter and active mind, but they are separate and I cannot think of them as one. They are always and in every respect two, so that while in myself it is the duality of mind and body which is theoretical, and the unity which is practical, in the world it is the unity of matter and spirit which is the theoretical and the duality which is practical. And the more I say nature, the more pronounced is the duality. So that if we take the standpoint of the individual as a living center of activity into which the universe is mirrored or from which the universe is surveyed, it seems as though from the limit of complete fusion at the active center, the two orders diverge ever more widely as the perspective extends in range. I can now indicate the theory to which these arguments lead. The independence of nature, the priority of the material over the spiritual order, the indifference of matter to the form imposed on it, these aspects of nature are due to perspective and arise out of the monadic activity. They arise from the fact that activity can only be conceived as an opposition of two antithetical forces, a centripetal force which shows itself in the condensation, shrinkage, tension, concentration around a center, and a centrifugal force which shows itself in dispersal, expansion, extension. There is a force directed inwards and a force directed outwards, and the finite individual is the equilibrium of those forces. The limits of the individual are the organic conditions by which that equilibrium is established and maintained. How then does this interpret our view of nature as a hostile force, prior to and indifferent to our spiritual purposes, however successful we be in adaptation to circumstances and in making these circumstances subserve our ends? The answer is that this aspect of nature as resistant and hostile may be deduced from the nature of our activity. This activity is twofold, and the duality constitutes our intellectuality. Our activity is both theoretical and practical. We know and we act. Knowledge is for the sake of action. Theory has regard only to practice. Action is our pressing need. The life impulse is the push to act, and action is called for from a living creature at every present moment of its existence. It lives forward-looking and prepared to act. Nature is our view of the universe as the range of our activity, and the form of it theoretically conforms to the use of it practically. It is then a condition of finite individuality that an inert, fixed, static, permanent form of reality should be opposed to the changing reality of life and consciousness. On such opposition, activity is dependent, but this only brings a greater problem to light. How are we to conceive the higher unity in which the duality of finite individuality is reconciled? The higher reality and unity can only be what we name God. Does our monadic concept enable us to frame a conception of God? It seems to me that it does, but it gives us a concept of God which is usually rejected by the religious mind, concerned for a kind of reality with which the personal relationship of intercourse can be established. The monadic God is, in the true meaning of the terms, conceived in our own image, and yet it is neither anthropomorphic nor mythological. Nature is not the field of God's activity. We cannot present to ourselves a field of activity for God in the sense in which the world is presented to us. To do so would be to conceive God as a finite individual on some higher plane. The relation of God to the world is a relation of the mind to the body. We cannot present God, that is, infinite or supreme being, as an agent apart from nature, because in him we live and move and have our being. Spinoza's concept of God, and not Leibniz's, is the only one consistent with monadism. That it is consistent with monadism, I will endeavor to show in the next chapter. I will close this one with a brief recapitulation of the argument I have tried to develop. We have seen then that nature presents a different problem in philosophy from that which it presents in practical life and in physical science. To common sense and science, nature is an external existence which the mind discerns and discriminates, and the laws of which it seeks to determine. To philosophy, nature is not external. It is an essential element of experience. It is conceived as an opposing force, a hostile power to be overcome, and at the same time an opposition which is essential to the activity of mind. The philosophical problem of nature is to account for the uniformity we observe in it. This uniformity is an axiom or postulate of physical science, but it is a problem of philosophy. We regard nature as a system, but the mere concept of external independent reality does not carry the necessity of order or system. Chaos is not inconceivable. It is not even irrational, although it is the negation of the possibility of science. The essential character of nature is manifoldness. Every part is external to every other part, and there is no limit to its divisibility. The problem, therefore, in its abstract form, is to understand how the many are one. There have appeared to be two alternatives. Either the uniformity is a character of nature which we discover, or it is the work of the mind itself imposing unity on a real manifold in apprehending it. We have suggested that the clue is to be found in a certain aspect which the relation of mind and body presents to us. In living experience, these are known only in their union. They are experienced not as two things in union, but as unity. Yet we distinguish in this unity two orders of existence, each in what is essential to it, antithetical to the other. We come to think that the orders are originally independent of one another and somehow associated in the finite individual. The essential nature of our body is that It is composite. It belongs to the material order. It is separated from the external world, an object distinct from other objects. Yet it is continuous with the world, for its constituent elements are drawn from the world and returned to it. Also, it is subject to all the laws and uniformities which prevail in the material universe. Both separation from and continuity with the world are essential conditions of individual life. On the other hand, the essential nature of mind is indivisible unity. Mind is not spatial. It is the unity of a subject of experience. The mind of an individual is separate from other minds and also continuous with them. It belongs to a spiritual or ideal order which extends beyond the finite individual, in whom a particular mind is united with a particular body. It is the extension of these two orders beyond the conditions of finite individuality which gives rise to the belief in their original independence. Were we confined in our outlook to present existence, we should be unable to conceive absolute dissociation, for we only conceive our mind separated from our body by the artifice of imagining a new body. It is because outside the limits of our individuality, the material order continuous with our body and the ideal order continuous with our mind appear to exist in complete independence, that we come to regard our own life as the association of two natures. The duality is an aspect which reality must assume when we regard it from the standpoint of our activity, which is necessarily twofold, thinking and acting. This activity involves dissociation, and the dissociation leads to the hypostatization of a mind which thinks and a body which acts. This dissociation, extended beyond the individual, becomes a cleavage between two spheres, a sphere of ends or purposes and a sphere of action. What is really a dissociation appears as an association. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of A Theory of Monads, Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by bletheringape. A Theory of Monads, Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity by Herbert Wildon Carr. Chapter 5, The Idea of God. Minds are images of the deity, capable of knowing the system of the universe, and to some extent of imitating it, each mind being like a small divinity in its own sphere. The totality of all minds is the city of God, a moral world in the natural world, the most exalted and most divine among the works of God. Leibniz. Individual things cannot exist or be conceived without God, and yet God does not appertain to their essence. Spinoza. We, who are many, are one body in Christ, and severally members one of another. St. Paul. When we contemplate the unlimited perspective radiating in every direction from our standpoint of space and time existence, and consider the infinitesimal range of our action, and the brief moment during which the infinite duration converging on our finite individuality is actualized in it, the possibility of giving form to the conception of God, that is, the conception of an infinite individuality comprehending what we only apprehend, appears presumptuous and extravagant in the highest degree. It seems as though the concept can only be a fantastic one, and that to be reverent towards it when we have formed it is the sign of a superstitious and craven spirit. Yet the conception of God is one which the human mind is driven to form by a need inherent in its nature, a necessity appertaining to its essence. Upon its logical consistency depends success in the effort to comprehend the reality of which we form part. To the philosophers of the 17th century, God is the beginning and end of philosophical speculation. It was one of the striking features of the rise of modern philosophy that whatever the subject matter, the idea of God was the dominant motive. The form in which the problem of the nature of God was debated gives to the arguments of that period a certain remoteness from our actual interests today. At times, too, the acrimony of the disputes recalls the bitterness and repeats the ineptitudes of the theological controversies of the 4th century. Yet, it is not difficult to see that the problem of divine nature which exercised Spinoza and Leibniz is identical with our problem today, and nothing but the mode of expression is changed. The ethics of Spinoza begins with the science of God. Ethics is not for Spinoza a department of philosophy. It is philosophy. And beginning with the science of God is not choosing an arbitrary starting point from which to explore knowledge and reality, nor laying down a mystical doctrine as a foundation of a system. It is the deliberate adoption of a method which he defends as the necessary and characteristic method of philosophy. We must begin with a comprehensive grasp of the whole if we would understand anything as a part, for the nature of the part is derived from its relation to the whole. The whole is immanent in every part. The denial of this would be the negation of system and would destroy at the outset the possibility of science of any kind and not only of philosophy. The cause of the failure of so many philosophers who have striven for a consistent theory is, he tells us, in their not having observed the order of philosophical argument. For divine nature, which they thought to have considered before all things, for that it is prior in knowledge and nature, that they have thought to be last in the order of knowledge, and things which are called the objects of the senses they have believed to be prior to all things. Ethics, Part 2, 10. What then is the essential conception of God? It is a conception we must form because it is a necessity of human thought. To understand it, we must set aside any consideration of what we are accustomed to call the attributes of God. We want to know the essence of God. This essence is, in the terms of the ontological argument, a being absolutely infinite and perfect in all things. What positive meaning can we assign to these terms, infinite and perfect? The whole value of the philosophical conception depends on the answer to this question. The reality we know directly in experience is finite and incomplete. It is finite because our activity is circumscribed. It is incomplete because our perspective is limited. The horizon which bounds our outlook in space and time does not circumscribe our universe. We are accustomed on this account to think of our individuality as finite and of our universe as infinite. Yet God cannot be infinite in this meaning of the term, for this would be incompatible with perfection. Space and time are infinite in the precise sense in which an arithmetical series is infinite. They have no last term. The argument, therefore, for the divine being must proceed differently. It cannot be based on the limitations of our knowledge, for then we should only be hypostatizing the unknowable. And it cannot be based on any supposed necessity of reconciling the antinomies in our concepts of space and time, for success would destroy the character of our perspective. The argument must be based on the concept of individuality itself. The finitude of our individuality is the direct perception of a greater individuality within which our individuality is included. Individuality is in the very concept of it infinite and perfect. Finitude, that is to say, is an imperfection of individuality, and insofar as we perceive ourselves to be finite, we perceive ourselves to fall short of individuality. And insofar as we perceive individuality to be reality, we know God. The philosophical conception of God is therefore the idea of infinite individuality, and this is not an arbitrary idea dependent on the play of fancy or on creative imagination. It is not the idea of a person conceived as an object within our perspective, perceiving what we perceived, understanding and sharing the motives which prompt our actions, a person like ourselves but transcending our limitations, and of an infinitely exalted character. No success in imagining an agent within our perspective, acting on the plane of our activity, though unlimited by its range, however inspiring and comforting the contemplation, however solid in assuring the ground, however unwavering the faith in its real existence, will give us philosophical satisfaction or advance us one iota towards the conception of God which philosophy requires. The philosophical conception of God lies on a higher plane, and it is on a lower plane that ordinary religious experience moves. This is why religious arguments conceal rather than reveal the necessity of thought which leads us to affirm the existence of God. When we turn to religion for hope and consolation in the presence of the great mystery of death, when we seek support in trial, when we are shocked at the idea of injustice and, conscious of rectitude, find our motives misunderstood, our affections unrequited, we may seem to be obeying an instinct of our nature when we put our trust in God. But the God in whom we trust is an idol of our imagination. We construct it and then lean on it for support. But even could we endow it with real existence or discern it in independent activity, it would be as far away as ever from the satisfaction which philosophy needs. On the other hand, the philosophical conception of God is not an attempt to conceive the unconditioned, to conceive an existence transcending space and time, causality, and every category by which our experience is coordinated, or to conceive of a being who stands to be the whole realm of experience as its ground and source and origin. This has been the main line which the arguments for the existence of God have followed. These arguments have appealed forcibly to theologians because they have seemed to be based on a self-evident principle of reason, and so to establish theology on a firm foundation. The attempt has always proved illusory, for there exists no way in which the unconditioned can take shape in a positive conception which does not involve us in the very antinomies from which it was designed to deliver us. The true concept of God, which alone will give satisfaction to philosophy, must present him not transcendent but immanent in the world. We have only the true idea of God if we see that the world is as necessary to God as God is to the world. This is so important that it is worthwhile to illustrate it with some care. There are three famous proofs of the existence of God. They are named the ontological, cosmological, and the teleological. It was Kant who summed them up under these three heads. There are many forms of demonstration, but they can all be arranged under one or the other of these three, and the emphasis laid on one or other of them not infrequently serves to characterize a philosophy and mark its range and standpoint. In scholasticism, they fall into two groups representing antithetical doctrines of the nature of universals, which go back to Plato and Aristotle. It is the antithesis between those who explain experience by the concept and those who construct the concept from experience. In medieval philosophy, those who belonged to one group were named realists. They represented the Platonic tradition and include St. Augustine, St. Anselm, who has given his name to the ontological argument, and St. Bonaventura. The other group was that of the nominalists, who were followers of Aristotle, and their system culminated in the great work of St. Thomas Aquinas. To the realists, the ontological proof was in effect the whole basis of philosophy, whereas the nominalists rejected it altogether. The ontological argument deduces the existence of God from the idea of God. Its syllogism is not a process of thought. It is a didactive elucidation limited to explaining the premise. There is an idea of something greater than which nothing can be thought to be. This idea must include existence. To the ordinary mind, it sounds like a logistic puzzle. As dialectic, it may be unanswerable, but like all pure dialectic, it fails to carry conviction. The syllogism runs thus: God is the idea of an absolutely perfect being. Perfection includes existence, for what lacks existence falls short of perfection. We have the idea of this perfect being, therefore God exists. The fool may say in his heart, there is no God, but in so saying, he only proves that he is a fool. He is self-stultified. He prides himself on putting into words what is unthinkable. Before attempting to estimate the philosophical value of the ontological argument, it is well to place the other arguments beside it in order to bring out the contrast. To St. Thomas Aquinas, the ontological proof appeared to reduce itself to the bare judgment of identity. If there is a God, then he cannot not be. It does not touch the case of one who really denied that there is a God. But then God was not for St. Thomas an innate cognition. The only innate cognitions he recognized were logical principles, the law of contradiction, and the like. He was confident of the power of thought itself, without innate truth, without any presupposition, simply by the logical elaboration of natural cognition, to attain reality and know God. His proofs, consequently, 5 in number, are none of them a priori, but all proceed from and depend on direct experience itself. 3 of the 5 proofs are forms of what Kant afterwards called the cosmological proof. The other 2 are forms of the teleological proof. They can be summed up very briefly. The first is taken direct from Aristotle. Movement, therefore, supposes a mover. The series of movements and movers cannot be infinite. Therefore, there must be a prime mover, and this is God. The second proof is the same form of argument applied to the series of causes and effects. There must be a first cause, and this is God. The third is the argument from the contingent to the necessary. A first cause cannot be contingent. It must have its being from itself alone and be necessary. This necessary being is God. The fourth is the argument from effect to cause, where the effect is the logical condition of the cause, and therefore itself the final cause. The world is the final cause on account of which the first cause is efficient. The effect, that is to say, and not the cause, is the logical beginning. The full explanation only appears in the fifth proof, which is the argument from the evidence of design in nature. This last and best known of all the arguments really gathers the others into itself. Design in nature is evidence of the existence of an intelligent being. This being or mind is God. The cosmological and teleological arguments are closely associated and taken together represent a principle which is directly antithetical to that of the ontological argument, so that instead of 3 arguments of cumulative force, we have 2 directly antithetical principles which make a completely different appeal, and in fact the acceptance of the one generally carries with it the rejection of the other. The ontological argument appeals to the intuition of existence, and its dynamic character is not the syllogistic form in which it affirms a necessary relation between existence and essence, considered as distinct and opposite concepts, but in the intuition that essence includes existence. This is not self-evident. On the other hand, it is directly contrary to what appears self-evident. Existence appears to us the all-inclusive term, within which any essence may either be or not be, but which itself cannot be included within any essence. When, then, we conceive God, what we conceive is essence, and it seems to us that God, like every other ideal content of thought, may or may not exist. The ontological argument shows that in conceiving God, we are conceiving infinite essence, which means that we conceive an individuality without the limitations which attach to our individuality, these limitations consisting precisely in the fact that they fall within a more inclusive concept, existence. God is finite like ourselves if he is included within a wider concept, existence, from which he might be excluded. Either, therefore, we have no theoretical knowledge of God, and this was Kant's view, or else we have the concept of an essence, which includes existence. There is, however, in regard to the ontological argument, a more important consideration than that which concerns its logical power to carry conviction, the question namely whether the truth which it purports to establish is of any value in itself. Is the argument anything more than a piece of dexterous logomachy? Is it other than an exercise in logistic, a circular argument playing around abstract terms devoid of real significance? Those who reject the argument undoubtedly do so because they so regard it. It is impossible to declare it false, but it can be urged that it is a mere tautology, repeating in the conclusion what it has imported into the premise. Only, it will be said, if in the concept of an infinite and perfect being you include existence, you can conclude from the concept that God exists. Those, on the other hand, who accept it attach absolutely no value to its syllogistic form, but only to its ground in the intuition. It directs the mind to a truth about thought and reality which, so far from being obvious, trivial, or unimportant, is not only directly contrary to common sense and scientific realism, but the very condition of philosophic insight. The cosmological and teleological arguments appeal to a totally different and antithetical principle. They appeal not to an intuition expressed in the content of a concept, but to the principle of causality, which is the basis of ordinary and scientific explanation. The cosmological argument rests on the principle of efficient causation, which is the postulate of physical science, the teleological on the principle of final causation or design, which is the postulate of biological and mental science. The weakness of the first is that the conditions of the premise exclude the possibility of the conclusion. How can the fact of experience that every cause of an effect is itself the effect of a cause support the conclusion that there is a cause which is not an effect of a cause, but a causa sui? The conclusion affirms a fact which contradicts the fact on which the premise is founded. The teleological argument is also weak in an equally essential particular. If there be evidence of design, there is equal evidence of unachieved purpose and imperfection. How from an imperfect and incomplete and shortcoming creation can we argue to the existence of perfect intelligence and power? The two currents of thought ran together in close association throughout the scholastic period. They represented two fundamentally different and opposite concepts of God and reality. The ontological argument was not a logical demonstration. Those who held it had no need of a logical demonstration. They gave it logical form to satisfy the current demand for proofs. The evidence was immediate and intuitive. True cognition, in their view, was innate and not derived from experience. God and reality were intellectual and immanent, not transcendent. For the other view, true cognition was a construction of elements furnished by sensible perceptions. With the rise of modern philosophy, the ontological argument acquired a new significance. It was adopted by Descartes and made by Spinoza the pivot of a complete system of mathematically deduced philosophical propositions. It was rejected by Kant, and his refutation is not only one of the most important doctrines in the critique of pure reason, and a notable event in the history of modern philosophy, but it forms a kind of signpost pointing two divergent directions in constructive philosophy. Hegel reinstated the argument. It lives today in the theory of the absolute of F. H. Bradley, in the arguments so forcibly expounded by Bergson in Evolution Créatrice, that the idea of nothing is a pseudo-idea, and it is adopted by Croce in his theory of the concrete universality of mind. On the other hand, it is generally rejected or discarded or despised by all philosophies which rest on empirical as distinct from intuitive principles, and by all who are realists in the modern epistemological meaning. It has come, therefore, to be regarded as identical with one of two divergent philosophical methods. It is cherished by those who follow the a priori route, rejected by those who recognize only the a posteriori. It is not difficult to understand the greater attraction to the ordinary mind of the cosmological and teleological arguments when compared with the ontological. The latter appeals to a cold logical formula impossible to clothe with the warm flesh and blood existence our nature craves for. The other arguments, however remote they may be from practical interest, do at least appeal to the imagination and easily lend themselves to artistic representation. We can take interest in a God, clothed though he be with infinite attributes, whose throne an archangel can dispute, whereas a God whose essence invokes existence evokes no emotion and leaves us aesthetically and ethically cold. Rebellion against this God is absurd. Even Satan cannot for one moment deceive himself with prospect of success. For the only thing of which he could deprive God would be the existence on which he, Satan, himself depends. The yearning of the human heart is for a God of whom we can make a graven image, who can manifest himself to us by some expression which we can cherish as a personal token, just as we cherish the picture or keepsake of a lost or absent friend. The ontological argument gives us a God whose existence does not call for faith, because it admits of no doubt, whom we cannot represent because he is ever present, whom we cannot long for because he is never distant or absent or separated from us. Is there any value in an idea which not only leaves unsatisfied our whole aesthetic nature, but seems to condemn it as a positive defect? If this is the aesthetic difficulty, a far greater difficulty awaits us when we consider the ethical consequence. The conception of God which the ontological argument establishes negates the idea of freedom and imposes a rigid determinism which in ethics inevitably leads to some form of fatalism. A striking illustration of this is afforded in the form which Christian theology assumes in the doctrine of Calvinism. Calvinism is simply the acceptance of the ontological argument with its full logical and ethical consequences, combined with a Christian belief in an historical revelation, and in an inspired authoritative exposition of the scheme of salvation in the Scriptures. It is the God of Spinoza with the Pauline interpretation of Hebrew history. The stumbling block has always been its ethical consequences. On what rational ground can you appeal to a man to act righteously, to eschew evil and follow good, save only on the presumption that he is a free agent? Yet in the whole Calvinist scheme, there is nowhere left even the bare possibility of a free act. The conception of God blocks the possibility of human freedom and reduces the consciousness of it to an illusion due to limited perspective. We get the curious practical dilemma, the one horn of which is that God exhorts us to holiness, the other that holiness is entirely dependent on the grace of God. Human conduct can only be judged good or bad to the extent to which man is a responsible being. Yet all responsibility rests ultimately and entirely in God. It is no exaggeration to say that this problem has not only exercised the human intellect throughout the whole history of philosophy, but it has been the main theme underlying the modern development. In the 17th century, it took a pronounced theological form consequent on the Reformation of the 16th century and the revival of Luther of the Pauline doctrine of justification by faith. The cleavage in theology was not confined to the Reformed religion. It appeared in the Catholic Church as well. It produced the Puritans in the one, the Jansenists in the other. In philosophy today, the theological interest has been superseded by the secular interest, but it is our problem still. It is, however, only when we take account of the absorbing nature of the theological interest in the 17th century that we can understand the overwhelming importance which the philosophers of that period attributed to the conception of God. It is difficult for us today to realize the torture which the religious mind has suffered in its attempt to reconcile the ethical dilemma. It finds expression in the Pauline writings, but it is suppressed, deliberately thrust aside as an impiety overridden by the intense missionary zeal of the new faith. Who art thou, O man, that repliest against God? In the fierce controversy which marked the revival of Paulinism in the 16th century, it found full expression. It divided Christianity into hostile camps. One which exalted the conception of God and fearlessly accepted its logical consequences, leaving ethics to take care of itself. The other not disputing the conception of God, but undismayed by logic in its ardor for the gospel of redemption. It is not a little curious to study the way in which Calvinism found a practical solution of the ethical dilemma of its doctrine of the grace of God. Theoretically, the Calvinist scheme rested on the doctrine of the absolute sovereignty of God and shrank from no consequence in its deductions. It was open to all the denunciations of impiety, which critics and opponents freely outpoured on it. It might acclaim the holiness of God, but no argument could save it from the charge that made God himself responsible for the sin which was hateful to him. The creation, with all the consequences of Adam's fall, was not only foreknown, but foreordained, eternally decreed. Nothing whatever was contingent. The redeemed were elected, the damned were reprobated. There was no place for repentance. God had created hell and preordained its inhabitants, and all for his own glory. To the horrified opponents of the doctrine, it seemed no blasphemy to declare this God a devil. Yet Calvinism produced saints and heroes and martyrs. It satisfied the unselfish religious emotions of many generations. It is doubtful if there has ever been an actually genuine instance of a Calvinist indulging in sin that grace may abound. What saved their diabolical concept from disastrous consequences in practice? It was saved by its doctrine of grace. In the first place, it exalted human nature. It turned faith into a means of grace instead of make it, as its opponents did, an arbitrary condition of salvation, thus raising the doctrine of justification by faith into a rational system, but above all in making faith a rule of life, and in finding in righteousness the one sure sign of election, it is made a priori impossible to use assurance of election as a motive for sin. The holy life, a holiness which no feigning could turn to self-deception, for it consisted not in outward observance, but in purity and cleanliness in inmost thought and sentiment, was the one and only sign of election. An illustration of the way the conception of God not only formed the main problem, but limited the horizon of the philosophers of the 17th century, is afforded us in the correspondence between Leibniz and Arnauld. Leibniz had summarized the principles of his metaphysical theory, not for general publication, but for submission to authoritative opinion. He secured means to have his summary brought to the notice of the recognized leading theologian of the Catholic Church, Dr. Arnauld, world famous for his wide erudition and joint authorship of the Port Royal Logic and theological head of the Sorbonne. The reason appears to have been that Leibniz was earnestly endeavoring to reconcile the Protestant and Catholic doctrines, with the object of making reunion possible, careful, therefore, himself, not to be committed to either side. Arnauld received the summary entitled Discourse on Metaphysics, and at once singled out the characteristic doctrines of Leibniz, the principle of individuality, and shows that it makes creation as taught in the theology of Christianity inconceivable, and the whole scheme of redemption unmeaning. The individual concept of every person, Leibniz had written, involves once and for all everything which can ever happen to him. In it can be seen a priori the evidences or the reasons for the reality of each event and why one happened sooner than the other. If this is so, Arnauld wrote in reply, God was free to create or not to create Adam, but supposing he decided to create him, all that has happened to the human race, or which will ever happen to it, has occurred and will occur by a necessity more than fatal. For the individual concept of Adam involved that he would have so many children, and the individual concept of these children involved all that they would do and all the children they would have, and so on. God has therefore no more liberty in regard to all that, provided he wished to create Adam, that he was free to create a nature incapable of thought, supposing he wished to create me. In the correspondence which followed, Leibniz explained his meaning and defended himself from the charge that his principle involved a limitation of the freedom of God. What interests us, however, is the difference in the conception of God and his relation to the world in the act of creation. If the world be a monadistic reality, then in creating it God gave existence to the monads, foreknowing their nature because the concept of them was in his mind. If, on the other hand, the world be a monistic reality and there are no monads, the act of creation is the bringing of existence of a matter or stuff which God will then mold or shape as he will, and every attribute of reality will be directly brought about by his act. The conception of God is thus seen to depend on two opposite concepts of the nature of reality, and conversely, these opposite concepts of reality lead to opposite conceptions of God. I will state the two positions in my own words. Arnauld evidently held the common opinion that what exists is an inert stuff, or matter created by God and fashioned or shaped by him to fulfill his purposes, like clay in the hands of the potter. Whatever excellence created things possess, they receive it directly from their Creator. This was the theory of creation, and it had to be reconciled with two significant historical events, the fall of Adam and its consequences, and the death of Christ, which furnished the means of salvation. Leibniz, on the other hand, held that the act of creation was the bringing into existence of active subjects of experience. Each subject is in principle an individual possessing his own perspective and responsible for his own actions. These individuals were present to the mind of God as concepts when he chose to create them. Creation was the act which gave them existence. Their activities and consequent actions, and therefore the events which followed them, were present to the mind of God in the concepts. But God did not create the concepts. He chose among concepts, which were possibilities, those to which he would give existence. To appreciate the thought of the philosophers of the 17th century, we have to bear in mind that in one particular there was a striking contrast between their worldview and ours today. The Copernican revolution of the 16th century and the new conception of heliocentric instead of a geocentric universe, with all that it involved and brought to them another worldview than that of the scholastic and medieval philosophy. The perspective of the universe had received an infinite extension in space, but no corresponding change had been brought about in the perspective of time. As far as space was concerned, the concept of an indefinite extension with no privileged center offered the same problem to them as it does to us today. But no revolution had occurred to effect a corresponding change in regard to time. This did not occur until the latter half of the 19th century, and the Darwinian revolution which affected it is within living memory. It has given to our outlook on time the same infinity of range as there is in our outlook on space. This makes it especially difficult for us to enter into the problems of the 17th century as they took form in their worldview. Practically every one of account in their intellectual world not only found it easy to accept, but had no ground for doubting. The general opinion that the world had come into existence as an event in what seems to us the quite incredibly recent past, and was destined to go out of existence as a more or less dramatic event in what seems to us an absurdly inadequate concept of the future. We have therefore to keep this limitation in view if we would appreciate the form which the problem assumed and use it to throw light on our problems today. Both Leibniz and Arnauld, for example, were agreed that human experience must have come definitely into existence as an event which they denominated creation and attributed to the act of God, antecedent to which act was the purpose conceived in the mind of God. In common with the generally accepted and undisputed opinion, they believed this event could be dated, though many with Newton questioned the chronology of the Old Testament. Both sought from their knowledge of the nature of a world they held to have been created, to determine the nature of the antecedent act of creation. The special merit of Leibniz is that he grasped the principle of individuality with a clearness which has never been surpassed, and which is without equal in the service it has rendered to philosophy. He saw that to create an individual is not to bring to existence an inert stuff and shape it to move in certain ways, or to endow it with definite powers of response to external influence, for in the concept of the individual is already involved its perspective and its activity. Leibniz thought indeed that the monads might be created or annihilated, and he conceived God as having before him the concepts of all possible worlds and choosing from them the best, a notion mercilessly satirized in Voltaire's Candide. If we, with our time perspective, accept Leibniz's principle of individuality, we must reject his notion of creation, for it is plain to us that the concept of an individual not only involves a sequence of the events which will follow, but the infinite series of events of which it is the consequence, that in fact an individual holds in his present activity an accumulated past as well as an unrealized future. We must therefore conceive God differently. We must conceive him not as transcendent, but as immanent, not as a super-individual creating or annihilating finite individuals as he chooses, but as an infinite individual, the complement of finite individuality. This brings to us the modern problem. I have already referred to the two different theories held by philosophers today as to the nature of finite individuality, the substantive and the adjectival theories. The substantive theory is monadistic, but conceives the monads in one essential respect differently from the way in which Leibniz conceived them. The individual is held to be exclusive and to exist in his own right, but his range of activity is limited not by his inner nature and perspective, as Leibniz conceived, but by other individuals substantially distinct, to whom his relation is external and with whom he acts and interacts. Individuals in this view are objectively and not only subjectively distinct, they are actually separate from one another. The adjectival view is that the individual is wholly constituted by its relations to and inclusion in the universal absolute experience. Individuality in this view consists in the fact that the absolute or infinite individual appears or expresses itself in finite centers of activity. Finite individuality is therefore a mode of the expression of a reality which is one and universal. These two opposite views may seem to repeat with hardly noticeable difference the theories of Leibniz and Spinoza, but the line of demarcation is different. The theory of the absolute, when fully expounded, though apparently a monistic theory, yet in its concept of substance as subjective activity and not as an inert substratum, and in its insistence on inclusiveness, resembles Leibniz's concept of the monad rather than Spinoza's concept of God, whereas the pluralistic theory, with its interacting individuals, requires for its background the notion of substance as inert extension. In ordinary experience, our conceptions are formed by purely practical considerations, and individuality is no exception. The urgency and primal necessity of preserving at every moment and from moment to moment the form of our activity, the convergence of our whole being on present, progressing action, the continual dispersion and restoration of our store of necessary energy, the disturbance from moment to moment of our equilibrium and its continued maintenance, impose upon us an attitude of forward-looking attention which makes our immediate environment and the first form of our apprehension of things the type of reality to which the hidden aspect must of necessity conform. We are as unconscious of the strain and burden of this attention to life as we are unconscious of the weight of the atmosphere, of the attraction and repulsion, of the Earth's centripetal and centrifugal forces due to its movement. At every moment and from moment to moment, the living organism is called on to act. And if the response fail, life fails, for life consists in unceasing adaptation. Yet we pass our lives in ignorance of it. It is the body which by its structure seems to give us the power to act, yet the activity required to maintain the structure we are wholly unconscious. Individuals appear to us as primarily and essentially a plurality. Plurality seems to depend on definite structure, and structure is wholly dependent on the spatial concept. Even a structure which is not spatial, such as a symphony or poem, can only be conceived by the aid of a spatial scheme. Our direct and immediate relations with other individuals in ordinary experience are with the bodily presence of our fellows, for only by bodily movements do we interpret their minds. Men's bodies, therefore, as definite structures, rather than their minds, seem to determine the individuality. The world of action is a spatial world. Individual agents present a sameness of type in bodily structure and functions, and spatial relations come to be regarded as the basis of existence. Individuality, therefore, to ordinary thought means plurality. Plurality means repetition, the complete separation of numerically different structures identical in type. A completely different aspect of individuality is presented to us, however, when instead of regarding the body, we study the mind. The ideal structure of an individual mind is wholly constituted of its relations to other individuals. The essence of mentality is to comprehend and be comprehended. No two minds are numerically different and structurally identical in the same sense in which two bodies may be. Individual minds derive their individuality not from mutual exclusiveness, but from mutual inclusiveness. They qualify or characterize an absolute, without composing or constituting it by aggregation. That is to say, no means exists of circumscribing individuality when you intend purely and only the mind. Test it in what way you will, by introspection or by observation, there is no way of detaching or dissociating, or even ideally articulating the relations, personal, family, social, sensual, intellectual, emotional, aesthetical, logical, ethical, which are fused together and interpenetrate one another in an individual mind. A mind is not a thing which has these relations. It is these relations, and they are the mind. There is no scheme by which it is possible to dissect the mind in the same or in a similar way to that in which we dissect the organism. The moment we turn our attention to this contrast between the individuality presented under the spatial form of the organism and the individuality presented under the non-spatial but distinctive form of the mind, it becomes clear that we are not dealing with two individualities or with two forms of individuality, but with one individuality presenting two aspects. For the mind must have embodiment, and the body must have consciousness, not in association with one another, or as a property or quality one of another, but because the essence of function involves structure, and the essence of structure involves function. It is this perception of the necessary unity of mind and body, of the impossibility of the conception of individuality, save only as mind acting through the body, and body serving mind to give the efficacy of action to its activity, and the perception that what holds good of the microcosm must apply with equal force to the macrocosm, which is the basis in human thought of the idea of God. It seems to me, moreover, that this was the driving force in the philosophy of Spinoza and Leibniz. But whether this be so or not, I maintain that it is not the cosmological or the teleological or any other logical argument from which has sprung our idea of God, but from the deep intuition of the essential unity of thought and action, mind and body, in our experience as finite individuals. If this be so, if it be the mind-body unity, and not some extraneous deduction or induction from the objective order presented to the mind and experience, which is the intuitive basis of the God concept, the God concept will in its turn throw light on the mind-body unity. In other words, not only does the relation of mind and body in the finite individual suggest to us, by a kind of unconscious analogy, the relation of God to the universe, but it also indicates to us the direction in which we must seek the solution of the persistent and continually recurrent problem of philosophy, the interaction of mind and body. It is significant, at least, that anthropologists are generally agreed in tracing the origin of the idea to God to the animistic notions of primitive man. This, however, does not carry us far or help us much. Animism tends to emphasize the complete dissociation of mind and body. The fundamental fact in which I seem to discern the intuitive source of the innate necessity of thought which becomes a concept of God is rather the fact of the inseparability of mind and body, notwithstanding the dual aspect which our finite individuality presents. This individuality involves two antithetical principles, and as viewed from our human standpoint, the principles are not only mutually contradictory and opposed, but each seems to rest on an order of reality extending indefinitely beyond the range of the finite individual. The one, the body, secures to the individual complete exclusion. It is a principle of division and separation. It assigns us a boundary in space and time, and inserts us in the vast, boundless universe of physical nature. The other, the mind, secures to the individual complete inclusion. It is a principle of comprehension. It knits us in internal relations. It brings the universe within us instead of securing our insertion in the universe. It relates to us the whole of existence, and the relations are not external, but constitutive of our being. While my body separates me from all the rest of the universe, cutting the universe in two, the portion without and the portion within my skin, my mind not only shows me myself in the universe, but the universe in me. It not only brings me into relation with other minds, as my body brings me into relation with other bodies, but it makes me a member of the community of minds in a quite different order of existence to that in which my body makes me one of the things in the spatial universe. In the actual mind-body of the finite individual, I have these two principles not in association, not even in an a priori synthesis, but in the absolute unity of living experience. What to my intellect cannot but appear as two distinct and antithetical orders to my living experience is indissolubly one. This is what I find finite individuality to be. It is precisely this that I believe infinite individuality to be. The idea of God arises, I believe, in the intuition of the unity of mind and body, of thought and action, of function and structure, and the activity which alone is reality. Let me try to be still more precise. In the moment of experience, mind and body are not two things but one. It would be impossible even to make the distinction were experience confined to the actual without outlook on the past and on the future. When we conceive universal activity in the same mode in which we conceive our individual activity, in the living intuition of the moment of experience, then we have the idea of God. And we must think universal activity as existing in this mode, because when our consciousness takes the form of reflection and attention, the moment of experience becomes for it the meeting point of two distinct orders of existence, an ideal order and a real order, the one continuous with our subjective consciousness, the other with our objective activity, and each order is determined by its past and determines its future. If then the unity of these two orders in the moment of experience is real, their duality in the time perspective is appearance. It is the fact, then, that our experience, though finite, is continuous with an activity that envelops it, which compels us to conceive a unity beyond finite experience. It can only be the unity of infinite individuality, because it is the incompleteness of the finite individuality which necessitates the concept. That is to say, mind and nature are separate realms in our perspective, but unity without distinction in the intuition of the actual moment of experience. If then we conceive their ultimate unity, we can only conceive it on the principle of the activity we know in the moment of experience. In this way, we conceive God not as transcendence, but as immanent in us. I do not mean that nature is God's body, or even that it is God's garment, to use the language of poetry, and I do not mean that behind nature we may recognize God's mind, in the way that our neighbor reveals his mind by his bodily actions. To imagine God in this way is to limit God to an object in our perspective. Whereas philosophy requires that if we conceive God, we conceive him as he is in himself, in his infinite individuality. What I do mean is that we can only conceive universal activity on the same principle as we conceive our individual activity in the moment of experience. We can form no image of God, but we can and must conceive him. I will briefly recapitulate the argument. In modern philosophy, the idea of God is part of the general problem of individuality. In the 17th century, the theological concept of God was the beginning and central point of speculation. This was due to the strong human interest aroused by the religious reformation of the 16th century, and particularly to the revival of Luther of the Pauline doctrine of justification by faith. There are two divergent lines in philosophical speculation as to the nature of God and the proof of his existence. The one tendency is to regard the knowledge of God as an innate intuition of the human mind. The other is to make it depend on a reasoning process. The famous three arguments are proofs of the existence of God. The ontological, the cosmological, and the teleological are not cumulative in force, but antithetical and opposed in their direction. Those who rely on the ontological proof have no need of the other two, and these add nothing to its force. On the other hand, those who rely on demonstration usually reject the ontological proof. There are two views in modern philosophy as to the nature of the finite individual. One is the adjectical view, according to which the individual is wholly constituted of his relation to a universal experience, the absolute. His individuality consists in the fact that the absolute appears or expresses itself in temporary centers of activity. Individuality, therefore, is a mode of the expression of a universal reality. The other is the substantive view, according to which the individual is exclusive and exists in its own right. Its range of activity is limited by other individuals, but its relation to these is external, and it is substantially distinct. The ordinary view of individuals is that they are a plurality. There is a practical ground for this. In ordinary thought, we take men's bodies rather than their minds as the definite structure which determines their individuality. We contemplate the world as a spatial system. Men's bodies present to us a sameness of type and structure and function, and spatial relations become in consequence the basis of existence. Individuals appear as a many. When we attend to the mind structure, individuals seem constituted of their relations to one another. Individuals seem to derive their reality from inclusion in a greater individuality. Existence has a different meaning, therefore, according to whether we predicate it of the body or of the mind. When we say that a body exists, we mean that it adversely occupies space during some interval of time. When we say that a mind exists, we mean that it is an activity enduring through continual change. There are no spatial outlines which limit minds and prevent their interpenetration. When we make the finite individual the subject of a judgment, if the spatial body be the subject, then we have the concept of substance or thinghood. It involves the idea of present existence. A thing to be definite must be here and now. If, on the other hand, the mind be the subject, its present existence is not actuality, but potentiality. In individual activity, there is no dissociation of body and mind, of thought and action, of function and structure. Mind and body cannot even be said to be united in their activity, for the activity is a unity which precedes distinction. When we reflect on our activity from the standpoint of its process, it appears as though the moment of experience must be a unity brought about by the association in that moment of the mind and body. Yet the intuition of our reality in that moment is the intuition of original unity. My theory is that the unity is original and not an association, and that the distinctions which arise in the process of our activity are a dissociation. It is the intuition of this unity which is the basis of the necessity of thought, which posits the idea of God, the idea of a higher unity, the infinite individual whose essence involves existence. End of Chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of A Theory of Monads. Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Curtis K. A Theory of Monads. Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity by Herbert Wilton Carr. Chapter 6. The Moment of Experience. And then he drew a dial from his poke, and looking on it with lackluster eye, says very wisely, "It is 10 o'clock. Thus may we see," quoth he, "how the world wags. 'Tis but an hour ago since it was 9, and after 1 hour more 'twill be 11. And so, from hour to hour, we ripe and ripe, and then from hour to hour we rot and rot, and thereby hangs a tale." Shakespeare. Consciousness, or pure knowing, accompanies a very infinitesimal portion of our whole activity, and seems attached to it by a very inconstant bond. It is certainly not the whole monadic activity. Only in the higher monads does it exist at all. If we agree with Leibniz in describing the whole monadic activity as perception, then we must allow that perception is not only possible where consciousness is absent, but for the most part, perception is altogether devoid of consciousness, that is, of consciousness in the pure sense of knowing. In us, consciousness appears as a halo of illumination, playing round the focal center of our activity. It is intense at the point and at the instant of progressing action, but it fades away in a penumbra as we move from the focal center. It seems to have no dividing line. It is very intense and concentrated when our action demands effort or has to deal with a new and unwanted situation. When the progressing action is ordinary and habitual, or automatic, consciousness is relaxed and dispersed. Actual consciousness or knowing seems concerned with our activity at the focus where the action is forming, to be gathered together and concentrated on the progressing action. It appears, indeed, as though the action itself produced a kind of phosphorescence called forth by the nature and need of the action itself, and as though the intensity of the illumination were relative to the need. We may then describe consciousness, in its specific meaning of knowing and awareness, as an intensity at the focus, thinning off till it fades away at the periphery, and neither at the focus nor at the periphery having any clear outline or distinct division. Or, In other words, consciousness is distinguished internally only by its degree of tension or concentration. When we consider the content of this consciousness, or the action which it illuminates, consciousness then itself seems to be distinguished by its clear and distinct outline. The chief aim of knowing seems to give precision to the form and matter of what is known. If knowing is the indefinite light dispersed or concentrated, the known is that which the light serves to delineate. Knowing and knowledge, consciousness and content of consciousness, are not two things brought into relation, but one thing internally distinguished. And the distinctiveness of knowledge characterizes knowing. The clearness of obscurity of the content of consciousness characterizes consciousness. We represent in fact consciousness as itself divided crisply into moments of experience, which, when distinguished as now and then, are conceived with definite, precise, and absolute outlines. Consciousness may seem incapable of delimitation into moments, just as flowing water seems incapable of resolution into distinct drops. But as flowing water is decomposable into drops, so is consciousness resolvable into moments, on any principle and according to any order. We have therefore another and opposite character of consciousness. It is gathered into moments, with each its own cognitive content, its own emotional quality, its own feeling tone, its own perfect individuality. Each moment of experience corresponds with the actual center of activity in the progressing action of the subject. But it marks a distinct and definite state of progress of the action, a state which, when passed, is accomplished and unalterable. It seems, therefore, that consciousness or knowing is itself articulated. The joints may not be easy to trace, and the association of states may be, in a measure, indefinite, but they are clearly marked off from one another and exclusive. We have therefore a second characteristic of consciousness. Consciousness consists of states, only one of which is present. Every present state of consciousness is separated by a distinct and definite outline from every remembered or anticipated state, and the quality and content of its present state will in some form attach to it when it ceases to be present and is only remembered. In this twofold characteristic of the individual consciousness, first, that it has only internal distinction and difference in degrees of intensity, and second, that it consists of states exclusive to one another and different in kind, we may see a close and significant analogy with individual existence itself. Every individual creature in his range of activity is distinct and separate and exclusive, and therefore different in kind from every other individual. And yet every individual is only a focus of the activity of a reality which has no divisions or boundary lines, and which differs only internally in the degree of its tension or extension. No one with our modern worldview and the knowledge which science has developed, whatever particular theory of our origin and destiny he may hold, can doubt that the living individual is one with all that lives and with all that has lived. Every living form, animal or vegetable, is the expression of an activity which is not theoretically or abstractly or collectively one activity, but essentially and indivisibly one. Whether life be a property of certain forms or combinations of inert matter under certain special conditions, as some suppose, or not, it is hardly disputed that the actual phenomenon of life is one in its origin and in its manifestation. Yet this activity manifests itself in myriad special forms, each possessed of that absolute exclusiveness which belongs to the moment of experience in the individual himself. If this analogy hold, if it be really the case that in the moment of experience we have not merely a phenomenon repeated in myriad centers of activity, but the very principle of life itself, if the moment of experience be to the individual what the individual is to the universe, then it follows that the situation of consciousness at the center of our system, at the point of focal intensity, and the consequent inconceivability of transcending the system and viewing it from without, so far from being a disadvantage and handicap in our effort To comprehend reality is a positive privilege of philosophy, enabling us at once and with certainty to know reality as it is in itself. In a moment of experience, then, we have the actual focus of individual activity. The activity which is spread over the whole life of an individual is there seen at the point at which action is progressing. By studying it, we are turning our attention on the very center of reality we are seeking in philosophy to understand, and raising the metaphysical problem of its ultimate nature in its clearest and most definite form. What, then, is the moment of experience? It is the present moment, the moment in which we are actually experiencing is contained, as distinguished from an abstract mathematical moment of time which has no content at all. Whatever we experience is now, and only what is now is immediate experience. But the word now, as used in ordinary discourse, is vague. Anyone unexpectedly asked to say what length of clock time he associates with his moment of experience would probably hesitate and be in doubt whether to assign to it 3 or 4 minutes or something less than a second. The moment of experience is not vague, however, when its content is considered. It is then sharply distinguished from all other moments. It is the moment during which experience is sense experience. It is the only moment of experience which may be analyzed by the psychologist as it occurs, and the experience which occurs in it is the only experience which exists as immediate experience. It is in the moment of experience, therefore, that the mind and the world are immediately related. This moment has duration, and yet all that occurs within it is present. Nothing that occurs within it is past or future. It is altogether now. No part of it is then or when. The moment is also distinguished by the special character or quality of its content, sensation. But it is indefinable otherwise than by reference to the experience itself. The moments of our past which we remember, or the moments of our future which we anticipate, contain remembered or imagined or inferred sense experience. In the present moment only is the experience actually sensed. These are familiar facts, and the problems they give rise to are familiar problems. There is the problem of the relation of psychological to mathematical time, or, as some prefer to state it, the problem of the distinction of mental time from physical time. Also, there is the problem of the ultimate nature of sensation and its relation to other forms or modes of knowledge. There are problems of psychology as well as problems of philosophy, but why psychology is concerned to make clear the distinctions they involve in order to free its subject matter from confusion. The psychological interest being the definition of terms and classification of empirical facts. For philosophy, the problems are vital. They go to the very root of the question of the ultimate nature of knowledge and its relation to reality. The philosophical importance of these problems, and not their mere dialectical interest, should appeal to us. The whole possibility of a consistent theory of life and knowledge depends on the power of philosophy to solve them, and the metaphysical solution seems to me clearly to depend on our power to interpret, or rather to make explicit, what is implicit in the concept of a moment of experience. I will begin with a particular problem on the common sense plane, a psychological problem which involves no principle of philosophy at all. When we see a shooting star, we have the visual sensation of a luminous line drawn across a more or less extensive region of sky. It endures a very short, though appreciable time, and although it seems to begin to appear at the point at which it began to appear, there is a certain time during which the whole line is simultaneously present to our consciousness. Otherwise, it would not be experienced as a line. It appears to us, when we describe it, as though a star previously fixed in the firmament, or having suddenly come into view, had moved across the sky, leaving a trail of light behind it, and that when it had reached the end of its journey, and before it had disappeared, the whole trail was present to sense. We believe that this is an illusion of the senses. That is to say, that what appears to sense does not actually exist, and that is explained by the faculty of the senses have of retaining or of remembering what has excited them. We believe, on what we accept as scientific evidence, that when the trail is present to consciousness, Nothing in the physical world is stimulating the sense organs. In fact, that the trail of which we are conscious has no physical reality external to the organism corresponding to it. We believe that the external reality is a point of light, not a line of light, and that whether the movement of that point is due to its own translation or to the translation of its observer consequent on the Earth's movement through space, or to both, the point always was in only one position at one instant and not simultaneously at every position in the line. Were, then, our sensation of the falling star strictly limited and rigorously correspondent to the actual conditions of the physical cause, we should never be able to have the ordinary experience of it. Were our consciousness to begin and cease when the physical occasion begins and ceases, there would be no duration in the psychological meaning, no continuity of the past, no carrying on of the past into the present. Consciousness would be of the instantaneous present, and this would be a point without duration. Assuming the occasion of the sensation to be as science teaches, we have to explain the illusion in the sensible appearance. I can think of only 3 ways in which a psychologist might suggest an explanation. First, he might suppose that it is due to the mechanism of sensation, and that this includes some sort of contrivance, such as the photographer's sensitive plate, but not necessarily material. Something like what older psychologists imagined when they called the mind a tabula rasa. Our sensations would be of the impressions made upon it, and these being a mechanical effect, would not be restricted to the actual duration of their cause. What we sense would be the marks or impressions left, not the actual cause of them, and these impressions might exist after the cause had ceased to exist. Secondly, he might suppose that the line of light is not a pure sensation, but a combination of sensation and memory. That, in fact, it is only the point and not the line which is sensed, and that the line is really made up of our recollections of the sensations of light when it was at the different points in the line. Or, thirdly, he might suppose, and this is, I imagine, the usual explanation adopted in the textbooks, that the mind has a faculty or power of retaining sensations for a short but appreciable time after the excitation has ceased, and hence excitations, which physically are a true succession, one passed before the next may coalesce or overlap in sensation. Some sensations may be simultaneous, at least as to parts of them, although their excitations are not. I think all 3 explanations are wrong. What renders them, in my opinion, one and all futile is the assumption which underlies each, that the experience of movement or change is not itself a simple sensation, a single sense datum, but something which can only be explained as a relation of numerically distinct sensations, or at least of numerically distinct sense data within a sensation. All sensations, in my view, is of change. Movement or change is immediately given to us in sense experience. The change from A to B is not experienced as 2 sensations, one of which is first A and the other then B. First A is not only present when then B is future, and then B is not only present when first A is past, but both are present in an indivisible sensation, and the distinction is an after result of reflection and intellectual discrimination. Before I try to formulate and defend this thesis, I will give a specific reason for rejecting each of the 3 explanations I have indicated. The first explanation, that we truly sense the line, although there is no line in reality, because the line forms part of the mental picture which represents the reality, is a theory which appeals to common sense on account of a somewhat striking analogy. A moving point, such as we suppose the shooting star to be, appears to be a continuous line in a photograph. This seems to suggest that the retina may perform the same function as the sensitive plate in photography. The analogy is very striking when we consider the structure of the special sense organs, particularly those of sight and hearing, and the functions of their various parts. A photographic camera is a simple replica of the mechanical apparatus of the eye, by which rays of light from the external scene are condensed by the lens to form a small image on the sensitive retina. In like manner, the waves of sound are condensed into vibrations on the small, tense membrane which forms the drum of the ear, a mechanism imitated in the receiver and transmitter of the telephone. If the formation of an image of the external scene is a necessary condition of the perception of the external object, and if it is this image which is the object of the sensation, then it seems natural to account for the difference between the inferred cause of the sensation and the sensation by the conditions of the formation of the image. A moving point in the external scene might be supposed to form a line in the image, as in fact does happen when we photograph a changing scene. Is there such an image intermediating between the external reality and the mind? Psychologically, there is no ground for supposing it, and, so far as theory of knowledge is concerned, no advantage in supposing it. The problem of knowledge is not simplified by supposing the object of knowledge to be a picture of reality projected on a sense organ rather than the external reality itself. Philosophically, it would complicate the problem of real existence by substituting a representative for a presentative theory. The only ground for supposing that the object of visual sensation is an image of reality, and not the reality, is the fact that theoretically we can obtain an image behind the lens of the eye, and also that if we look into the eye of another, we can see reflected back to us the image there formed. But because an image always exists theoretically, and because it can be reflected back to another, it does not follow that it is, or could possibly be, an object to the mind itself. Not only is the image we may see in the eye of another person never the image that the other person sees, but there is no reason in the fact that we see it to lead us to suppose that the mind must be conscious of an appearance of reality distinct from reality itself. We may therefore reject the view that a picture of external reality is the immediate sensed object, and that this picture may have characters which the original has not. The second explanation is that the line is not really sensed at all, but that only a point in the line is sensed, that the moment the point has moved its position, the sensation produced at that spot has ceased, and a memory image has replaced it. It may then be supposed that quite recent memory images are as vivid as sensations, or so nearly so as to be indistinguishable from them. Hence the line is supposed to be simply a fusion of quite recent memory images with the actual sensation. Such a view will not stand any psychological test. By every criterion of sensation, the line is sensed, not memorized. A memory image is under control in a way that a sensation is not. I can call it to mind, keep it in mind, let it pass out of mind. I have no control over a sensation. I am dependent for it on the actual stimulus of a sense organ. Judged by this criterion, the line is a true sensation. There is no such difference between one point and another as there is between sensation and memory. But the memory image of the line when I remember it is entirely different in the nature of my experience from the line when I sense it. Were part of the line a memory, I ought to be able to keep it and prolong it indefinitely, or at least to keep it in mind until fatigue should overcome me. I cannot do this. There is, moreover, no difference of quality within the line. It is only the duration of the experience which enables me to imagine the possibility of a difference. The mark of sensation is to be actually present experience in the meaning that there is present modification of the organism. As any sensation which endures has a beginning and end, it seems possible to deny that the beginning is still sensation when the end is reached, because it is then past, not present. Such an argument would defeat itself by depriving sensation of all content whatever. The sensation would merely be a point marking the limit of memory. The third explanation I can best illustrate by a quotation from Herbert Spencer's Principles of Psychology, Volume 2, I 86. It is a familiar fact that all impressions on the senses, and visual ones among the number, continue for a certain brief period after they are made. Hence, when the retinal elements forming the series A to Z, different sensitive points on the retina, are excited in rapid succession, the excitation of Z commences before that of A has ceased, and for a moment the whole series from A to Z remains in a state of excitement together. The quotation is from an argument to prove that the notion of space may arise out of the notion of simultaneity, and that simultaneity may be the direct sense experience of a rapid succession. It is very apposite to the present case, and illustrates exceedingly well the problem of the perception of change. It seems self-evident that if sensation be instantaneous, we must exclude it from whatever is past, and yet if nothing within the sensation is past, how can it have duration? Hence, the attempt to account for the direct consciousness of change by supposing that sense impressions last longer than the stimuli which excite them, so that a rapid series of stimuli are a true succession, each over before the next is, while the sense impressions they cause overlap and are experienced as simultaneous. To avoid misunderstanding, it should be remarked that this lasting or enduring of the sensation beyond the duration of the stimulus is not the technical meaning of the terms retention and retentiveness in psychology. Retentiveness in psychology refers to the power of remembering a past sensation, not to the power of prolonging a sensation in present experience. What then is the reason for rejecting the view that the sensation of the line is due to the retention of the sensations of the points, so that some have not ceased when others have commenced? How far it may be physiologically true that the experience of simultaneous visual points, such as the series of points in a luminous line, is due to an excitation of numerically distant points on the retina, I do not know. But that successive excitations of different points overlap seems to me to bring us up against formidable difficulties. In the first place, it supposes the retina immobile. But, as we know, the eye moves, and therefore, if the eye follows the moving point, one point of the retina will be alone continuously excited. And in this case, it would seem we ought not to see a line, but an increasingly brilliant point. And, in the second place, what is still more important, were it proved true of one sensation that in one respect, namely, duration, it does not correspond to its exciting cause, what ground should we have to argue that it corresponds in any respect? In my view, the explanation of the appearance is neither physical nor physiological, but psychological. We are conscious of a rapidly moving luminous point as a line of light, not because all or some of the points in the successive series excite sensations which overlap the other points in the series, but because the whole series is within the moment of experience and therefore a present sensation. The moment of experience is limited in duration and limited in discrimination, but within the moment every point of a series, whether it be within or beyond the limit of discrimination, is present to sense, whatever be its relation of before and after to the other points of the series. A point or instant is not past because it is not before another which is present, nor is it only present when the preceding member of the series is not present. It is present while it remains within the moment of experience, and so long as it is present, it is not even fading away. The moment of experience has within it no distinction of past and present, but it has within it the distinction of before and after. The limit of its duration is where memory takes the place of sensation. The limit of its discrimination is where before is indistinguishable from after. Within the moment, whether the interval separating two points in a succession is discerned or not, each point is present and sensed. No point is remembered or imagined. So far, I have not touched on philosophical difficulties. I have tried to think how psychologists might deal with a purely psychological problem without raising questions of the validity of knowledge. Before I leave the psychological consideration, I will try and indicate exactly in what the difficulty lies, and what to me seems the way of escape. A sensation is only, wholly, and always present. The object of a sensation, the sense datum, has for its essential mark that is given at the present time. Yet though it is present, it seems that it must have within it what is not present but past. A movement or change may be a sense datum, for we know movement or change as present fact, and not as inference from present fact. A sensation whose sense datum is a movement must have duration. What has duration must begin and end. Beginning and ending cannot be simultaneous. One is before, one is after the other. But, as we have seen, a sensation is altogether and entirely present. Therefore, the beginning and ending, the before and after, within the sense datum must be together and simultaneous. There is here undoubtedly a metaphysical problem which I will state directly, but it need not disturb the psychologist. In the sensation of the shooting star, the line of light is not an illusion. The movement is a sense datum, and a movement can only be present in a sensation as a line, for it is indivisibly and wholly present. To suppose that the sensation of movement is not really one sensation, but an infinite series of sensations, in each of which a different point of space is sensed at a different instant of time, is not only a psychological impossibility, but a denial that movement is a sense datum at all. Consciousness, then, is the experience of a present, actual now. This now is momentary, and the succession of these moments is a time series. Also the object, the reality of which we are aware in consciousness, is a succession of events, each of which has its moment of present existence, and the succession of these moments is a time series. But there is a difference between the moments of consciousness and the instants of physical events. The difference is in what we name duration. The moments of consciousness endure. The now of experience is not a point or division between what is past and what is future in the time series, but a time span with definite content. It holds within it what in the physical series may be already past or even not yet. This present actual moment of experience has been called a specious present to distinguish it from a mathematical present. A specious present is a reality of physical nature with no counterpart in the physical universe, and wherever we represent it as existing physically, we find that we are in fact introducing into nature what has meaning only in consciousness. The specious present or moment of experience is the moment in each conscious subject's experience, which while it endures he calls now, and within which are his sensations. It is the grasp or apprehension of a reality ceaselessly flowing away and ceaselessly being renewed. It is not a moving point. It resembles rather a field of vision with fixed limits, across which a panorama moves. The quality of the moment is to be wholly now. It is distinct from past moments, which were once now, and from future moments, which will be now. We feel to this present moment that it alone is, and all that really exists is in some way in that moment, while all past moments are known as a memory of what was, and all future moments as an imagination of what will be. Yet this specious present is not a boundary line between past moments and future moments. It is itself an actual duration, and therefore has difference within it, as well as being itself different from what is excluded from it. The distinctions within it are of two kinds, which by a natural analogy we think of under the forms of time and space. The duration of the moment involves a time distinction within it. The extension of the moment, that is to say, the diversity of its content, the fact that all the different senses present objects to the mind in one and the same moment, and the fact that the mind, in attention, can select one or another, can wander over a practically unlimited field, can turn aside from sense to memory and imagination, all within the moment of experience, involves a distinction which can only be presented as spatial. Mental activity in all its wide range falls within the specious present. It is very important, at this point, to be on our guard against a loose meaning of the phrase, the specious present. In ordinary discourse, we speak of long and indefinite periods as present, whenever these periods form part of the unity which the action in progress supposes, or when they embrace the whole set of conditions of a present activity. Thus we speak of the present conversation, the book we are at present reading, or we may include vast periods of time, as when we speak of the present age, the present geological period, or the present condition of the solar system as compared with its supposed condition in a nebula. This, of course, is not for our consciousness the specious present. Yet this application of the term present has an important bearing on its notion, for our very power to think these vast periods as present depends on our power to imagine a mind for which they would be a moment of experience. In effect, we imagine the present moment, in which feeling and sensation are immediate, so extended as to embrace these long periods. And also our imagination serves us in the opposite direction. We can suppose our specious present contracted to exclude all but an infinitely small portion of its content, so that the other portion should be regulated to a past or a future as vast as the periods to which we have just imagined it extended. Just as in the words of the psalmist, 1,000 years in thy sight are but as yesterday when it is past, and as a watch in the night. So also it is equally true that yesterday may be as 1,000 years. We cannot mean, then, by the specious present, some definite quantity of abstract moments, for there are none. We must mean some constant ratio of conscious apprehension to the variable moments which form its content. Let us suppose that we are looking through a microscope, and let us suppose also that our theoretically perfect instrument has an adjustable objective, so that any object under observation may be indefinitely magnified. The field of vision will not vary, but will remain constant both in duration and extension, whatever is within it, but less or more of the object will come within the field as the magnification is increased or diminished. That is to say, whether in relation to unassisted vision, the magnification be 50 or 500 diameters, the field is the same. The time required to attend to anything within it is the same. The number of parts or divisions in it is the same. All these are constant, and what is variable is the quantity of the object which will come within the field. This constant field of vision, irrespective of the varying quantity of the object observed, illustrates the nature of the specious present. But we may get a better illustration still. A microscope affects only a visual magnification, and the difference between an object seen under the microscope and the same object as it exists for unassisted vision is experienced as a discrepancy between sight and touch. Imagine, then, that some instrument could be contrived which would effect an exactly corresponding increase or decrease in the discrimination of all the senses to that which the microscope affects in the case of vision. Suppose that such an instrument were not limited as the microscope as to magnifying the object, so that less of it occupies the field, but could also diminish the object so that more of it would occupy the field. And suppose that with every alteration of visual magnitude there were an accompanying, corresponding alteration in the tactile, auditive, and other senses, and, with every alteration, a constant field. Such a field in which all the senses would be coordinated is a fairly exact analogy of the specious present. If we had such an instrument, it would enable us to pass from our system of reference to any other we might choose, and to preserve our identity through every change. By making a larger or smaller quantity of the object of our present experience occupy the constant specious present of consciousness, and by adapting all our senses to the alteration, it would be as if we ourselves became proportionately larger or smaller in relation to our normal world. The moment of experience, or the specious present, the two terms are for me synonymous, is then the span of consciousness throughout which the reality known is immediately present as sense experience, and within which the activity of the mind in sensation, memory, and imagination is in being. Theoretically, There is no limit to what may occupy this moment, but the moment is itself constant and not variable. However variable in extension and intention, its content. This content, however, though theoretically unlimited, is practically defined in its range by our organization and by the mode of our activity, to a certain system of reference. Thus my whole life, from my birth, might conceivably be the content of one moment of experience. That is to say, it might be entirely present to me, not as memory, but as immediate experience. This would not imply the enlargement of the moment of experience, but a variation of the system of reference. This at least is the view I hold. Against it may be urged the undeniable fact that we are able to, and actually do, measure this moment of experience by a purely objective standard. A certain definite period of our clock time enters it, and neither less nor more. My reply is that such measurement does not determine the moment of experience, but the system of reference within which, and in relation to, which the consciousness is functioning. Whether the view of the moment of experience which I have just given, that it is constant while its content is variable, not in the sense that it is a series or succession of ever new experience, but in the profounder sense that all its objective characters, including space and time, are variable, and relative to a system of reference, be accepted, or whether the ordinary conception of an absolute space and time and a variable moment of experience be held. In either case, the concept of a moment of experience gives rise to the fundamental problems of philosophy. These problems fall naturally under two heads, one formal, the other material. One is the problem involved in the duration of the moment of experience, the other in the nature of its content, that is, of sense data. The first problem is the relation of psychological duration to mathematical time. The second is the problem of the status of a sense datum. It is evident to everyone who reflects that the moment of experience is not the mathematical instant which divides the past from the future. It is quite obvious that while the mathematical instant may fall within the moment of experience, the latter cannot fall within the former. The reason is clear. The mathematical instant is a point. The moment of experience is a line. The first has no dimension. The second has one dimension. If mathematical time be represented as a series of instants, one of which is present and the others of which are past, then the moment of experience holds within it some instants which in the mathematical series are past, and these in the psychological series are still present. This I think no one disputes. But the mathematical instant is also the limit of a series or a succession of instants which are future. Do any of these future instants fall within the moment of experience, so that some instants which in the mathematical series are future, in the psychological series are present? Or is the present mathematical instant the limit of the series of instants which fall within the moment of experience, so that in respect of all future instants, the mathematical and psychological series correspond in a present point common to both? This latter alternative is the generally accepted view, because, while it seems there are many forms in which instants mathematically past may be psychologically present, it is difficult to conceive any form in which instants mathematically future can be present at all. Mathematically future time seems therefore definitively excluded from the specious present. Does, then, the future differ from the past in such way that the one cannot while the other can exist in the present? So far as the concept of mathematical time is concerned, the future is on the same plane as the past. So far, that is to say, as we consider physical events determined by a time order, forming a series standing to one another in a relation of before and after, there is no difference in our concept of time future and our concept of time past. If we suppose that some micromegas of a superworld, for whom our sun is an atom, were to cause the Earth to fly out of the solar system as an electron may be shot out of an atom, It would upset all our astronomical predictions, no doubt, but it would not affect our concept of time future. If, then, the moment of experience overflow, the mathematical instant, there is no a priori reason why it should be only over the series behind us and not also over the series before us. Yet it seems difficult, and even in a certain sense paradoxical, to suppose that the present moment of experience can embrace instants mathematically future, as well as instants mathematically past. Why? I think it is due to an assumption. We naturally and unconsciously assume that the mathematical instant is original and independent of experience, and that is the moment of experience is the comparative failure of consciousness to grasp or apprehend this reality in its purity. The moment of experience is then the more or less successful attempt to get a sharp focus of a reality which itself possesses ideal precision. On such an assumption, there are two very strong reasons for holding that the moment of experience is the stretch of time from the present mathematical instant back through a certain series of past mathematical instants and never forward into the future. The first reason is the law of parsimony. If the mathematical instant is what consciousness is striving to grasp, everything which can be excluded from it will be. In other words, experience will strive to make its moment coincide with the mathematical instant, and so far from darting in front of it, will lag behind it as little as possible. The other reason is that the past mathematical instants, having already been experienced, can be retained in the present, whereas future instants, not having occurred, cannot be retained. It seems to me that to assume the independence and originality of the mathematical instant is without any justification. It also leads to a kind of absurdity, for if the mathematical instant be real, then the real has no duration, and the experience of duration is illusion. There can be no ground for such an assumption, just because experience is itself the highest court of appeal. On the other hand, to hold that the moment of experience is original and absolute is not an assumption, because experience is itself the ground of all implications, inferences, and assumptions whatever. The mathematical instant is not an absolute reality, because in the first place it is abstract, not concrete, and in the second place it is part of an intellectual scheme. This scheme is a device by which we represent reality. If reality be activity, we can only present it to the mind as a continuity of change, and this must appear as a division between what is formed, or acted, or made, and what is forming, or acted, or making, and the moving center of the activity will be represented in thought as a point or limit dividing past and future. The point will be the ideal abstract center of the activity, and the moment of experience will be the concrete concept of the activity, and will therefore, of necessity, hold within it something which in the abstract is past, in the sense that it is before the abstract center, and something which in the abstract is future, in the sense that it comes after the abstract center. But only in the abstract meaning of mathematics will past and future be distinguishable parts of the moment, and, as so distinguished, past, present, and future are unreal abstractions synthesized in the concrete concept. We are not, however, entirely dependent on analysis of the concept of present activity to prove that mathematical instants abstractly future form part of the moment of experience. There are actual facts of experience which are difficult to explain if it be not so. In the case of all expressive action, gesture, speech, writing, etc., the whole meaning to be expressed is intuitively present in every moment of the expression as it proceeds. Were it otherwise, we should be in the impossible position of striving to express what did not exist to be expressed. A musical melody, a proposition, a sentence, even an exclamation, will occur to everyone as cases in point. If, then, expression imply intuition, I am not using the word intuition here in a technical sense. It is impossible to schematize the moments of the expression, unless they can advance beyond the mathematical present instant. For example, I can suppose that when I am pronouncing the word London, the second syllable is not within the specious present until I have completed the pronunciation of the first, although the first is admittedly within the present when I am pronouncing the second. Psychological analysis of the act of reading has brought out the fact quite convincingly that mental apprehension is always ahead of the actually sensed word. There is also another familiar experience which appears to me to throw considerable light on the nature of the duration of the moment. Everyone has probably at some time had the experience of being awakened from sleep by some sense excitation, such as a knock at the chamber door, a word spoken into the ear, or a touch on some part of the body, and experiencing this sense excitation as the conclusion of a long, intricate, and complex dream. Unless we are to suppose in such cases a miracle of coincidence, we know for certain that the sense stimulus was the occasion of the dream of which it seemed to form the natural climax. Does not this show that a long-enduring physical experience can take place during what in normal waking life we call a moment, and also that its duration can appear to the mind as preceding the event which we afterwards know has occasioned it? The least such facts show is that we can have no more ground for excluding future instants from the moment of experience than we have for excluding past. I will now try and present the problem of the duration of the moment of experience in complete dialectical form. The concept of duration has formal diversity or difference within it. This difference consists of two elements, past and future, each of which, in the abstract and apart from the unity of the whole concept, is a pure negation. The past is not, the future is not, and all that is not past is future, and all that is not future is past. There is no present. The concrete concept in which these contradictory elements are synthesized is the moment of experience. The formal problem, therefore, may be solved in the manner of the Hegelian logic. We have a dialectical triad exactly fulfilling the conditions of Hegel's first concrete category, in which becoming is the synthesis of being and nothing. Let us give it the full Hegelian form. The thesis is the duration we affirm to be present. The antithesis is the past and future of which all duration entirely consists, and both are opposite and contradictory to the idea of present. The synthesis is experience, every moment of which holds together the abstract contradictions of thesis and antithesis in a concept which is concrete, universal, and real. But this is only a first degree of reality. The moment of experience implies more than a bare union of the abstract contradictions, past and future, in a duration span. It implies a higher concept, that is, the concept of a higher degree of reality, in which past and future are not independent elements held together by the external relation of the apprehending consciousness. This higher degree of reality we find in the concept of activity. The moment of experience is the moment of conscious activity. In the concept of activity, past, present, and future are a systemic unity, essential elements of an organic whole. The elements are organically present in the whole. That is, the past is not merely past, it is contained in the present, and the future is not merely future, it is being fashioned in the present. Past and future are therefore in the concept of activity no longer abstract contradictions, but essential to the unity of the concept. Before I attempt to point out the further implications of the concept of activity, I will consider the second problem I indicated, that which concerns the quality of matter, of the moment of experience, as distinct from its quantity or form. The moment of experience is one of a series of moments. We distinguish it from the past moment we remember and from the future moment we imagine. So viewed, it appears to us to endure so short a time that we find it practically impossible to realize that it is, before it has already passed, into the series of moments which can only be remembered. Yet the fact is that as experience, the moment is continuous. It is only from the standpoint of its content that it is forever ceasing and forever being renewed. The objective mark of the moment of experience is therefore the special nature of the content. It is only in the moment of experience we have the kind of knowledge we call sensation. Everyone recognizes it and knows that it is different from every other kind of knowledge whatever. All knowledge is, for the subject of experience, within the moment of experience, even the kinds of knowledge we call memory and imagination. But for the objects to which memory and imagination or fantasy refer are not within the moment of experience as the objects of sensation are. The object present to the mind in sensation is therefore named by some philosophers the sense datum, and the moment of experience is defined by them as the period of time within which an object must lie in order to be a sense datum. The problem, then, is this. Are sense data objects in their own right, objects which stand to the mind in a relation of direct acquaintance? And is it these objects which give to the moment of experience its privilege? Or is it the nature of conscious activity, the nature of the mental grasp or apprehension of reality, in a word, the nature of life, which gives to the moment of experience its special character of unmediated reality? According to one view, sense data are certain definite objects which at a certain moment are or may be present to a mind, and the moment we call now, or the specious present, is distinguished from other moments before and after by the fact that it is the only moment in which sense data are also present. We need not object that the moments are described in spatial terms. There is no other way of expressing the meaning, for in this view, sense data are not events which occur, but objects which appear. The opposite view is that sense data have no independent status. They cannot be treated as a class of entities separable or distinguishable from the moment of experience as its apprehended content, for there are no objects which are not events. Let us be clear, too, as to what the problem is not. It is not the question of the real existence of physical objects, nor is it the question of the validity of the inference from phenomena to cause of phenomena. It is not, that is to say, the question of the independent existence of the objects, or material things which physical science is supposed to require as its postulate, nor is it the question whether the fact of sensations involves the concept of an independent cause of sensations. Sensation, so far as we are concerned, is ultimate fact. It supposes a sensing mind and a sensed object. These are part of its notion, but it does not necessarily suppose that either mind or object is anything at all outside or independent of the sensation. Let us then consider the quality of the moment of experience. Sensation. If we analyze sensation into act of sensing, sense datum, and relation of acquaintance, or into subject mind, object datum, and knowing relation, or in any way which enables us to treat the sense datum as constant and the relation as variable, we have a psychological difficulty which is impossible to ignore. This is that the variety and multiplicity of sense data and their quality or character in the moment of experience are not due only to the variety, multiplicity, and character of the sense excitations, and the multiplicity is not only due to the amount of clock time the moment covers. There is a qualitative and quantitative difference in sensations themselves, depending on the nature, organization, situation, and special function of the sense organs. To the ordinary view, this offers no difficulty, but on the other hand serves to explain many facts. We classify sensations by their source in the different sense organs before we classify them by what we may call their apport. But the apport is everything, is fixed and absolute, if the sense datum is constant and independent of the act of sensing. There is still a greater difficulty for the view that sense data are constant in the fact of attention. The mind can be attentive or inattentive to its sensations in any degree. I may listen to what someone is saying, my eyes the while fixed on his gesture and action, and be wholly inattentive to what I am seeing and attentive only to what I am hearing, or wholly inattentive to what I am hearing while attentive to what I am seeing, or I may be actively attentive to both at once. In fact, I can turn my attention off and on. I can concentrate it on 1 minute sensation, or expand it to take in the whole range of my senses at once, and all within the moment of experience. How am I to express all this if I take the standpoint of objective sense data to which the relation of the mind is acquaintance? A sense datum can admit no difference of degree, nor yet can the relation of acquaintance, but attention introduces an infinity of degrees in my actual sense data. The difference between attention and inattention will, on the view I am considering, have to be explained away as an illusion or subjective appearance, for the difference apparently due to attention must be an actual difference of sense data themselves. This leads me to my chief criticism of the sense datum theory. I mean, the theory that a sense datum is constant. If we adopt it, we cannot possibly explain the perception of change, and we must suppose that what we perceive and call change is not what we conceive change to be, but an illusion produced in us by the succession of sense data. What we suppose to be change must really be the simultaneous sensing of sense data, which are themselves successive. And there is another fact which we cannot explain on this theory, the special privilege which attaches to the moment of experience. This moment stands out in our lives not only as possessing special and overwhelming importance to ourselves, because in it we are acquainted with the objects which out of that relation we can only describe, but because into that moment is crowded the whole of reality. Outside that moment, there is only what did exist or will exist, nothing that does exist. These two facts, first that in the moment of experience we perceive change, and second that into this moment of experience in some way, not only are our own reality as minds knowing, but the reality of things known is gathered, demand of human thought that it should seek to discover their metaphysical ground. They present to us a problem which can only be solved by the method of philosophy. This method is the analysis of the concept to discover its implications, then to follow those implications into the system which gives us the reality in a higher degree. We have seen that in the concept of activity, the contradictions to which the duration of a present moment gives rise are overcome in a systematic unity. Activity implies that past and future are together in organized union in the present. The moment of experience is the moment of activity. The concept of activity implies change. Change is not mere succession, the alternation of existence and non-existence. It is becoming, the becoming actual of what was potential. Change implies continuity. The new creation which constitutes it is the new form or order which the old undergoes. Where there is real change, existence and non-existence have no place as categories of reality. The categories of change are making, acting, doing, opposed to which are made, acted, and done. If reality be change, reality cannot cease to be. The absolute expression of it is making itself. Past and future are therefore no longer the distinction of what is not from what is. We have an illustration. We might even say an exact application of this metaphysical doctrine in the scientific concept of energy. Energy is in modern scientific theory the ultimate concept of reality, and the law of its conservation is not a description of facts, nor is it the formulation of a probability based on the observance of invariable sequence. So far as empirical facts are concerned, they are diverse, disconnected, independent of one another. We can classify them more or less conveniently, group them into the phenomena of light, heat, electricity, magnetism, etc. We can even, by observing sequences, predict them with more or less confidence. But all that experience warrants us in saying is that they are or that they are not. Physical science has replaced this idea of existence and non-existence with the concept of a reality which cannot not exist and which preserves its identity throughout complete change of its form or order. When energy completes its cycle of change, it does not cease to exist. It passes from the kinetic to the latent order. It may be said that this concept of conservation is not a fact, but only a convenient generalization. It is a generalization, however, implied in the very possibility of physical science, and which cannot be even called in doubt without destroying the basis of scientific explanation. Strict empiricism would in fact as effectively destroy physical science as it destroys philosophy. Observation of fact, which abjures implication, is sterile. So in philosophy, if we be content to conceive reality as a panorama or moving procession, and the mind as a spectator contemplating the passing show, then the moment of experience has no intrinsic privilege. Its apparent privilege is due to the fact that it happens to be the moment at which we are spectators, and our sense data are what happens to be offered to us at that moment. But conceive reality as change, and one moment is at once raised to the privilege of actuality with respect to every other moment. The concept of change appears to me, therefore, to be of capital importance in philosophy. If change be original, that is to say, if change be the necessary, logical antecedent of things, and if fixity in every form be the work of the mind, and if it be this original change which we perceive in the moment of experience, then both the nature and the form of that moment are made manifest. The moment of experience is the moment of activity. Activity is the moment of change. Change is the continuity of the past in present creation. Change is not succession, but self-making. The apprehension of change in a moment of consciousness implies, therefore, the holding together, in that moment, past and past as present, an activity of self-making or creation. This is the concept of life. This concept of life is the highest concept we can reach, for in it we grasp intellectually the reality we know intuitively. In the moment of experience we live as well as know, and we know in living the very reality we objectify in knowing. The whole process of living thought, as distinct from the life itself, is the making explicit, the expressing in the concept what is implicit in the intuition. But as intuition life is all-inclusive, whereas the moment of experience is essentially exclusive. It is an infinitesimal fraction even of our individual life. Whatever be its relation to universal life, the moment of experience is the concentration of consciousness on a small and quite disproportionate part of the full reality of the individual life of the conscious experient. What is the principle of this concentration of consciousness on a fraction of the whole, or of this contraction of all reality into a moment? The moment of experience is the moment of attention to life. The moment of experience is for us a moment of consciousness. When we speak of our conscious moments, we distinguish consciousness from life, and consciousness then appears to us as a form of vital activity, a phenomenon which supervenes on life itself. The moment of consciousness is not a moment of life. That is to say, life is not a multiplicity of moments or composed of momentary elements, some conscious, some not. An infinitely small portion of the individual life comes within the moment of consciousness when compared with the duration of memory and the extension of sense perception. In the activity of attention, consciousness moves over a wide range of past and present, lighting up in its brief duration some selection from the memories of past experience, some selection from present sense experience. Life is itself infinitely wider than consciousness, and the moment of consciousness is not the moment of life, but the momentary consciousness of life. If, then, we recognize that consciousness has supervened on life, and ask ourselves what is its nature and its relation to vital activity, two views are possible. We may suppose that consciousness is just awareness, and that the life which has acquired it has thereby endowed itself with the power of contemplating and representing itself and its environment. In that case, the momentary character of consciousness will be altogether mysterious, a fact to be accepted but impossible to understand. On the other hand, we may see in its momentary character its true significance. Consciousness is momentary because it arises at the call of a certain kind of activity. It is, as it were, a light shed on the focus or center of activity to serve the action going forward. The terms which we have to employ, light, focus, center, etc., are of necessity metaphorical. Consciousness is the unique experience we know as awareness. There is nothing contradictory in supposing that our whole life, with its continuous past, its full present, and its prospective range and activity, might be, through and through, conscious, an awareness evenly dispersed over the whole range of activity, not concentrated round the focus, but such consciousness would not serve the mode of activity for which our whole organization seems contrived. This organized activity requires that all which does not interest the particular action we are engaged on shall be shut out from our consciousness in order that attention at its center may have full illumination. Biology confirms this. It shows us, throughout the whole range of life, species organized for characteristic action within a definite zone or sphere of activity. Every living creature is fixed in an attitude of attention to life. An attitude bending it forward to the action which is forming before it, closing behind it, and shutting out from its consciousness whatever is not calculated to serve or to contribute to the efficiency of its special activity. To the extent that its action is chosen and free, the life must become conscious, and the mode of this consciousness determines the range of its freedom, and the form or mode of the activity conditions the objective order of reality in the experience. We are able then to deduce the momentary character of consciousness from the nature of life. But, on the other hand, our whole knowledge of life rests ultimately on our experience in the moment of consciousness. It is only, therefore, by the implication of the concept of a moment, itself an actual experience, that we reach the concept of a reality wider and more fundamental than the moment, yet identical with it. This reality is life. It is the philosophic concept of an original activity, not conditioned by the moments of experience, which are the form in which it comes to consciousness, nor by the content of those moments, that is, by sense data, which are the objective aspect of the experience, but itself conditioning the order of experience and the content of experience by the mode of its own activity. We reach the concept by the same process which led Kant to affirm the reality of the thing in itself. But, unlike the concept of Kant, it is not a reality by its very definition unknowable. On the contrary, it is known in its immediacy, and its form is not arbitrary, but deduced from its nature. There is the alternative theory. We may say, and many philosophers do, that what is implied in the moment of experience is not an original activity creating an objective order, but the independent reality of an objective order. The moment of experience in this view brings the mind into direct relation with the real continuity of a spatial and temporal order, and with an arrangement of physical elements within that order. This seems to agree with pre-philosophic common sense. It is well, therefore, to follow out the logical consequences of such a theory. In order to appreciate this alternative theory, let us briefly recall the fact. We all acknowledge that normal experience consists of a present moment which endures for a period variously estimated to occupy from 3 to 12 seconds of clock time. Within that moment, we discriminate spatial extension and temporal duration. There is a limit to the discrimination, and many laboratory experiments have been devised for the purpose of determining it. It is said, for instance, that for the visual sense an extreme discrimination is an interval of 1/500th of a second. The character or quality of the moment of experience is sensation. It is only in that moment that we have sensation. We perceive and remember in that moment, but it is the sensation, to which what we perceive or remember is attached, which gives the moment its distinctive mark. The whole content of that moment is distinguished as present experience from what is past and future, yet within it, though all content is present, there is a distinction of before and after. This, in general terms, is the scientific and psychological description of the fact we name the moment of experience. What, then, is the problem? The problem is the nature of the unity of the moment and of the continuity of the elements we discriminate within it. If the reality be the 3 to 12 seconds of mathematically measured instants and the definite number of sense data this period covers, then the moment of experience is nothing more than the limit of the mind span of an objective succession. The continuity of that moment will be the mathematical continuity of points in a line and instants in a succession. The continuity of an extension in mathematics means that between any 2 points another can be found, so that there is never a next point to any point. And similarly, the continuity of a duration means that there is never a next instant to any instant, but that between any 2 instants another can be found. What, then, is the logical consequence of adopting this view? It is that there can be no numerical identity between the moments, the series or succession of which corresponds with our lives. The reality of life must consist of a series of distinct movements, whose instantaneity and continuity are mathematical. Life imaged as psychical duration must be an illusion. This, then, is the position to which the alternative theory leads. It was, I suppose, practically the position of Descartes, of Malebranche, and of Berkeley, and it did not dismay them. But then they could fall back on the philosophical concept of a deity. Each perishing instant called forth, in their view, a new act of creation by God. But there is no place in present-day philosophy for such a concept. It is not on this account that I reject it, but because mathematical continuity and scientific causality seem to me wholly insufficient factors to account for the living activity I am directly conscious of in the moment of experience. Consciousness, then, in its special form of knowing or awareness, illuminates our activity at the central point of progressing action. It is concentrated in a focus of attention when the activity is intense and the situation is novel. It is dispersed and relaxed when the situation is familiar and the action automatic. There is a zone of consciousness within which knowing is sense experience. This is the present which we distinguish from past and future. Mathematically, the present is a point without duration and without special privilege. The last instant of a series going back into the past, and the first of a series going forward into the future. Psychologically, the present is a duration, very brief in comparison with the vista of the past and the prospect of the future, but with definite content. The moment of experience is a specious present. It is not an instant without duration, but a determinate span of duration. The moment of experience enables us to understand how history can be altogether present. The moment of actual sensing has beginning and end. Its parts are all in the relation of before and after one another. Yet the whole moment is distinguished by its content as present existence from past and future moments. In the moment of experience, before and after are not past and future, but altogether present in the meaning that they are sensed and not remembered or anticipated. There is nothing absolute in the limitations of a moment of experience. Yet the moment is circumscribed, and its circumscription is in fact specific in living creatures. It is relative to the range of activity. It is the moment of attention to life and the point of insertion in reality. The moment of experience with its grasp of duration is an essential condition of activity. The concept of activity presupposes the past retained in the present and forming the future. Organic activity is the past acting in the present. Activity is inconceivable as mathematical continuity. The beginning and end of an action are not divisible into separate events, and the action cannot be dissolved into a series of instants. There is only activity where the past is present with a hold on the future. Reality is history, and history is self-creative. We see the process in being in the moment of experience. Knowing is not awareness of what is or is not, but the grasp of apprehension of becoming. In the immediate knowledge of the moment of experience, what we are aware of is change, and the object of awareness is an event. End of Chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of A Theory of Monads, Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Owlivia. A Theory of Monads, Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity by Herbert, Wildon, Carr. Chapter 7, Memory, the Fundamental Fact in Experience. To touch the reality of spirit, we must place ourselves at the point where an individual consciousness, continuing and retaining the past in a present enriched by it, thus escapes the law of necessity, the law which ordains that the past shall ever follow itself in a present which merely repeats in another form, and that all things shall ever be flowing away. Bergson. The moment of experience is a true duration. It is not a succession of instants, one of which alone exists, while the rest are non-existent and remembered, or not yet existent and anticipated. It is true duration because within it the whole content is present and existing. That is to say, there cannot be within the moment of experience a distinction between what exists and what does not exist, for to exist is to be within the moment of experience, to be present, or now. Psychologists, as we have seen, have recognized this fact, to a certain extent, in the theory of the specious present, but only partially and without accepting its full significance. It is clear, for example, that an event, however brief its duration, in order to be an event, must have unity. It seems, however, that this unity can only consist in the mental image the mind forms of the event, for an event has a beginning and end, and these cannot be simultaneous. They are the first and last instants of a series of constituent instants, which, in reality, are essentially discrete and unconnected. Physical science seems to confirm this, for the briefest period in which we can discriminate an event as a unity, for a visual event something approaching 1/800th of a second, is demonstrably composed of hundreds of billions of discrete events, and there is no possibility in thought of setting a limit to this discreteness. If an event be thought of in this way, if we distinguish the discreteness of its instance as its reality from the mental image as its unity, then we are forced to the absurd conclusion that in reality nothing exists, for all the component instants of the event apart from the mental image are past or future, and therefore non-existent, and the present is only a limit between the two series, and therefore neither an event nor part of an event. Psychologists have recognized the impasse, and in the theory of the specious present have reformed the concept of an event. The now of experience is not for them the mathematical present instant. It contains within this a bit of the past and a bit of the future united or held together. But if past and future are non-existent, their union will not produce existence. Adding not to not will yield not. In other words, if the event be real and be constituted of discrete elements, the discrete elements must be existent, not non-existent. If past and future are non-existing, their union or inclusion will not constitute an existing present. Is there not, however, a way of getting round the difficulty? It is not, it will be said, the actual past and future instants which are held together in the specious present, but their apport or content, which the mind retains in an ideal form when they are non-existent. Let us admit that the past was, but is not, that the present is without duration, and that the future is not, but will be. Have we not the fact that the past has been, and the future will be, and may not the present be the actual passing of the will be into the has been? Is not this fact, which in the moment of experience we may be said actually and directly to observe, enough to constitute the reality of the event? This is not a way of escape. An event is wholly existent and wholly one. It is not partly existent and partly non-existent. What I perceive as existing now is not made into an event by my remembering what existed before. Something more is necessary. The actual past must be existing in what is present. It admits no breach, however infinitesimal. Equally, it holds that the future is not merely will be, but is actually existing in the present. Let past and future be in any sense non-existent, or, if you will, not present, and the event is non-existent. Posit the mind and over against it a formless manifold. Suppose the mind the sole agent, support, and substance of events, and then the events indeed may be considered as composed of non-existence. But the mind is wholly present and existent, and the problem of past, present, and future arises immediately in regard to it. Or again, we may conceive God performing the function which Berkeley conceived necessary, keeping our perceptions in existence when we are not perceiving them. But then again, we shall have the problem of past, present, and future in the continuity of God. Try in what way we will, we shall find it a priori impossible to constitute existence out of non-existence. We are all acquainted with reality in the fact that we are living, sensing, thinking, willing, acting beings. It certainly seems to us that the primary characteristic of this reality is that there is a present moment sharply distinguished from past and from future moments, and this sharp distinction seems to lie in the fact that the present is existent, the others non-existent. We are sensible of the present, we remember the past, we imagine the future, but our memory of the past and our anticipation of the future are both within the sensible present. So then, even if we admit that in a sense within the moment of experience past and future are present, and there is no distinction of existence and non-existence, yet between the moment of experience and other moments there is the fundamental distinction between existence and non-existence. Clearly, if there be no difficulty in conceiving the moments external to the present moment as non-existing, there can be no difficulty in thinking the instance within the moment non-existing. Is it then a fact that between the moment of experience and the preceding and succeeding moments there is this distinction? Directly we face the problem from the point of view of the concept of life. We see that the concept of past, present, and future as a distinction of existing from non-existing moments is a contradiction. The concept of life involves the existence of past and future in a present moment, and involves their existence not in the shadow form of memory images and ideas, but in the concrete and comprehensive and fundamental meaning which we give to the word existence. How come we then to view reality as a passing of existence into non-existence and a coming of non-existence into existence? How come we to class past, present, and future as a series of moments distinguished fundamentally by the predicate of existence? It cannot be a fundamental distinction in reality, but it is a way in which by our very nature and the mode of our activity we view reality. It is an artifice or device which characterizes our intellectual mode of activity, and in proof that it is not fundamental, we need only appeal to the logical principle itself, ex nihilo nihil fit. It is unthinkable that non-existence can be the ground of existence. What then is the fundamental fact in experience? If the foregoing argument is sound, the fundamental fact in experience is memory. But in this case, memory is not a faculty which some species of living creatures have acquired. It is real existence and the basis of living activity. Conscious experience depends on memory as its condition. By this is not meant merely that knowledge implies a power of remembering the past, much less that memory is the present recollection by the mind of the non-existent past. What is meant is that memory is the actual and active existence in the present of what has been acting and indeterminate, but is now acted and determined. Memory can no more be detached from experience, and experience remain, then the stuff of which anything consists can be detached from the thing which consists of it. This is not a view that we find at all easy to accept. It seems opposed to the plainest direction of the science of the mind. It appears self-evident and clear to the most ordinary reflection that the fundamental fact in consciousness must be sensation. Almost instinctively, psychology begins with the description of sensation, and it not only seems that nothing is more ultimate and more fundamental, but that it could exist unsupported and is itself the basis of all experience and the primitive psychical fact out of which the higher powers of the mind have been evolved. We may discover that sensation depends on physiological conditions of organization, that it comes late, if not last, in the biological order. But so far as knowing is concerned, it is first, the foundation from which all knowledge is raised, and, last, the ultimate constituents into which the most developed knowledge can be resolved are sensations. The primary purpose of sensation appears to be responsive action by the organism, and this seems to develop into a higher power, that of perceiving present existing external reality, and superimposed on perception as a kind of extension of it. There seems to have been developed the still higher power of memory, which, by enabling us to retain the perception in the form of an image or idea, gives us the means of organizing experience. The order of genesis of experience seems therefore to be, first, sense impressions accompanied by specific responses; second, the perception of the objects which are the occasion of the sense impressions and are the formation of images; third, the retention and recall of the images formed in perception. And this last endowment of the organism, memory, enables us to organize experience into systems of science which give us control over the environment. This seems to us not only the natural order in which the special phenomena of conscious experience have evolved, but the very principle of evolution itself, which proceeds from the simple to the complex. Why, then, are we called on to reject this clear and straightforward account, supported as it is by the whole of natural science, and the whole of mental science as represented by psychology? Because we find that it will not stand the test of a philosophical principle. When we submit this process to philosophical analysis, we discover, generally to our astonishment, that not sensation but memory is the fundamental fact in experience which conditions everything. Perception is then seen to be dependent upon memory and not vice versa, and sensation to depend on perception. It seems a paradox. It seems equivalent to affirming the contradictory proposition that there may be memory, not merely as the potentiality, but as an actuality, when, as yet, there is nothing to remember. When, however, we analyze the concept of perception, we see that what is essential in it is recognition, and recognition supposes memory. This problem of recognition is a problem of philosophy, for it is concerned with concepts. It brings out clearly that, not merely theoretically, but in actual fact, memory is the fundamental condition of conscious experience, the most concrete fact in experience, while sensation is bare abstraction, incapable of being self-subsistent experience. In the problem of the nature of recognition, two questions arise which it is advisable to treat separately. The first concerns the nature of the modification of cognition, which constitutes it a recognition. This is the problem of recognition, so far as its source is within the individual's experience. The second is the question how there can be recognition, as there appears to be, when there is no conscious memory of the prior cognition. This is the problem of recognition, so far as its source is beyond the individual's experience and in his ancestral experience. The two questions together form one problem, the nature of intelligent and instinctive recognition and their relation. In recognition, there is, as distinctive of the experience, an element we may describe as againness. It is the experience had before, seen already. The first question concerns, therefore, the nature and genesis of the experience of againness. The second question inquires how there can be, as there certainly appears to be, recognition in the first performance by an animal of an instinctive action. These two questions may appear to be quite distinct and to have nothing whatever in common, and some may object that while the first is a question which can only be resolved by subjective or introspective analysis, and is therefore in the full sense a question of philosophy, the second is merely a question of descriptive natural history, and any theory founded on the description can only be of quite secondary philosophical importance. It must rest, they will say, almost entirely on analogy, and if treated philosophically, cannot avoid the taint of anthropomorphism. I shall try to show that this is not so. The two questions are, in my view, very closely associated, and are indeed part of one and the same metaphysical problem. At the same time, I propose to keep them distinct. There may be no pure cognition. Every cognition may be a recognition, and a pure cognition may be a limiting concept. In a developed consciousness, such as ours, were there only pure cognitions and no recognitions, there would be no acquirement of meaning, and therefore no experience in the ordinary sense of the word. The recognitions in present experience may be the cognitions on which future recognitions depend, and so, likewise, the cognitions on which present recognitions depend may themselves have been recognitions. Pure cognition, however, is theoretically conceivable, and as an abstract possibility, it forms part of the concept of experience as a concrete reality. Logically and etymologically, cognition is presupposed in recognition. Cognition is the ground or condition of recognition. If the second apprehension of an individual object or of an identical event were a repetition of the first apprehension and only numerically different from it, recognition would simply be the addition of memory and judgment to the mental act of apprehension. But plainly this is not the fact, for there are cases of recognition in which there is no repetition of any experience at all, and in most cases of recognition, if not in all, even though there may seem to be a similarity between a present experience and a past experience on which a judgment of identity can be based, there is no similarity, in fact. If this be disputed, it is at least certain that there may be recognition where there is not even similarity between the present recognized object and any previous experience of that object whatever. The term recognition, as distinct from the term cognition, connotes that the meaning, or content, or implication of a sense presentation is in some way already known. It is the direct, immediate apprehension of familiarity with the object presented to us. The nature of this apprehension of a mark of our own past experience in an object present to sense, or to thought, is the problem of recognition. How far can we directly observe the process of recognition at work, the process by which cognition acquires the modification which makes it recognition? Let me begin by taking some definite instances of what everyone would accept as cases of recognition. This appears an easy thing, because recognition is a perfectly familiar experience. It is, however, particularly difficult, and the difficulty is of a quite paradoxical nature due to the veritable embarras de riche. I can find nothing else in my cognitive experience but recognitions, and I cannot therefore establish by a clear example what is a recognition in distinction from what is only a cognition. Nevertheless, for practical purposes, we make a clear and well-marked distinction between what we term recognitions and the cognitions on which they depend. It is only when we analyze these cognitions that we find that they in their turn are also recognitions. When we push our analysis to the point of imagining the simplest conditions of cognition and the absolutely unanalyzable character of the first cognition, we are driven to hypostasize some theoretical being like Condillac's statue and endow it with sense organs one at a time and follow out the gradual complications of sense experience from its hypothetically simple origin. It is logic or epistemology which spurs us to the attempt, not psychology. The young chick at first pecks instinctively at all small objects, but experience very rapidly teaches it that it is pleasant to peck at some things, such as yolk of egg or cabbage moth caterpillars, and very unpleasant to peck at others, such as cinnabar caterpillars or bits of orange peel. The young chick profits by experience, and thereby comes to recognize objects. The latter experience we should call recognition of objects, in distinction from the earlier experience, and this earlier experience we should call cognition, in contrast to the later experience. I arrive in a town I have not visited before, and take a first stroll through its streets. All that I notice is new to me, and I set to work to find my way about. After a time or two, or on a second stroll, I am familiar with my surroundings, and I recognize what I see. The later cognitions I call recognitions, as distinguished from the earlier ones on which they depend, and which I then think of as cognitions merely. Two friends are walking in the country for the enjoyment of the exercise. Each is experiencing the same exhilaration from the crisp air, the bright sunshine, and the beauty of the surroundings. One is an engineer, the other a naturalist. Their recognitions are entirely distinct. The one recognizes gradients, strains, actual or possible constructions, and the details of locomotive devices, to which his companion are merely roads, banks, hills, valleys, engines, and so forth. The other recognizes the character of the vegetation, the nature of the soil and subsoil, the various species of animals, which to his companion are merely green grass, hedgerows, woods, and singing birds, and so forth. Here then we have a practical difference between recognition and general awareness. It is only part of experience which we distinguish as recognition, and one man's recognitions are different from another's, even when the sense stimuli of each are, so far as they are external influences, identical. A favorite book of mine is Fielding's Tom Jones, but the enjoyment it never fails to give me is due to something literary, and perhaps to something sympathetic in the author, not to an interest in the plot. Yet I distinctly remember the delightful surprise I experienced on the first reading as the plot unfolded itself. This enjoyment can never recur, and in this respect recognition, in giving me againness, leaves me poorer. It illustrates, however, and this is why I cite it, how recognition may depend upon an experience, the repetition of which the recognition itself renders impossible. With these illustrations of the use of the term recognition, let me try and define it. Recognition is the whole content, meaning, or significance of a sense presentation insofar as we have learnt that content, meaning, or significance by experience. What is recognized, or what we call objectively the recognition, is what we have learnt by experience. And learning by experience is a subjective process, by which I mean an activity of the mind. I think we always mean this by recognition. We perceive, in what is present to sense, what we have learnt to know is this, that, or the other, and the perception gives to the sense presentation the mark of already seen, had before, againness. Against this definition, it may be objected that we use the term recognition in describing purely instinctive behavior which we characterize as action, which is perfect at its first performance, and therefore excludes the notion of learning by experience. We say, for example, that animals recognize their prey, or recognize their kin, or recognize a menace to their life, or to that of their offspring, and we apply the term even to creatures which, like most of the insects, begin their individual life without having known their parents, and whose knowledge cannot possibly have been acquired by individual experience at all. Undoubtedly, the use of the term recognition in cases of pure instinct is derived from its use in cases of rational knowledge, and many will no doubt deny that there is any identity of fact underlying the use of the term in the case of instinct. I think it is a right term to use, although primarily it only means that the creature acts as one who has learnt by experience and therefore already knows. The difference between instinctive recognition and intelligent recognition is that the mark of the past in instinctive experience cannot be explained by individual but only by racial experience. It is innate or congenital. Recognition always implies that there has been past experience and that the individual has learnt by it, though the past experience is not, in cases of instinct, the individual's past experience. A more fundamental objection, however, will be raised. To explain recognition as learning by experience is to explain what is difficult to understand by something more difficult to understand. Even if it be granted that recognition always depends on our having learnt by experience, this will bring no solution of the problem. It simply overwhelms the difficulty of accounting for a modification of a present datum of experience by a mark of past experience, with the far greater difficulty of conceiving a process by which the past can modify the present. I admit this difficulty, and the main purpose of the present study is to make it explicit. Recognition implies that we learn by experience, and learning by experience implies mental process modifying the data of knowledge. It implies also that there are no unmodified data as ultimate constituents of the reality we know, for if there were, they would be unrecognizable. Many philosophers will also, I know, reject my order of implication ab initio. Learning by experience, they will say, implies recognition, and wholly depends upon it, whereas recognition does not imply learning by experience, for it is theoretically impossible in minds whose knowledge is purely contemplative. Indeed, such must necessarily be the order of implication for those who hold that knowledge is essentially contemplation. Recognition will be, for them, a perception or a judgment of a relation between two terms, one a present sense datum, the other a memory. Recognition is immediate experience. The process which has made it recognition is already past, and not to come. The sense datum, if we use that term to denote the actual object present to the mind, has not to wait for the judgment or perception of a relation in order that it may become, what as yet it is not, recognition. Take then any one of my 4 cases and attempt to reduce it to the perception or judgment of likeness between a present sense datum and remembered sense data, and you will soon discover the failure is absolute. Not only is there no identity, this is obvious. We might, perhaps, posit an identity of unperceived substances, if that would help us at all, but there can be no identity of sense data. There is not even similarity. Take the chick which first pecks the cinnabar caterpillar, then afterwards rejects it, while it continues to peck the cabbage caterpillar. The sense data are entirely different the second time, for the chick has learnt to distinguish the objects, which as physical objects are unaltered. That is to say, the resemblance between the caterpillars, so far as the resemblance is objective, has not disappeared on the second occasion. The important thing is that whatever the chick knows about the caterpillar when meeting it the second time, it rejects it, is something it has learnt the first time. If it has learnt nothing the first time, it will learn nothing by repetition. Only if it has learnt something the first time will it modify its action the second time. I have chosen this particular illustration for its simplicity as an instance of intelligent, not of instinctive recognition. No one supposes that logical processes take place in the mind of a newly hatched chick. It is possible they do, but it is a possibility most people would ignore. Now we may suppose that recognition is the condition of learning by experience, or we may suppose that it is conditionate. If it be the condition, we must suppose that there is a mental process involving a memory image, an act of comparison and a judgment or perception of a relation, as well as the present perceptual matter. It seems to me highly improbable, but even if I suppose there is, learning by experience does not necessarily follow. Whereas, if I suppose the animal learns by experience, recognition is a necessary consequence. Take the other illustrations. Unless I am learning by experience in my first stroll in the strange town, my second stroll will be equally strange. There will be no recognition. The sense data will yield nothing on which a judgment of identity can be based, for they are not the same nor similar. So with the third and fourth illustrations. The recognition is not the observation of a relation of likeness between sense data. I shall search forever and in vain for any likeness. Recognition is due to a progressive work of the mind exercised at and from the beginning of experience, and continually throughout experience. It is not an external act of comparison of the experience of one moment with that of another, an earlier moment, possibly only at the later moment, and dependent simply on the power of the mind to retain and revive a memory image of the earlier moment. I recognize in the later moment only what I have learned in the first moment, but to be able to recognize, I must have been learning by experience. Learning by experience is not something which happens only on the repetition of a particular experience. It is a primary process taking place on the first occasion. Learning by experience presupposes a distinction between the mind and its objects. The expression itself implies that there is something obstinately objective in the reality opposed to thought, stubborn fact which the mind may turn to practical advantage by understanding it and adapting conduct to it. It also supposes that what is past can still, though past, modify present action. This seems to be effected by the blending of memory with sensation and perception. Learning by experience, further, positively excludes the notion of pure repetition. Every fresh instance comes before the mind modified by previous experience. The problem as it affects theory of knowledge may be presented then as an inquiry into the a priori conditions of recognition. What are the conditions of an experience in which there is no repetition, but a continual modification of the present by the past? What is the meaning in such an experience of againness? What mental factors are necessarily supposed, and how do they bring about the result? And what do they imply as to the immediate nature of mind and reality? The factors seem to me to be these: 1. Retention. 2. Revival. 3. Discrimination. 4. Selection. 5. Habit memory. 6. Pure memory or recollection. I will briefly indicate what I mean by each. 1. Retention is the presence together in consciousness of what is before with what is after in experience. It is the holding together in a present duration span of an experience itself successive. The duration span of consciousness I have already described as the moment of experience. The retention implied in that phrase is the essential character of the mind, which makes connected experience or consciousness of duration possible. Without it, experience is inconceivable. Were there no retention in this primary meaning, sense impressions, did they exist, would be fleeting and perishing as the stimuli which occasion them. Retention appears to me the most direct and the most obvious instance of the reality we name mind, and the clearest manifestation of its essential character. 2. Revival is the recall of an experience after it has ceased to be retained in present consciousness. It is also named retention because it implies that experience which has passed out of consciousness is still retained. It is different, however, from what I have called retention, for the revival experience comes to consciousness without the peculiar character of being present to sense, and with the ghostly character of a memory image. It is revival which makes the past appear to us a continuous objective reality to any part of which we can turn our attention, in the same way as that in which we turn our attention to any part of the objective reality we call spatial. 3. By discrimination, I mean that experience can be dissociated or disintegrated on any principle, and the elements so dissociated can be associated and reintegrated in any order and on any principle. I include under discrimination both disintegration and reintegration, for they seem to me to form one mental activity. Each of our individual minds seems distinguished from every other mind, not by its objective experience, but by its own special center of interest and the standpoint from which it orders and arranges its experience. 4. By selection, I mean the suppression or the exclusion from consciousness, or the neglect by consciousness of some aspects of experience, or of some influences, which, if admitted, would modify experience, or of some data which, if attended to and not neglected, would tend to make experience an undifferentiated whole instead of a discrete reality. The discreteness of the objective world of our knowledge is due to the mental work of selection. The selection is exercised automatically in the first instance by the sense organs and by many of the neural mechanisms of the brain, but also directly by the mind itself. 5. Habit memory fixes past experience by setting up motor dispositions in the brain. It is a memory which repeats or reacts the past as distinguished from a memory which surveys it. 6. Pure memory, or recollection, is the past preserved as a record. It enables us to date our experience. It is more than schismatization in a time order and space order. It apprehends an absolute or integral time order, every part of which is in an indissoluble relation of time and circumstance with every other part. These seem to me the essential factors of recognition. These are not hypothetical, but the essential facts in our experience which enable us to form concepts of mind and the modes of its activity. I do not conceive the factors I have distinguished as separate activities assembled in the mind or in the organism, or as separate characters or attributes of the mind sometimes present in, sometimes absent from, its activity. And I do not conceive mind as a general term or class name to denote these specific activities, for they imply a real substance and a real life. All the activities I have distinguished, but especially the last, pure memory or recollection, imply that the past is recorded, that a register of it exists. Recollection is inconceivable as a fact and must be pure illusion unless there exists a register of the past. The register seems to be integral and independent of actual recollection. I do not propose to enter on a full exposition of this theory. There can be no doubt, I think, that there exists a register, for a fact such as recollection is conditioned by it. The only question can be whether this register is in the mind or the brain. In my view, this register or record is the substance of mind. I use the term substance only in order to distinguish between mental stuff and mental life. Memory is this stuff. But mind is not mere receptivity, a growing record of external material. It is an active process. The life of the mind is a continuous organization of experience. The mind is not passive, waiting on experience and passing judgment on it reflexively as it flows past. The mind advances to meet experience. Its attitude is not contemplative, but expectant. It is forward-looking, ready prepared, ready organized to receive the external influences, reaction to which is the primal necessity of life. This attitude has been named attention to life. It characterizes mind wherever in the animal world we meet it. It determines in advance the form the coming experience will assume. Nothing is less like the mind than the old-time image of the wax tablet on which the objects of the external world make imprints. The mind, as I conceive it, is an active power of organizing experience, and lives by assimilating the experience it organizes. A good illustration of this work of the mind is afforded us by the physiology of the organism. The digestive organs, the stomach and intestines in particular, were, before the days of scientific physiology, regarded as more or less mechanical receptacles for food, supplied with the necessary acids and ferments for reducing it, and fitted with a kind of filter apparatus for letting the nutriment pass into the bloodstream. And all these contrivances had nothing else to do but passively wait for supplies which, when they came, were mechanically and automatically reduced and utilized. Modern physiology gives us an entirely different notion of the vital activities at work in the digestive process. A vast system of coordinated activities, each with its distinct function, is ready prepared to receive and deal with the food. The supply of the food is not in its control, neither the quantity nor the quality, but though dependent on external supply, the result of the process is not determined by the external supply. It is regulated and delicately adjusted by the pre-adaptation of the digestive processes themselves, which exercise selection and discrimination. The result is the maintenance of the living body in a state of efficacy and equilibrium as one organic unity. The mind appears to me as a spiritual organism, which maintains itself in the same way. Experience is, as it were, fed to it, but the mind is not a passive receptor. It does not contemplate the reality which flows past it. It incorporates it. It meets experience with a ready prepared organization to deal with it. Its various activities are those I have named: retention, memory, selection, and the rest. The result is the maintenance of an individual soul, the unity of a personal character. Let me now return to the direct problem of recognition. This problem is to account for the occurrence of againness in experience, even though nothing is repeated, to account for the feeling of seen before, this again, had already, directly attached to the object of cognition. This feeling requires explaining because, in fact, there is no repetition and can be no repetition, for experience is a continuous change. What happens then when a totally new sense presentation arises? How can it have, in addition to its own apport, the perception or judgment which refers it to the past and declares it to be this again? It sounds a paradox. My theory of the mind gives me the explanation. Recognition is the form which prior cognition gives to new experience. The mind receives the new presentation into a ready prepared organization of past knowledge and incorporates it. Recognition is the expectancy with which the mind grasps the novel, the unknown, the unforeseen. By this I mean not only that recognition has prospective value. The whole attitude of life is forward-looking, and all value seems to be prospective. I mean more than this. The past, as from being present, it becomes past, gives form and substance to the present activity and is carried along in it. It is this incorporation of past experience in present activity, and not repetition, and also not resemblance of present experience to past experience, which constitutes recognition. And this explains why, and in what way, all cognition is of necessity recognition. The life of the mind, the mental process, consists in and is sustained by the continual reception of the yet unknown into the frame or organization of the already known. We modify reality by impressing on it a mark of the past in the present act by which we grasp it, and with every new addition there goes a correspondent modification of the frame or organization which is the mind. Thus it is that all new experience comes to us bearing, as it were, already on it the mark of the past. The mind stamps reality with this mark in the very act of apprehension, not because the mind receives the manifold of sense into stereotyped frames or categories, as Kant supposed, for the frames also are being subtly and continuously modified by the mutual adaptation of the mind to its experience and of experience to the mind. There is no absolute repetition of anything, either of mental act or of physical object. There is continual new invention. This, then, in my view, is the modification of experience which makes all cognition recognition. This process, with the various activities I have distinguished in it, not presented as exhausting, but as characterizing it, is the a priori condition of the possibility of recognition. It is not a condition of recognition that a memory image, general or particular, should be present to the mind, challenging comparison with, or provoking a judgment on, the sense datum. Let us now turn to the second part of the problem. So far, we have been considering rational or intelligent recognition only, and not instinctive recognition. Or rather, we have been considering only the recognition which appears to be explicable by the experience of the individual. If my theory be true, recognition is an effect of the continuity of mental process. Nothing in the phenomena of ordinary recognition suggests that the explanation is in bodily structure rather than in mental activity. We have, in fact, no need to raise the question of the relation of mind and body, because, whatever be the nature of this relation, recognition is concerned only with mental facts. But when we come to study instinctive recognition, there seems to be no mental continuity such as we conceive necessary to constitute an individual mind, and we seem to be left with one kind of continuity only, the material continuity which links, by the living protoplasm in the germ, one generation of conscious individuals with another. It will not be disputed that instinctive behavior, however we account for it, presents the appearance of recognition as one of its essential traits. An instinctive act is the act of one who already knows, and is therefore familiar with, the conditions and circumstances under which it is acting. This is true even of the first performance of an instinctive action, and whether or not repeated instinctive performance show any advance on, or essential difference from, the first performance, the familiarity with the conditions we are describing as recognition is not dependent upon repetition. In intelligent behavior there is no repetition, but in instinctive behavior there is practically perfect repetition, or rather a specific character of invariability in the repetitions. But this repetition in instinctive actions marks something negative so far as mentality is concerned. It implies that there is no learning by experience. If, then, one peculiar mark of instinctive behavior is invariability in repetition, and consequently an absence of learning, must not recognition as a description of such behavior be unmeaning? We seem to be driven for an explanation of instinctive knowledge to the bodily organization rather than to the mental organization. Instinct suggests something structural in the nervous system. Now clearly, as it seems to me, if it should prove possible to explain instinctive knowledge as a phenomenon of physiological processes without mind, there would be a strong presumption that intelligent knowledge could also be explicable in the same way, so that the whole problem of the nature of knowledge may be said to depend on the problem of the genesis of instinct. And it is important, therefore, to show why we cannot explain instinctive knowledge without supposing the continuous activity of mind independently of physiological processes. I will try to give reasons for this view. An example of instinctive behavior is hardly required for the purpose of my argument, but it may be useful to refer to a definite case. I cannot do better than take Professor Lloyd Morgan's classical experiment with the incubated moorhen. I need not go into details. The little creature, after many failures of the experimenter to induce the characteristic diving action, performed it at once in response to the stimulus, absolutely novel in its individual experience, of a romping puppy. In this behavior, everyone will, I suppose, admit that there was conscious awareness, though many will deny that there was anything whatever in it which can rightly be called recognition. Yet the familiarity with surroundings, the evident feeling at home in the environment, the absence of strangeness and embarrassment which it exhibited in its action, is, so far as nature is concerned, indistinguishable from what I call recognition in my own experience. It is immediate knowledge, but so, in my view, is intelligent recognition. If, then, there be no difference of nature between intelligent and instinctive recognition, is the difference in the genesis? Is the view I have put forward of the genesis of intelligent recognition inapplicable to instinctive recognition? We know that the creature's ancestors have behaved in this characteristic way throughout a long series of past generations, and that the immediacy of the response is due to a congenital disposition to act in this way. But the individual moorhen does not know this, unless we suppose that its memory goes back to those previous performances of its ancestors, and that it has, as part of its congenital disposition, the power to revive memory images of them. This seems improbable to such a high degree that we may as well reject it outright. Here then we have a creature manifesting all the signs of mentality, and of mentality in a highly developed form. It acts as if it remembered what it is impossible that it can remember, for there is no continuity of consciousness between its action and the source of that action in past experience. The only unity and continuity manifest to us is the physiological process which has carried it from the fertilized germ through the stage of unconscious life in the egg to separate individual activity. Does the creature's mind somehow bridge this gulf which separates its individual brain from the brains of its progenitors? Before we can answer this question, we must form some concept of the creature's mind and its relation to the creature's body. It is unnecessary in this connection to review the theories of the relation of mind and body, whether it is a relation of interaction or of parallelism. There is an aspect of the terms and of their relation which presents itself to everyone independently of any theory. There is a certain unity of life which characterizes the complex and infinite variety of physiological processes which constitute the individual organism. Let us understand that this is meant when we refer to the body. There is also a certain unity of conscious processes which makes awareness of every kind part of personal experience. Let us understand that this unity of conscious personal experience is meant by the mind. This is what we ordinarily mean when we contrast body and mind. That is to say, we mean the living body, not the dead material body, and the thinking mind. It is different from the contrast between body and mind when what is meant by body is a certain disposition of molecules or atoms or electrons. The distinction is rather between life and mind, between living process and conscious process. This distinction of mind and body is, I think, practically the same as that of Descartes. The mind thinks, the body lives. The body, being an extension, is automatic and mechanical and determined. The mind, being inextended, is independent of the body which it guides and controls, and is free in the sense that it is without and not within the series of mechanical actions and reactions which modern physics have formulated in the principle of the conservation of energy. I do not mean that body and mind are two substances, as Descartes held, but that from the standpoint of a living creature endowed with conscious awareness, living body and thinking mind are, as Descartes conceived them, two completely distinct realities, each with a quality that excludes the other, each a unity and individual. From this point of view, namely, that of a distinction between living and thinking, it is possible to regard the living body as a self-regulated automaton, distinct from the thinking mind or the soul, a view which Descartes held, and which seems to accord with many recent physiological discoveries. Let me try and illustrate what I may call the mutual convergence and divergence of these two individual systemizations, living body and thinking mind. The first part of the digestive process is the mastication of the food. It is followed by deglutition, then by the many varied processes which are carried out by stomach and bowels. The divisions between these various stages or processes of digestion are merely convenient. All form part of one complex but coordinated systemic process. Parts only of this process are accompanied by consciousness or awareness in the form of sentience. Mastication is accompanied by the special forms of sentience, taste, and smell. And all the muscular actions of the tongue and palate and the closing of the glottis during deglutition are also accompanied by awareness. But from that stage in the digestive process, sentience ceases, and most, nearly all, of the succeeding stages, peristaltic action and the like, are devoid of sentient accompaniment altogether. Now we may say that sentience, where it occurs in mastication and deglutition, is useful to the creature. It serves the purpose of incentive to obtain food and of discrimination in the food procured, And equally, we may say that insentience, where sentience does not occur, is useful. So far, however, as the efficacy of the process is concerned, there seems to be no need for its existence whatsoever. It may serve a purpose, but the purpose is no part of the actual process which it accompanies. Yet though from the point of view of the digestive process, the sentient accompaniment is fragmentary and sporadic, sentience itself is not fragmentary and sporadic. It is one and continuous with the conscious awareness exercised by the unity we call a man's mind or soul. So when we describe a man's taste as refined, or cultivated, or debased, using the word taste in its original meaning to indicate his pleasure in what he eats, the fact, so far as the man's body is in question, concerns only a small part of a complex physiological process, which process is indifferent to it. So far as the man's mind is in question, it concerns the whole of that unity we call personal. It is continuous with a man's character. From the physiologist's point of view, therefore, sentience is an epiphenomenon accompanied a certain specific living process and exercising no efficacy. From the psychologist's point of view, sentience is an inseparable element of another and altogether different order of reality and kind of unity. These two continuous processes meet for a brief moment in the functioning of a taste bulb. The true image of them is that of two spheres, which when they meet touch only at a point common to both, but which by moving on one another have a series of points successively common. These two self-centered unities, thinking mind and living body, if from our individual standpoint they appear as two complete systems, are from another standpoint not self-centered, but each continuous with a larger system of reality. We know that we directly continue in our body the life of countless generations of ancestors, and that we shall hand on this heritage to succeeding generations. We also know, though it is not so easy to envisage, that our mind is not formed within our individual lifetime and anew for each individual. It is continuous with the experience of past generations and has been formed out of it. Each individual living center bears along in the focus of its activity the impulsion as well as the construction of an illimitable past. Now, although we suppose that this past was always like the present, that each individual of a former generation united in his action, as we do, a thinking mind and a living body, yet when we think of these two systems transcending the individual life, it seems to us impossible that the original source is twofold. What makes the original impulsion seem single is that mind and body appear to have evolved pari passu, every increase in mental range being coordinated with a complexity of brain structure, while what makes the dualism in the individual seem pronounced is the complete disparity between the two orders. From the standpoint of evolution, we are naturally, I think, attracted to Spinoza's idea of mind and body as two modes of one substance. Whether with Spinoza we name this substance God, or with Bergson, Elan Vital, we have to recognize that, though the source may be single, the manifestation is always twofold, the living body and the thinking mind. This brings us at once to the main problem. How is this twofold continuity carried over from one generation to the next? Let me first notice one question which may for many people have a decisive bearing on the solution. Is the difference between the individual mind of an animal whose behavior is predominantly instinctive and the mind of a man whose behavior is predominantly intelligent a quantitative difference only, or is it a qualitative difference also? It seems to me, relying wholly on analogy, direct proof being obviously impossible, that the mind of the lower animal is in every respect like the human mind, differing only in its range. There seems to me every reason to suppose that the moorhen's mind differs from mine in the ratio that its brain differs in complexity from mine. Its brain registers, so to speak, its range of action, as my brain registers mine. And it is not likely, again judging by analogy, that its mind is inadequate or more than adequate to its range of action. If this be so, then the mind of the lower animal is, like mine, a continuity of personal experience, and must stand to the continuity of physiological process, the living body, in the relation I have schismatized by imagining two spheres in contact. There is in that case no difference in kind between human behavior and that of the lower animals. There is only a difference, which may be very deceptive, in the proportion of their behavior which we describe as instinctive and that which we describe as intelligent. But is it necessary to suppose that an animal has a mind? Can we not class instinctive actions under vital actions? We associate with mind the creation of aesthetic, logical, and ethical values, and we find it very difficult to suppose that there is anything even corresponding to these in the mind of the animal. Yet it seems to me that in instinctive action, though these be absent, there are mental elements which are not merely vital. These are a. Sentient enjoyment, or simply sentience, indicating conscious awareness of action and progress; b. Familiarity, indicated by the absence of strangeness in the behavior. This is what I call recognition. And c. Pre-awareness, a certain readiness of attention or alertness, indicated by a forward-looking attitude towards the action. All of these, if they are present, and to the extent to which they are present, are mental characters in the full sense of the term mental. And it seems to me further that the animal mind must depend, as ours does, on imagery. What this seems to imply is that all these characters are continuous with, and derive meaning from, the fact that they enter as constituent elements into a mental organization, the unity of an experience. It is a twofold continuity, then, which has to be carried from one generation to the next. The link which joins the generations is neither living body nor thinking mind, neither brain nor soul, but a germ. The germ neither acts nor thinks, at least not in any ordinary meaning of those terms. It undergoes development, and it holds within it the potentiality of developing a living body and a thinking mind. We are led, therefore, it seems to me by logical necessity, to the concept of life. Not life, the mere abstract idea of an attribute common to processes we class as living, but life, the concrete idea of a reality of which living body and thinking mind, organic activity and personality, are modes. The thesis, then, which I have endeavored to establish, is that recognition is knowing what we know already. It is the mark of our past experience which a present and entirely novel sense presentation bears, and this mark is immediately apprehended as part of the presentation and is not inferred from it. It implies prior cognition, but it does not imply that a memory image of the prior cognition is present in consciousness together with the recognition, and a fortiori, it does not imply a mental process of comparison with a prior cognition or the perception or judgment of a relation of similarity. It is the resultant of learning by experience, the conditionate, not the condition. It is not by recognizing that we learn by experience, but having learnt by experience, we recognize. Learning by experience is not dependent on repetition, and in experience there is, in fact, no repetition. Learning is the mental process by which the mind incorporates and assimilates experience. It is an activity which begins with, and continues throughout, experience. Recognition may be intelligent or instinctive. Both are of the same nature. Each is the immediate apprehension of entirely novel sense presentations with the mark of prior cognition. In intelligent recognition, we can, by reflection, bring to the mind the factors of the process, and so, in a manner, and within a limited range, reconstitute the process. We can bring to mind memory images of the prior cognition so far as the prior cognition falls within the memory range of the individual experience. This gives rise to the illusion that recognition is dependent on this reflective thought. We think we recognize after reflecting, whereas, in reality, we reflect after recognizing. In instinctive recognition, on the other hand, we cannot recognize by reflection the prior cognition because it does not fall within the individual's experience. It lies in the ancestral experience. The problem of recognition is the same for intelligent as for instinctive recognition. How can new sense presentation be known as what is already known? The solution suggested rests on a distinction between life and mind, or living body and thinking mind, and a comparison between the activity of each. They are distinct, self-centered organic continuities. Sentient experience enters into each system, but the systems are tangential to one another. The mind is an organization of experience. All past experience has not only contributed to it, but is incorporated within it, giving it character and individuality. New sentient experience can only enter by receiving the mold or mark of this organization. This constitutes recognition. Instinctive recognition raises a larger problem. How is mental continuity established and maintained between one generation and another, since generations are separated by a state in which there is neither living body nor thinking mind? The living germ has neither brain nor soul, but is the potentiality of the development of both. The solution suggested is the concept of life, not an abstraction from living process, but a pure, universal, concrete concept. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Owlivia. Chapter 8, Part 1 of A Theory of Monads, Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Theory of Monads, Outlines of the Philosophy of the Principle of Relativity by Herbert, Wildon, Carr. Chapter 8. The Diversity in Unity of Body and Mind. Propterea ad determinatum, quid mens humana reliquis intersit, quidque reliquis prestit, necesse nobis est eius objecte, hoc est, corporis humani naturam cognoscere. Spinoza. In conscious experience, I am aware of two realities which in a sense are antithetical to one another, in a sense also are complementary to one another, and each of these realities in its full extension comprehends the other. I am aware of nature and of life. I recognize this twofold reality at every moment which I call now. The recognition takes the form of an affirmation, an I am, which admits of no negation. There is no intelligible form, and no means of expression by which I can affirm the proposition, I am not. Certainly I can conceive my non-existence. I do so, however, simply by suppressing in thought one of the antithetical realities in my conscious experience, and then conceiving the other self-subsistent. In imagination, I can suppress life altogether, and find no difficulty in presenting nature unaffected by its absence. When I make explicit the full implication of this twofold existence, which I affirm in every moment of experience, it seems to involve 1. Space or extension, 2. Time or duration, 3. Definite objects and actual events, 4. Myself here and now, actually and actively participating, contemplating objects, and controlling events. It seems to me, however, that I participate in a purely external way, and that my activity, though affecting the disposition of external reality, is without any relation to its existence. On the other hand, an external and independent reality seems absolutely to condition my activity, so that if, in thought, I suppress this external reality, there is nothing on which it can take hold, and its self-subsistence is practically, if not theoretically, inconceivable. Nature, accordingly, appears to me to be self-subsistent in a way that life is not. It is this one-sidedness of the antithesis, this emphasis on, or bias towards, the reality characterized by opposition to life, which unfits science to comprehend life itself. It could only comprehend life by including it within the objective system of nature, and this is impossible, because the objective system is never without its relation to the subjective system. The known can never detach itself completely from the living subject for which it exists, and physical reality is never pure reality, completely independent of psychical conditions. Science is always haunted by the specter of a reality which it cannot comprehend, because it is for this reality that it exists. At the same time that we recognize the impossibility of comprehending knowing itself in the ordered and orderly system of the known, we feel that the ideal of our science is balked by this very disability. Physical science, while drawn irresistibly toward the objective aspect of reality, is forever finding itself vainly trying to include an elusive reality without which it is truncated and incomplete. This is where philosophy diverges from science. It is this elusive consciousness, or life, which philosophy seeks to systematize, not by bringing it under an objective order to which it is not amenable, but by taking it in its first intention as a comprehensive activity from which the subject matter of the sciences is derived by abstraction or by schematization. The great difficulty of the task is that we have to work against the strong current which draws our mind away from attention to itself and its own activity toward the action which is the object of that activity. It is a most significant fact that whenever philosophy yields to this attractive force, when it adopts the scientific method, it tends inevitably to take up a negative attitude toward the cyclical reality, which has called for its exercise, and subordinates consciousness to an aspect or advantageous quality of physical reality. The strong and ineradicable tendency in science to treat objective nature as fundamental and self-subsistent, and to reduce psychical nature to a dependent, conditioned, shadow phenomenon, is in complete accord and perfect harmony with our nature. We feel that in science and in scientific method, we are simply letting our mind follow the natural disposition and direction of its activity. In philosophy, on the other hand, we feel that we are struggling against the stream, striving to reverse the natural inclination of the mind. We have only to pause for a moment in our task, whatever it may be, to be conscious how completely dominated we are by the overwhelming sense of the objective reality of the physical world of ordinary experience. We know that science completely transforms its aspect, presenting to us as apparent and evanescent what we had at first taken to be solid and substantial, replacing definite sensible objects with insensible atoms and molecules, not even letting us rest in these intelligible objects, but resolving them into electrical charges. And yet, however far we travel along the scientific road, we are never allowed to lose our grasp of a definite objective reality. Philosophy raises strange doubts, which even the plain man cannot wholly exclude, and if we follow its lead, it seems to undermine our whole common-sense notion of reality, until in the end, all that we have ordinarily regarded as certain or self-evident is left without support, and what was sure science is replaced with total theoretical skepticism. Yet nature is too strong for us. Practically, we are helpless. Nature, says Hume, by an absolute and uncontrollable necessity, has determined us to judge, as well as to breathe and to feel. Nor can we any more forbear viewing certain objects in a stronger and fuller light, upon account of their customary connection with the present impression, than we can hinder ourselves from thinking, as long as we are awake or seeing the surrounding bodies when we turn our eyes towards them in the broad sunshine. It is incumbent on us, therefore, as a first task in philosophy, to understand what this bias towards the reality of the object denotes. Science is practical. It does not interpret reality. It describes, classifies, and systematizes it. It seeks uniformities. It makes abstractions. It analyzes. It regards sameness and identity. It disregards difference. It replaces the richness and infinite variety of the real with an abstract and simple order. In this process of discovering order and uniformity in experience, it is not only rendering service to human activity, it is doing far more than that. It is actually developing human activity along lines naturally marked out for it by the human intellect itself. The failure of science to interpret life is not a defect of science, and the task of philosophy is not to take up the work of science at the point which, for the moment, marks the limit of its achievement. Science is practical activity on the lines which the intellect itself has marked out, while philosophy is the comprehensive grasp of intellect in its relation to life. This absolute and uncontrollable necessity is a significant fact for philosophy. It reveals to us not that the bias in our nature is due to an illusion, or that it is a falsification of reality, but that the truth we discover in scientific inquiry is relative to our needs and determined by the range and mode of our activity. There is yet a question to ask. How comes it that physical science, even if we allow that it can never complete itself, cannot satisfy us with its concept of reality? Is it merely embarrassed because this elusive shadow thing we call life or consciousness escapes it? Clearly, we have to look deeper for the cause of dissatisfaction. This deep-seated cause is that science has no principle by which it can account for the uniformity it discovers everywhere in nature. This uniformity of nature is for science an axiom and postulate. Nature does not reveal the ground of it in confirming the fact of it, and science has to accept, or rather assume it. Science itself, therefore, in the very principle on which it rests, sets a problem for philosophy. It is a problem of philosophy because no extension of scientific knowledge could attain its solution. Science depends on our regarding nature as a system and as one system. Yet the mere concept of external, independent, self-subsistent reality does not carry the necessity of order or system or unity. On the contrary, it makes order extremely improbable, if not absolutely inconceivable. Chaos is not inconceivable, nor even irrational, but the concept of nature as chaos is the concept of nature as impossible science. Manifoldness is the essential character of nature. Every part of the material universe is external to every other part, and there is no limit to its divisibility. Uniformity or unity of this manifold is not essential to the concept of a material universe. If uniformity of nature be a necessary assumption of physical science, it is not because it can be deduced from the concept of external reality. On the other hand, the essential character of life is indivisibility. The manifoldness which characterizes living forms and individual minds is not a manifoldness of life or of mind, but of physical nature. The individuality of life or mind is not dependent on spatial division or limitations, and its continuity or indivisibility is primarily the character which marks it as spiritual or psychical in distinction to material or physical. Consequently, we seem to know two kinds of reality, each in the abstract, distinguished by characters which are the direct contrary of the other: an abstract physical reality, distinguished by manifoldness, discreteness, divisibility, separability, and an abstract psychical reality, distinguished by indivisibility, concreteness, comprehensibility. Reduced, therefore, to its most abstract form, the problem of philosophy is the problem of the one and the many. If we approach it from the side of physical reality, it is how are the many one? If we accept, that is to say, the essential manifoldness, and inquire to the nature of the uniformity it exhibits. If we approach it from the side of psychical reality, life or mind, the problem is how the one is many. We accept, that is to say, the unity of consciousness, and search for the principle of diversity. There seem to be only two alternatives. They are directly contrary, so that the truth of the one must imply the falsity of the other, and there is no via media. The alternatives are that either the uniformity of nature is a character inherent in the manifold, and we discover it because it is there to be discovered and discoverable, or the uniformity is the work of the mind, a condition of knowing and not a character of the existence known. The manifold, according to the second alternative, is the real existence. In itself, it is without order or system, but it is capable of entering into order or system, and this is what happens to it when the mind apprehends it. Order, that is to say, is imposed by the mind in the act itself of apprehending. Let us follow out, then, the two alternatives. According to the first alternative, the uniformity of nature is in nature as an existence. In this case, we must suppose the mind to be in the presence of a mystery in its very nature inexplicable, which must ever remain a mystery, how far soever knowledge extend, because no principle can give us the clue. We are, and we feel ourselves to be, in the presence of facts. We may amuse ourselves in framing hypotheses of origin. We may have, and we have, a physical science, for there is no limit to discovery or description. But though our science is secure, we cannot have a philosophy. If we are wise, we shall take as our motto, hypotheses non finco, and content ourselves with describing, in the most objective form we can command, the facts which we shall accept at their face value without questioning their conformability to laws of thought. When fact is irreconcilable with reason, we can find comfort, if not satisfaction, in the truth that there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in our philosophy. We may still have scientific research, and it may meet with no small measure of success. But if we push inquiry or challenge the criterion, we cannot stop short of total skepticism. Naturalism as a philosophy rests on agnosticism. Such is the first alternative. If we turn from this to the second alternative, we get a philosophy of nature, but apparently only by sacrificing, or at least by undermining, the foundation of physical science. We begin, it is true, by recognizing a manifold upon which the mind imposes order, and by which it molds and frames to present a systematic unity. But this manifold soon proves useless to assure the objectivity which physical science demands. The laws of nature all fall within the subjective aspect of knowing. The a priori conditions of knowledge are in the knowing mind, not in the matter known. This matter, which began by being the reality itself, in and for which, and to apprehend which, knowledge came into existence, tends more and more to become useless, then meaningless, till finally, as the empty or idle concept of the unknowable thing in itself, it fades out of the picture altogether, or remains in the unsubstantial form of a concept of limit. Such is the second alternative. Are these our only alternatives? Oh, yes, so long as we accept the concept of reality on which the opposite theories are based, There is no way of escape from the dilemma to which they lead us. Once committed to the concept of reality distinct from life and knowledge, a reality which conditions life and on which the activity of life depends, a reality which is a merely objective existence contemplated by a knowing mind, once committed to this, and philosophy has only the two alternative directions. One is realism, the other is idealism. If both turn out to be blind alley paths of speculation, then the concept on which they are based stands self-condemned, and progress depends on reforming the concept of reality. Such a reformation is not an undertaking to be entered on by arbitrary critical analysis. Our concept of reality is not under our control. It is not a notion we have framed capriciously or acquired by any kind of reasoning from experience. It is the expression in thought of what is rooted in fact. There is only one possible condition on which we can reform our concept of reality, and that is that we should be able to discover something in human nature itself which determines our concept. Such discovery would, in itself, bring to view a more fundamental concept. We should find the ground for a new start in a new concept, and philosophy itself demands of us this new task. It is not enough to see that realism and idealism must end in skepticism, for skepticism is not an end, but a warning notice, showing that we have taken a false route. The theory of monads is based on a different concept of reality from that which leads to realism and idealism. It is not a theory which corrects some false step in the realist or idealist argument. It is an alternative theory, but only in the meaning that it replaces the concept of reality from which they start with a concept in regard to which both are meaningless. But their concept was not arbitrary. It was rooted in the fact of existence. The new concept must, in the same way, rest on fact of existence as distinct from reasoning. It must not present itself as a matter of choice. In fact, the discovery that the old concept is irrational at once and necessarily brings to view the new concept. Descartes' new concept came to light in the discovery that the senses are not primarily intended to instruct us in truth, but to protect the organism from destructive injury. So our new concept comes to view with the discovery that our intellect is not primarily insight into reality, but a mode of conscious activity evolved for the service of life. Before I try to point out more clearly what in actual experience has led to the formation of the false concept, and indicate wherein we get the clue to the new concept, I will illustrate the general principle by reference to an instructive analogy in the history of philosophy. The more I study the philosophy of the 17th century, the more striking appears to me the analogy between their problem and ours today. I have continually illustrated this in regard to the nature and origin of the problem of philosophy. I want now to show that the analogy is also very remarkable in regard to the development. When the Cartesian philosophy had run its course, a similar dilemma occurred to that which we find today in regard to the theories of realism and idealism. Descartes had started with the concept of two substances, thought and extension, and this concept seemed the natural and necessary basis of the realities of experience, mind and matter, and the ground of knowledge and existence. It produced the principle of clear and distinct ideas, and it led to one of the most concentrated and definite efforts of philosophical construction in the whole history of human thought. It failed, however, and the failure became more marked as it developed, to solve the initial problem how and why the idea represents the reality. The movement ended in the monistic theory of Spinoza. Without questioning the dualistic concept of reality, which gave the whole movement its problem, Spinoza maintained the unity of substance. His problem, therefore, though resting on the same concept, became the direct antithesis of that of Descartes. The one, starting with dualism, strove to explain the unity implied in knowledge. The other, taking unity as a necessary presupposition, strove to explain the diversity which exists in fact. Mind and matter, Spinoza held, are parallel modes in which two infinite attributes of a universal substance manifest themselves. Here, then, was a dilemma from which there seemed no escape, from which indeed there was no escape. Accept the concept of reality as twofold, that there are two independent substances, or two mutually exclusive attributes of one substance, and that these two substances or attributes are in a relation which brings it about that one represents the other, and that other is representable to it. And there are two alternatives. Either the duality is fundamental existence, how then explain unity? Or the unity is fundamental existence, how then explain diversity? Leibniz saw that there was no issue from this dilemma, and it indicated to him falsity in the underlying concept. He reformed the concept of reality by a new definition of substance. He rejected the static principle which the old concept implied and replaced it with a dynamic principle. A simple substance is a monad, a subject of experience, an active center into which a universe is mirrored, whose activity consists in perception and appetition. From this reformed concept, a whole new advance was possible. The point I wish to call attention to, however, is not the new concept itself, but rather the fact in experience which had furnished the clue. This was the mind-body relation. Descartes and Spinoza had concentrated attention on this problem. Each had sought to interpret it by studying the two existences in their complete separation, and sought in the nature of the two realities the principle by which, in the living individual, they act harmoniously. Leibniz started with the principle of individuality, with the unity in fact of mind and body. I do not propose to enter on a criticism of Leibniz's concept of substance as monad, nor to follow the historical analogy further. It is intended only to make clear my own theory. This is that the common sense and scientific concept of reality is the necessary and natural consequence of the fact that our attention in ordinary life is primarily directed on, and in a sense fixed to, the matter which lies outside the percipient's own organism, and on the life and conscious activity which are distinct from the percipient's own life and conscious activity. Everything material or spiritual which is brought completely within the acting agent's own instrumental organism, that is, everything which forms part of the mind-body individuality itself, as it were withdrawn from attention. Since then our attention is fixed on a nature and life outside our individuality, and since we are, by our own nature, rendered unable to direct conscious attention on the processes and structural content of our own organism, and since of the far greater part of our physical and psychical nature we cannot even by a direct act of attention, or by any effort, become conscious, it cannot but appear to us that the unity of this outside world is independent of us and conditions us, and that life and knowledge are dependent on physical matter. We go further, for when we come to see that our own individuality is of the same stuff and continuous with the activity of this outer world and life, it then seems to us that portions of these two antithetical realities are brought together, and, either by natural agency or by the power of a transcendent God, have been blended into a cunningly contrived conscious mechanism, man. Because, in other words, the reality which is presented to our conscious attention consists of a distinct and separable inert matter, and a distinct and separate activity, life or consciousness. We conclude that we ourselves are compounded of two natures in relation, mind and body. In biblical phrase, man is dust of the earth, formed in God's image, into which God has breathed the breath of life. The new concept arises when, by an effort which seems against nature, we turn our attention inwards. Then we are led to recognize that we are not at points where two realities converge, but at points where two directions diverge, that the mind-body is not two things associated, but one thing dissociated. Then the ultimate concept of reality is not a reality which conditions life and knowledge, but a reality which essentially is life and knowledge. What had previously appeared as the condition of life now becomes an opposition which conditions the activity of life. I propose then to consider the relation of mind and body from this new standpoint, a standpoint for which, as I shall endeavor to show, modern physiological research has prepared the ground. To ordinary observation there appears to be constant and continuous interaction between mind and body, but the great obstacle to the formation of a scientific theory of interaction is the inconceivability of a causal chain in which the ideal or psychical facts are interlinked with mechanical or physical facts. Psychophysical interaction cannot be merely an extension of the sphere of physical causation. Ideas will not do work like the expanding gas in the cylinder of the heat engine. The propagation of a movement cannot be the interchange of energy between corporal and spiritual things. If there is mind energy, if the term denotes an actual energy of mental things and is not simply a metaphor derived from a concept of physical science, this mind energy is not convertible into physical energy. It is confined to a spiritual chain, just as physical energy is confined to a corporal chain. This incompatibility between mechanical forces and spiritual forces has been a stumbling block in the path of all interaction theories, and has driven philosophers and psychologists to take refuge in theories of parallelism. The important factor in framing a new theory of interaction is the fact, which we may take to be now established beyond any question, that some disorders of the psychological organism are primarily due to mental lesions, to what is called a mental trauma. What is now known technically as functional disease is, at least in some cases, purely psychological in its origin, whatever physiological derangements may be its accompaniment. This was unknown and unimagined by the older theorists. The recognition of it completely alters our conception of the nature of the individual mind or soul. It is impossible any longer to regard the mind as the concomitant of certain neurological processes in the body. The mind has a structure of its own. It is an integration of coordinated psychical elements or processes, personal memories, tendencies, desires, wishes, and the like, which mutually repress or inhibit one another, or, as the case may be, interplay with and evoke one another. This psychical matter has an organization as complete and a unity of living process as perfect as the physiological matter of the body. The mind is not an intermittent consciousness lighting up with awareness certain states of the organism and dependent on particular physiological processes. It is a structure which can suffer injury, derangement, or disorder, independently of the physical derangement of the body. If, then, there be an interaction between soul and body, it by no means follows that parts or constituents of the soul must interact with parts or constituents of the body. It may be that the whole soul, or the soul as an individual, interacts with the whole body as a self-controlled unity of coordinated mechanisms. I wish to discuss whether such interaction is conceivable, and if it be, in what manner it is possible to represent it. Let me give an example in order to make my meaning unambiguous. I will quote Mr. McDougall's instance of the telegram in Body and Mind, for illustration only, and without any reference to the author's purpose in the context. Quote, "A man receives from a friend a telegram saying, 'Your son is dead.' The physical agent to which the man reacts is a series of black marks on a piece of paper. The reaction outwardly considered as a series of bodily processes consists, perhaps, in a sudden, total, and final cessation of all those activities that constitute the outward signs of life, or in complete change of the whole course of the man's behavior throughout the rest of his life." End quote. A causal interaction theory would schematize this occurrence somewhat as follows. 1. Physical stimulus, the black marks on the paper. 2. Excitement of the neurons of the visual area of the cortex. 3. Vision. 4. Excitement of the neurons of the perceptive area of the cortex. 5. Perception of physical sign. 6. Excitement of the neurons in the association centers of the cortex. 7. Perception of the significance of the sign. 8. Evocation of memories and projection of memories in the form of imagination. 9. Excitement of vasomotor centers of the cortex. 10. Emotions. 11. Expression of emotion in glandular activity and skeletal movements, and so on. In this scheme, interaction is conceived as a continuous interplay of physical and psychical factors. The single event, the reading of the telegram, is conceived as a series of separate and independent events in causal connection. They are stages of a process, and each of the stages might itself in its turn be resolved into a series of independent events. The words, for example, might be considered as preceding the sentence, and letters as preceding the words, and each stage we might choose to mark off the process would then prove to be neither wholly physical nor wholly psychical, but a series of events, some physical and some psychical. The interaction of mind and body is, in my view, of an entirely different nature. It is always the adaptation of an attitude of the body to a disposition of the mind. It is, therefore, the interaction of one system with another system where both cooperate in a common end. I should, therefore, schematize the occurrence in this way. 1. An existent attitude of body adapted to a disposition of mind determined by a long history, modified by new experience, the reception of the telegram. 2. Profound change in the mind. 3. Change in the attitude of the body, adapting itself to the change in the disposition of the mind. The difference between my scheme and the last is that the reading of the telegram is not two events. First, a purely physical action, giving rise to, second, a purely psychical experience. It is one single, indivisible event which affects and modifies at one and the same time, though in completely different ways, two systems. Interaction is always an action of the whole mind on the whole body, or an action of the whole bodily system on the mind, not only in great shock experiences, but in ordinary and insignificant experience, there is the same process. Every new experience modifies the whole mind, and the modification of the whole mind entails an altered attitude of the whole body. The principle can be illustrated equally well if the initiation of the experience be an action instead of a passive stimulation. Suppose I am the sender of the telegram. The execution of the action involves bodily movements of inexhaustible complexity, but the action is simple and indivisible. The state of my mind also, while I am performing the action, may resolve itself on analysis to an inexhaustible complexity of feelings, thoughts, and wishes. But the physical action and the mental purpose are not composite, and the composite parts do not interplay with one another in the causal chain. The whole body, or the body as a whole mechanism, is at the disposal of the whole undivided and indivisible mind. What, then, are the two systems? The mind consists of those factors, or constituents, or characters of the psychophysical organism which form its personality. The researches of modern psychologists who have specialized in abnormal psychology have revealed to us that personality is a complex organization of psychical or spiritual constituents, or factors, of a different order from physical or corporal matter, and dynamic in their nature. Also, this personality, or spiritual unity, may suffer dissociation. And then we have the phenomenon of a divided or of a multiple personality. Such dissociations are due to a derangement or rearrangement of psychical matter, such as memory, or to a failure or deficiency or deflection of willpower. In any case, personality can only be expressed in psychical terms, and the psychical constituents to which these terms apply are totally different from, and possess an existence of another order than, that which we express in the concepts of physical matter and energy. On the other hand, the investigations of the physiologists reveal to us that the body is a perfect machine, the life of which consists in constant and continuous action and reaction to physical stimuli, brought about by the integration of innumerable coordinated muscular actions by means of a perfected system of neural communications. The physiological processes are cycles of physical and chemical changes, and the whole mechanism is resolvable into material constituents and physiological processes, a system of interchange of energy. The initiation of the working and its direction is performed by the mind, the carrying out into action by the body. The corporal cycle is a closed system. It receives its energy from the physical world and returns the exact equivalent in work and heat. Physiologists are not agreed as to whether the life of the body can be expressed in the mechanical terms of the particular vital processes. The life belongs to the processes as a centrally controlled, centrally coordinated whole. But the life is not the mind, and there is a life of the mind as there is a life of the body. Whatever be the nature of the vital principle, it is included in our concept of body when we distinguish body from mind. It is not the corpse, but the living body which we distinguish from the mind when we consider the interaction of mind and body. In the actual psychophysical organism, there is a living unity of physiological process and a living unity of psychical experience. It is important to keep distinct the problem of the relation of life and matter and that of the relation of mind and body, or rather, to distinguish the life which we oppose to matter from the mind which we oppose to body. When I speak of body in this relation, I always mean living body and not its physical constituents in contrast to its life. The two problems resemble one another, inasmuch as both life and mind stand for a unity which confers concrete individuality on the manifold particular processes it coordinates. The difference is that life gives individuality to a group of material constituents undergoing a cycle of physiological processes, while mind gives individuality to the experience, that is, to the conscious or attentive processes of the living organism. The narrower problem may lead up to and depend upon the more general, but for our present purpose we are concerned only with the particular problem of mind and body. We may, then, state the problem of interaction as the reconciliation of the two following propositions. 1. The constituent factors of the mind and the constituent factors of the body are absolutely heterogeneous, and there is no common factor in psychical and physiological process. 2. There is a continuous adaptation of mind and body, so that a change in the disposition of the one entails a change in the disposition of the other. It may be thought that the first of these propositions negatives the theory of interaction and compels us to adopt the alternative theory of parallelism. There seems to me a simple reply to this. We can point to two facts which themselves are facts of interaction. Interaction is therefore not a theory to account for facts, but a fact to be reconciled with the other facts. The two facts are, first, that all changes in the mind are mediated by the living body, and second, that all actions of the living body carry out the purposes of the mind. To go back to the illustration of the telegram, the mind is absolutely dependent on the body for the recipients, which makes the purely spiritual change, and the body bears in all its subsequent actions the direction and characteristic expression which the mind has imposed. The body is the avenue to the mind of the experience which changes it, and the body is the outlet to the mind of the action which expresses that change. There is no parallelism here, but interaction, whatever be the nature of the interaction. In neither case is the physical fact parallel with the psychical. In the first, the psychical fact is responsive to the physical fact. In the second, the physical fact is responsive to the psychical fact. Let us then inquire, what is the nature of soul or mind as it is revealed to us in the objective study of psychical phenomena? Also, what is the nature of living body as it is revealed by the study of physiology? And then, what is the nature of the synthesis or union of these two natures? Let us begin, then, by considering the nature of mind or soul. It is useful to retain both terms, even though we mean to indicate by them an identical reality. When we use the term mind, we seem to throw emphasis on the intellectual side, while when we use the term soul, we seem rather to emphasize the sentient and emotional side of our spiritual nature. We are not in the first instance conscious of the mind as an object distinct from the body. We apprehend it rather as a distinct kind of quality which some objects have and others have not. We are accustomed to use the term mind simply to indicate mental qualities, and the term soul to indicate the individual character of the whole of these qualities. Then again, we use the term soul to comprehend the psychical as distinct from the physical qualities of every material object which is living, and we further distinguish the rational soul from the animal soul, and the animal soul from the plant soul. The soul or mind which I am now opposing to the living body is the rational soul. It seems to consist and depend upon the possession by a living creature of two faculties, one passive, a faculty of being conscious or aware, the other active, a faculty of desiring or willing. The first is a specific knowledge of the body and its environment, the second, a specific tendency to responsive action by the body. In each case, a mental quality seems to characterize a sensible object, and the soul seems to be the common term for these mental qualities. In other words, it seems as though the soul may be the phenomenon of consciousness or awareness, exhibited by certain living material objects, possessing a definite kind of organic structure, together with the power of purposive action which such endowment brings with it. When we consider the nature of this consciousness, however, it becomes evident, and can be clearly and directly proved, that consciousness is not the quality of a sensible object, but the manifestation of an individual, spiritual, that is, of an immaterial object. This definite, immaterial object is the soul. What is the proof of this? And why, if true, is it not immediately evident? The reason why, if true, it is not immediately evident is clear when we consider the conditions in which our own individual consciousness arises. The world presents itself to our mind, in the first instance, as an aggregate or congeries of indistinguishable spatial objects, each having a nature of its own. We are, each of us, one among these juxtaposed and displaceable objects. The object I call me possesses a special quality of consciousness or awareness. Other objects also seem to possess this quality, but not all. The vast majority, indeed, seem by their pure passivity to be without it. What, then, does this quality of consciousness appear as? It seems at first extremely simple. Consciousness is my awareness that I am an object among other objects. This seems to be a passive quality insofar as it is an affection of the object me, and an active quality insofar as it relates me to other objects which are not me. If I assume the existence of these objects, then one way of imagining what consciousness or awareness is will be to represent one of the objects as possessed of the quality of being aware of the presence and nature of others. My knowledge will seem to depend on a faculty in me to contemplate what exists. When, however, I look more closely at the nature of this knowledge and make no assumption about existence, I see that it is not and cannot be contemplation. That is to say, knowledge may include contemplation, but cannot in itself simply be contemplation. It is of a different and altogether more complex character than contemplation. It is recognition. The immediate contemplation by one object of another object, or of other objects, granting there may be such a thing, would not be what we call knowledge, or even consciousness or awareness. To be conscious or aware of an object is not to contemplate it, but to recognize it. Recognition implies precognition, whereas contemplation purports to be simple and immediate, and of itself implies no previous acquaintance. Recognition supposes memory, and also constructive imagination, without which memory would be only a recollection of the past, not knowledge of the present. Remembering and imagining are not qualities of sensible objects. We are forced, in order to give meaning to the terms, to oppose mind to matter. Memory and imagination are qualities of an intelligible object, the mind, and not of a sensible object, the body. Their nature is spiritual and not material. There have indeed been many attempts to show that memory may be a material fact. It has been suggested, for example, that it is one in kind with the trace which every material thing, however great its resilience, even flint or steel, seems to retain of every force which has acted upon it. But this is wholly to misunderstand the nature of the fact, and is due, no doubt, to an ambiguity in our use of the term memory. We use it to designate two wholly distinct conscious phenomena, namely, first, the pure record of our past experience, which we retain and recall at need, and also second, the disposition or habit of repeating past experience, which is either innate and part of our nature, or else acquired by practice. This habit memory, the memory which repeats, is a motor disposition, and therefore dependent on the setting up of mechanical contrivances in the psychophysical organism. Pure memory, on the other hand, is unintelligible as a material fact. If there be any one thing which we can point to and say, this is spiritual, mental, psychical, and in no sense material, it is memory. It may still be objected, however, that this only proves that memory cannot be considered as the quality of a sensible object, insofar as that object is purely spatial. But it will be said, every spatial object is also in a time relation. The living body is spatio-temporal. May not memory and imagination, then, be temporal qualities of sensible objects? That is, qualities of living bodies, enduring through the continuity of a changing process? The reply is that memory is not static and mechanical. We do not remember indifferently what has happened to us, and the vividness of our memory is not proportionate to the strength or weakness of the original sense stimulus. We remember only what has interested us, and what to some extent, consciously or unconsciously, has engaged our attention. It is the direction of this interest, and not the actual mechanical modification of the sense organs, which determines what shall and what shall not form a record. How can such a record be mechanical? Our body contains various and innumerable reflex mechanisms, continually giving immediate and automatic responses to definite stimuli, but no imaginable complexity of such reflexes would yield memory or imagination. Memory represents the past, imagination the future, not according to a scale of sense impressions or of physical stimuli, but according to the organization of a special interest. This leads to the main consideration. Memory and imagination do not pertain to the continuity of physiological processes in the body, but to the unity and continuity of conscious experience, which we term the personal self. The continuity of living process in the body and the continuity of conscious process in the mind are not one and the same continuity. The two continuities are in relation, for there is neither affection nor action of the mind save by means of the body, but the mind is a continuity of conscious experience quite distinct from the continuity of living process and quite different in its nature. The two continuities do not even present a point-to-point correspondence. There are breaks in the bodily condition of consciousness, normal breaks in sleep, abnormal breaks in certain diseases, and on the occasion of injuries or poisons, and these breaks are of varying duration. Yet, however long the interval between the states of consciousness, there is no break whatever in the continuity of the consciousness. When we awake from sleep, or when consciousness returns after a long coma, we are one and the same person in everything which concerns the conscious continuity. No external stimulus, nor internal cerebration, which may take place during periods of unconsciousness, enters into or goes to constitute the continuity of memory which is the personal self. It is true, we may dream and may remember the dream, and the mind may be affected by it after waking. But it is the dream we are conscious of having had when we have awakened from sleep, not the actual dream consciousness itself as it has occurred in sleep, which enters into the personal memory record. On the other hand, there may be breaks in the continuity of the personal self-consciousness when there is no break whatever in the continuity of its bodily condition. In such case, we have a wholly different kind of derangement. The break may take the form of an amnesia, and according to its extent and severity, there will be a disruption of psychical unity. Or it may take the form of complete dissociation, and give rise to the condition of double or multiple personality. It is evident, therefore, that there is a unity and continuity of mental process, distinct from, and other than, the unity and continuity of physiological process, whatever be their mutual relation. It is, however, when we consider the cognitive rather than the contemplative function of the mind, when we consider desire, volition, action, rather than perception, memory, imagination, that we are made aware of a definite mental structure. Our psychical nature is based on innate instinctive impulses, which are for the most part unconscious. Up to quite recent times, these psychical dispositions were regarded in a general way as the necessary accompaniment of the natural functions of the bodily organism, more especially the biological necessity of sexual reproduction, which in the higher animals involves the union of individuals organically distinct but complementary to one another for the reproductive function, which was supposed to have given rise to the sexual instincts. The sexual instincts were supposed to have undergone further modification in evolution and to have called forth auxiliary instincts with appropriate emotions, such as parental affection, tender emotion, gregariousness, and so forth. These, again, were supposed to be the basis of our social and political institutions. Our unconsciousness of this instinctive nature was simply taken to be evidence that it belonged to our brute bodily organization, constituted our animality, and was wholly irrational. In the light of modern investigation, we have had to revise the whole concept of this unconscious nature and to replace it with the concept of unconscious mind. To the older psychology, the unconscious mind seemed a contradiction in terms, for mind was generally a synonym for consciousness, and the unconscious was therefore the negation of mind. No one now quarrels with the term, though there are many theories and acute controversies concerning the fact. These I shall avoid as irrelevant to my present purpose. I will confine myself to indicating a few now generally accepted facts which clearly imply a definite mental structure analogous to the bodily structure, and a definite unity and continuity of psychical process analogous to the coordinated unity and continuity of the physiological process. End of Chapter 8, Part 1.